minutes past the hour, and it is the kickoff hour. Going to sound and look a little bit different, but we'll get through it. Busy show on tap today. As we look back at this past weekend, we've got that weekend recaps. This past weekend, RBU with Sid Breen. It published Saturday morning. I hope all of you enjoyed that. If you have not, you need to check that out. However you get your podcasts, subscribe and get those notifications set up to where you know when RBU publishes. That's Sid Breen with us this past weekend, and I hope all of you can check that out if you haven't. All right, it is Martin Luther King Day. We know that. That's on the table, and the guys will join us in 1 hour from now and look back at another year and see where we are today. Unbelievable, isn't it? Also, we're without Greg and we're without Helmsy. They are in COVID protocols. So far, the rest of the staff is making it, and we'll update you with that as well. Coach Bruce Pearl will be with us a little bit later in the show today. When the rankings come out today, they could be number one in the AP poll, which would be the first time in program history. We'll see how that breaks down and talk to Bruce Pearl today. The Wheel of Meat could spin. There's a lot on the table. There's a lot there, but we're glad that you made us part of your day. Well, I can't say to my left and right there's Greg and Helmsy because they're not here, but what I can do is say in the TV room, look at him, a stud, ready to go, always here. It is one Eddie Van Adler. What's up, big guy?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy, it's just the two of us.
Hey, you want to do a radio show this morning?
Hey, what's up?
You, me, let's do it.
Yeah,
I feel like we're in a real like Iron Man, Spider-Man type situation. I'm of course Spider-Man, you're Iron Man, and the gang really needs us.
Yeah.
I mean, we got this like little side mission going on, and the gang really needs us to pull through.
Really needs us.
So I think we can do it.
Really needs us. And you always help produce the hour as you listen and watch the show. That's always an option. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Well, how was your weekend?
It was pretty good. Pretty low key.
Yeah.
Didn't do much. I was very lazy.
Yeah.
A lot. Planned to do a lot.
Right.
Of home stuff.
Yeah.
But I was pretty lazy. I played drums in church Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
That was pretty much my only real.
I saw that picture.
My only real contribution to society besides hanging out with my family. So it was a great weekend.
Right.
Man. What about you, bud?
Well, it was one of those weekends where I had to kind of, probably like you, it was a lazy weekend. But it was kind of on purpose, too, because I didn't want to freak people out because here we are doing COVID tests on the air Friday.
Yeah. I had some questions in my life about that.
Yeah. Everybody knew Greg was out. And if you haven't, he was out. He was out, half of last week due to testing positive for COVID. He's doing well. He says that the sore throat and all that has kind of subsided, and he's doing a ton better. And hopefully we'll be back with us in a couple of days. We're trying to go through all these CDC guidelines, and it changes like the wind. So we're trying to make the best judgment possible on when they should return, and I think we've nailed that down. But he'll be with us this week, and then Helmsy. We did a funny little bit on the show Friday because we've all been exposed to Greg, right? And we did a little funny bit where
what a funny joke bit this is going to be.
Well, yeah, where we did test on the air. Rick had already gotten a test and tested negative. You're kind of isolated in the TV room and plus, let's just be honest, Bubba had 3 tests. And the ones that you're just sitting in here in the desk, we would decided to take the test. And, hey, funny bit, and Helmsy tests positive. And it was one of those really good at-home tests. So he sent the picture to the lab, and they're like, oh, yeah, that looks positive to us. And so now he's in COVID protocol and said he, for about a couple of days, has had a sore throat and stuff. And I think he and the whole family are just isolating themselves. So because we live our lives out on the air, Adler, everybody knew we were all exposed. So I can't go bebopping around and get in the middle of everybody because they're like, wait a minute, aren't you could you be spreading right now? So I kind of had to be careful on what I did.
Yeah, I was luckily inside the cage.
Yes, yeah.
At church, they've got like the glass cage, so I can be in there. And then I just stayed away from everybody. I was never in a room by myself with anybody. Normally, we kind of hang out in a little hallway all together.
Right.
But that's close quarters, friend.
Yes.
And I was like, I can't do that. So I was waiting in my own little areas and stuff. And like I said, I got that little aquarium bowl that I sit in when I'm playing drums. So
I really think the aquarium bowl's kind of really cool. Because I mean, you just look like you just in there, just in your own little world. I guess you are. Is it ventilated in there? I always worry about that.
There is a fan.
Okay, good.
Luckily, there's a fan.
All right.
If that fan's not working, you're real sad.
Yeah.
You get real sweaty real quick.
Right.
So luckily there's a fan in there.
So if you're claustrophobic and you're a drummer and they tell you to get in there, that's a tough day for you if the fan's not working, isn't it?
But I actually love it because I always have gotten complaints throughout my whole life that, hey, buddy, you're playing kind of loud in church.
Yeah, right.
Or at least I have been sensitive to that. Maybe people haven't said that, but it's always something I've battled with. Like, hey, buddy, you're in a church. Let's not screw up the mix.
Right.
Let's not play louder than people.
Do they say don't screw it up in church? Is that how they say it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Probably.
They say don't
not.
mess it up? How do they do that?
I didn't even think twice about it.
All right.
I didn't even think twice about it.
I was just wondering if they actually said that to you. I could see your dad, hey, don't screw this up.
No, he would say don't mess it up.
Okay, all right. I
didn't even think about that.
I just want to bring everybody in on how your dad's talking to you.
He would say don't mess it up because we're talking about church.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So that's always something I've tried to not to mess up.
Right.
Is play too loud so that people aren't uncomfortable. Because if people are uncomfortable, they're gonna have a hard time worshiping the Lord.
They are. They sure are.
Have a hard time worshiping the Lord. So. Yeah, it's with this cage, I can actually play a lot louder, and then they can just take the mix of what they need from the snare, and it's just great, man. In fact, it had been a little while since I play drums in church a lot, and honestly, I've been kind of hanging out at home and watching church too. I've been that guy.
Right.
I got to be honest.
Yeah.
But I was in church, I guess, a month or so ago, and I was in the room. And it just sounded so good. I'm like, wow, these guys really know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Because getting a drum mix is tough. Anyways, I'll let you.
But no, I agree with that because I've been in some church services where they don't have the cage and the drums can take over. Even if they don't mean to, it's like the guy running the board says there's nothing I can do. I can't do anything. And the drums are taking over.
Sometimes even the shape of the room can make it so that all you get is cymbal sounds.
Yep. You're right.
And you just get the echo and things like that.
Yeah.
So it does help with a lot of things.
All right. Well, we'll take a break. We'll come back. There's a lot happening today. It is the kickoff hour. We're just kicking things off for the guys. We are without Greg and Helmsy. They should be back at some point this week. But we do have Rick and Bubba joining us right after top of the hour.
Are we... since it's Martin Luther King Day, are we racist for coming to work today?
You know, that is, I guess, on the table today. Do we need to discuss that?
That feels like it. We should all go home.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. When I really want to pet him, I just slam the brakes on. Whoop, there he is. I love animals.
You got any more?
Well, you know what else I got, don't you?
What?
I got myself a cat.
A cat? Where you keep it?
Well, they're hunters. What I do though, because I don't want him to mess up my house, so I take little tweezers and I pull his claws out.
Really?
I do. You know what else? If he needs to go outdoors, I don't let him. I tell him to take a dump in a box that we keep in our house. Can you imagine somebody knocking on your door? Could I bring a box of cat doo-doo in? They'd be like, are you out of your mind? And anytime I go to someone's house who has one, I'll usually take one in there myself and make them freak out. Honey, a mountain lion is in the house.
What are you feeding that cat?
Oh. Yeah, all right. Greg, what you got?
I got Linda from Grant with a question.
Hey,
Where
Linda.
you keep her? Oh, I'm sorry. It's over. I'm sorry.
Hey, Linda.
That's really good.
I got one for Don Juan.
Oh,
Don Juan, where you at?
Up at the top.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know how Peaches is doing.
Player.
How about that?
Now-
Well done, by the way. Thank you.
Now,
Sara.
let me clarify. Since I do live in Atlanta now, Georgia is known as the peach state. And we have some great
Coincidence?
peaches.
Oh,
so I
wow.
love the peaches in Georgia. Now, are you all talking about that peaches or
No, our former
You
intern.
tell me.
former intern peaches?
The one you have a thing with.
She's
Tell us.
she's doing wonderful, by the way. Wonderful.
She
So
is.
you're avoiding the question. Is that it?
Yo, she's doing fine. She asked me how she's doing. She's doing fine.
Is she in Atlanta too now?
What's that?
Is she in Atlanta now too?
You know, the balcony up here, you can't hardly hear good. Just up here,
Thank you,
top
Lynn.
up here, you know.
Don't
She's
wa-
doing awesome. She's doing wonderful, though. She sends her love.
Hey, Don, who you got up there?
I have Nikki. She's a big Greg Burgess fan.
Nikki.
Yeah, Greg Burgess fan.
Just glad it ain't Peggy.
Yeah.
Nikki, glad you could get off tonight.
Hurry up, Don Juan. It's almost 10.
Greg Burgess.
I just want to say I forgive you, Greg.
Cassio. Nigga Cassio.
I just want to say I forgive you, Greg.
Well, I apologize. I hope you accept it. Thank you very much, Nikki.
I do.
I
Love
haven't
you,
heard
Greg.
from the Peggies yet, but thank you.
Love you, Greg. And
Love
a
you too,
question for
Nikki.
Adler. Where's Kevin?
Adler?
Adler, where's Kevin? He loves animals.
Where's Kevin?
Yeah, that's another one I love about dog people. Oh, they're den animals. They don't care about being in a box 24 hours. They're a den animal. They love it in there. By the way, why is it when I see farm dogs that run anywhere they want to go, they look extremely happy?
Yeah.
You ever seen a farm dog? He's like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yo, hey now, what's up?
I had somebody tell me a minute ago that every member of the show looks different than they thought, except for Adler.
He looks just like he's saying.
Adler looks exactly like you thought he would look.
Yeah.
Speedy here. Speedy, how you doing, buddy?
We're doing great. How are y'all?
Yeah, are you ready to go?
I feel home. I mean, my parents live down by Grissom, you know.
You feel home or feel at home?
I feel like I'm at home.
I know.
I feel home.
Yeah.
I feel home. This is
your
fun.
folks
It's gonna be
coming
great.
tonight?
No, I couldn't get a ticket. By the way, I'm serious.
That's actually true.
My dad couldn't see it anyway, as he told me today, so that's okay. He's legally blind. Greg makes fun of him, but other than that,
Greg, will you be making fun of anybody other than the legally blind tonight?
no, maybe about 2 people. But this $900 a ticket, I'll sell my stool on stage for $900. I had no idea that people were actually getting that.
Right. Well, I don't know that they did, but they tried, but they're not there.
That's stupid if somebody spent it. And there you go, Greg.
Right. Helmsy,
How do you feel, Greg?
Helmsy, how you over, buddy?
I'm good. I'm really wanting Greg to get barbecue sauce, Streamland barbecue sauce, on this shirt because it's the only shirt he has with him, and he thinks he's sharp because it's new.
Yeah, thanks to Dreamland.
I'm not saying he just got it, but the tag come off when we were walking in.
Looking back over the years, Bubba, a couple of our favorite stories. This
21 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We're live. Thank you so much for tuning in. The number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. We are without Greg and Helmsy today. They're in COVID protocol. They both tested positive, both doing well. The rest of the staff, knock on wood, up to this point, are doing okay as well, and we seem to be making it. So today it'll be me, Speedy, alongside Adler, who's in the TV room right now, got things going and multitasking like no other. And then Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour. That's your Rick and Bubba show today. This past weekend, RBU with Sid Bream, getting a lot of great feedback from that podcast. If you have not watched it, heard it, make sure that you check it out. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That's separate than the Rick and Bubba show. It's a standalone podcast and gives us a chance to talk like kind of a long-form interview, 45-minute interview with our guest. And was really a really good a podcast this past weekend with Sid Bream. All right, so we've kind of updated you a little bit on our past weekend and some things going on. I do have a question for you, Adler, and I know you got one for me too. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to talk about this past weekend.
Yeah.
But what do you got? Go for it.
No, I just wanted to ask you a question if you had heard about something, but that can wait. Go ahead with your weekend.
Oh, well, mine's not, I mean, it's not that great, but.
It's not?
I was going to ask you, what was the best meal you ate this weekend?
Okay.
And then, what's the best meal that you made for yourself this weekend? That tells me a lot about your weekend.
Okay, well, I hope I'm not losing any man cards here, but I'll make myself oatmeal if you don't watch it.
How is this going to be on your best meal list? How is this going to be?
Well, no, this is something the best thing I made myself.
Okay.
Okay, that's really the only thing I made myself.
Okay, understood.
I had oatmeal, and I'll have oatmeal with a little side thing of toast. I'm sorry that I will. That'll be my go-to in the mornings.
That's healthy. That's good. That's
good. My best meal, Terry. Yeah, I mean, just she'll say, "Hey, man, I just came up with something." And she'll think, hey, this is probably ain't going to be very good, and it's so good. And she had, what did she have? She had some rice and kale and some chicken with some sweet potato, and that was my best meal of the week.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It was very good, actually.
How'd she do the chicken?
What do you? Oh, just marinate, just the.
And then grill or pan or what?
Oh, pan.
Okay.
Yeah, she
Excellent.
went pan. Yeah.
Excellent.
Cut it up, everything. It was really good. How about you?
The best meal that I made myself was I grilled some chicken thighs.
Okay.
I that's what I do. I do that.
You do?
I do that at least once a week, sometimes twice
Now,
a week.
you were outside grilling?
Outside grilling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gas?
I got the gas going.
Okay.
Yeah, man. It's just so easy.
It is
just
easy.
So easy.
It easy. It's a quick, let's not mess up the kitchen. I'm going out and grilling up.
That's another thing. Since I moved, the gas grill, I really have not. I didn't realize how badly I stunk up my house when I was, when I'm cooking stuff on the inside. Because I like to go high heat. I like to get a good sear on whatever I might be cooking.
Okay.
But anyways, I did chicken thighs this weekend with a tiny bit of honey, so they're a little bit sweet. But then some like garlic and it was so good. But the best
that
meal,
does sound good.
The best meal I had was some leftover chili from my wife.
Okay.
Heated it up, just simple, microwave, boom. And then when we were first setting up this studio here, a listener just randomly came by during the break and dropped off some Fritos, by the way.
Yes.
I took those Fritos home, had those Fritos at my house. Because
you crumble them up?
I actually just do them all along the side and then scoop and eat while I'm eating.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Frito scoops are number one for any kind of dipping in chili in my book.
Yeah.
But I want to say thank you to that listener because they've been hard to find. They've been. Thanks, Joe Biden. Thank you so much, President Biden.
Dana with ZZK brought me
scoops.
some. Dana brought me some, who does middays for our flagship station and is working right now, and she actually brought some to me during one of the Best Of shows. How about that? Her husband kind of showed out a little bit.
Oh, no. What if it...
Did you take mine?
Is that...
Did you take mine?
I think she brought them for me, too.
Oh.
She brought some for me, too.
You took my bag. Was it my office?
It was in my... Well, there was some in the break room that I thought there was for me, too.
Oh, okay. So you took somebody else's. That's very uncomfortable right now.
I thought
it's okay, buddy.
It was Pop-Tarts that the listener dropped off for
okay,
us.
Yeah.
She dropped the listener outside dropped off Pop-Tarts.
All right, we're talking it out.
The Fritos were from Dana.
Yes.
But she brought me a bag too. I think she brought 2 bags.
All right.
Yeah, because
you clearly took someone else's, but that's okay. I mean, we just. Let me ask you a question on chili.
It was a community bag.
On chili, do you go sprinkles of cheese and throw some sour cream in there?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
you do.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I do too.
I'm normally not a sour cream guy. I don't do mayo. I try to stay away from all that excess fat stuff.
Right. Yeah.
But man, the sour cream makes a big difference. Just a little bit of tang in there.
Ooh.
And then cheese on top. And then I'll do tons of hot sauce too. Lots of Cholula hot sauce.
You do. You add that.
I spice it up.
So I guess we had chili midweek maybe? I can't remember. If it's ever cold, Terry will call chili. That'll be our default. Hey, it's cold outside. We're having chili.
Love it.
Nothing better than chili on a cold night.
Love it.
I mean, good night alive.
Now, I will say that it's a good thing that there's a wall of glass between you and me right now.
Right.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, it was good, though, while it lasted.
Speaking of food, I was last night trying to show Ruby, my 1-year-old, how to eat peas with a spoon.
Okay.
And so she's just sitting in her chair. She's got this this pile of peas or whatever, and I'm like trying to show her how to eat with a spoon. But I use my fingers to push the peas into a pile.
Okay.
And since she saw me do that, she's like, "We can use our fingers here," and she just grabs a pile with her hands and just shoves it in her mouth. I'm like, you know what? That's a good. I mean, you saw me using my hands, so I can understand how you were thinking that was
Did you
what
get in
we
trouble?
should do.
Did the book of blame come out? It will. It would at my house.
I mean, you know,
Hey, you teaching the kids something bad?
we shouldn't point fingers.
Okay.
You know?
All right. Well, this past weekend we ate a lot, hung out a lot. It was cold weather. Hey, wow, the wind where we live. I know a lot of you were experiencing different things, kind of a wintry mix, some snow, you know, depending on what market you live in. But here, where I live, it was just rain. Every now and then you could feel a little bit of a mix, but the wind would hurt your feelings. Something about the wind, my goodness, the wind. So we kind of stayed in and hung out a little bit. I watched a little bit of the NFL, didn't watch all the games. Some disappointing games in the NFL. I thought there'd be better games, and some blowouts. Like, you know, Kansas City and the Steelers. I guess Roethlisberger was right when he said they had no chance. But they got blown out. Hey, Kansas City, wow, looking good. And then we had a signing last night. Some kids that I coached back in youth ball, and two of Reese's best friends signed football scholarships last night. So it was like, all right, we're going to go, but we're going to stay in the back and stay away from everybody because we don't want to get around anybody. So we did, and we were able to pull that off. But it's kind of weird because my middle son's name is JC, but so is one of Reese's best friends is JC. He is signing with UAB, and then Joel signed with SEMO. And so they both had their signing parties last night, and we were able to celebrate them. And but boy, let me tell you something. I had it like I liked it. I was warm, and then I got out in that cold. Oh, my goodness gracious. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Don't you go anywhere. Rick and Bubba will join us right after top of the hour. That's about 30 minutes from now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To be a birthday gift for you, right?
Yeah, we never told this on the air because the statute of limitations hadn't run out. And but Rick would tell me on my birthday every year, and we almost wrecked in Atlanta one time driving around over there. And so Rick finally brought it to the air, but this was my birthday gift each year, Car Wash Joe.
Oh, my goodness, Car Wash Joe. You know, I know a lot of you may not know this, but we haven't always done this for a living. We had other jobs at one point. And they didn't help me decide what I wanted to do, but they helped me mark up some things I didn't want to do. And I wasn't very good at it. And I got a job at a car wash run by a big man named Joe. Joe was 400 plus pounds. And he was so large. And you know, there's people that are just heavy. Then there's people that look like they're struggling. And he was the latter, and he was a very successful businessman, but he was so, he'd get his voice up here. And he'd be running out of breath. He'd say, "Hey, this is Joe." And you'd be like leaning in, and he ruled with an iron fist now. And so he used to call the car wash all the time, and he'd always say, "Hey, this is Joe. Run me an X." Any of you have ever worked in, you know, convenience store or any kind of store checkout, you know that means let's see how we did today. And if he liked the number, he'd say, "Go ahead and run me a Z and shut her down." And we closed the shop toward the end of the night. So I developed an impression of Joe, which led to loads of fun. Now, before we go any further, I want you to know this story happened before Jesus. As far as the east is from the west. So one thing I love to do is to take the new employees, and Bubba's favorite that I messed with was a kid who showed up one day named Ronnie Spector. And we had these grease guns to go in and grease, you know, all the joints on the car wash to make them run right. Well, Joe didn't, I don't know why he did this. I don't know why our large community does this, because we're large, not blind. We seem blind sometimes, but he drove a Jaguar. Or carried it on his body. It looked like they set Joe down and built the car around him. And he would come in all stuffed in it, and he'd give us a signal, and he'd just make a noise. And that meant that he wanted his car hand washed in the back, which should have told us something about the car wash. You want to run it through? No. And so I had Ronnie Spector.
How do you say, Rick?
No. And so I had Ronnie Spector. I said, Ronnie, go help Joe with his car and take that grease gun with you. He said, why? What do I need the grease gun for? I said, you had to grease that door to get him out. And then I just listened. Hey, what is wrong? Have you lost? And I come around and said, Joe, what's going on? This boy's out here with the grease gun. I said, I told him to grease the wash. He's trying to grease me. I said, well, these new people, these kids today. Well, then I started realizing that I could do him really well on the phone, meaning I could shut the car wash down anytime I wanted to. And my friends loved it. So we'd be riding along and say, Rick, please shut the car wash down. Chant, shut the car wash down. So we'd pull off. It'd be like 7 at night. We're supposed to close at 10. And I'd call over there. Hello, this is Ronnie, Joe's car wash. There's Joe. Yes, sir? Run me an egg. And you'd hear the register. I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good day. Go ahead and shut her down. And then we just watch high school and college kids. Bloop, 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 and those lights start cutting off. I mean, like it was a fireworks show. Hell, if the stars were right, Joe would drive by. Why are you shutting this car watch down? You called and told us to. I did no such thing.
25 minutes till top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. We're live. Thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the show brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba, the most awarded mattress brand in 2021. This is such a great company, too, from North Carolina. We want you to experience a great night's sleep. Start off the new year with a new mattress. And right now, as an extra gift to you to begin 2022, you're going to save $200 on your new mattress. So don't put this off any longer. And what we like, too, is they get it at HelixSleep.com/Bubba, because not everyone is made the same. We're all unique, right? So when it comes to your mattress, it needs to fit you. And they have a little online quiz you can take to match your body type. And you can do that by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And through that little quiz, they know if you want soft, medium, or firm mattresses, or maybe you need the Helix Plus mattress if you need a little something bigger to sleep on. But it's HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Don't forget, you're going to save $200 when you visit there. Plus, get a 10-year warranty and a 100-day free trial. So you have nothing to lose. It's HelixSleep.com. Your new Helix will ship right to your door, and you'll save $200 at HelixSleep.com/Bubba. So get a truly amazing night's sleep with HelixSleep.com/Bubba. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, if you're just joining us and you need an update, we'll give you one here. We are without Greg and without Helmsy. They both tested positive last week for COVID. And we're assuming it's the Omicron. It was a positive test. They're both doing extremely well, right, Adler? I mean, Greg said his, sore throat, that's really all he had, a little stopped up. That subsided. And Helmsy, I think, only had that for a day or two, and he's doing well. So he's isolated the whole family. And we've kind of gone through the same thing. Each one of the staff members here have kind of tried to sit back over the weekend and isolate themselves, and so far, so good. Everybody here seems fine up to this point.
Yeah.
I'm careful to mojo us, so I always say up to this point so far. I'll do that a lot because I don't just want to throw out a blanket statement that we're all okay.
Sure.
Because then one of us will come down with something.
Sure,
So,
sure. Yeah, everybody seems super mild.
Yeah.
And everything they're dealing with.
Yeah.
And then Helms, he was, we're all texting and everything.
Yeah.
And Helms was like, "Yeah, I may just go to the mountains with the family and ride this thing out." I thought he was joking.
Yes.
And then I see a text last night. He's in the Appalachian foothills or something like that.
Yeah.
That's good. That's great.
Yeah, literally got a cabin because the whole family, each family member started experiencing symptoms that Helmsy had. And he was like, well, let's just all go isolate ourselves and ride it out in a cabin. Instead of looking out the back door and seeing our neighbor's house, let's just see a snowy hillside. How about that?
That's fantastic. That's how you do it right there.
Yeah, so he's doing that, and they had no capability because of that setup to do Zoom today. And Greg just said, I want to sleep. And I don't blame him. I would too.
Sure.
So guess what? Now it's just me and you, buddy.
Yeah. You've heard of like a staycation?
Yes.
They're doing like a co-vacation or something like
Okay,
that.
okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to
Did you
catch
just make
on.
that up?
I just
I like
made that
that.
up.
Okay.
Don't see it catching on, but I did just make it up.
Okay, that's not bad.
Okay.
All right, so I've got to ask you something. Even though you're the youngest, I know that you're not like, big into, oh man, I'm going to find out everything going on in social media and all this kind of stuff. But you probably are our most hip, up-to-date guy on the staff. I got to give you that. No,
I don't know.
Maybe not.
I don't know, man.
Well, there's Bubba.
Since
Now,
this
watch
kid
out.
came along, I'm just an old man dad now. I feel very old and out of the loop.
Well, have you heard of have you heard of Sleepy Chicken?
Only from the 10 seconds of what you told me before the show, and it sounds real weird, man.
Sleepy Chicken is something, I'm not, do you follow TikTok at all?
I'm
That's
actually not on TikTok.
Yeah.
I had TikTok at the very beginning of the lockdowns because it was offering the best when the whole world was going crazy, the world was burning down, the country was burning down.
Yeah.
It was minute to minute, like something would happen in Minnesota, somebody would throw a torch on top of the sheriff's department,
Right.
and 1 hour later, I would see it.
Yeah.
And so when that craziness was going on, TikTok was awesome, but then it just like my feed got messed up or something.
Yeah.
And it just turned into like bad DIY home experiments and bad cooking, and I'm like, I don't understand any of this stuff. I'm out, so I'm not on TikTok anymore.
Yeah, and I have a TikTok, but I'm never on it. I mean, it's one of those things that buried off. I think I originally got it just so I can be connected to my boys and all that, but I never really am on it at all. But TikTok will come up with some little thing that and I don't really understand it. When we were growing up, we'd do silly things, but we wouldn't come up with like all these weird challenges that you see now on social media. At least, I mean, there's like some bizarre ones, and this one is very bizarre. Sleepy Chicken, you want to know what that is?
I want to know what Sleepy Chicken is.
Well,
yes.
Doctors are raising concerns over this Sleepy Chicken. It's a TikTok trend where people cook and marinate chicken using NyQuil. NyQuil. Yeah, you heard me right. NyQuil. And here's a guy trying to do it. Take a listen.
Last night, so I'm cooking up some NyQuil chicken. Usually I use about, 4/3 of the bottle. Season that NyQuil in there just at the right temperature. Oh, sometimes the steam really makes you sleepy. Whew. What you're looking for is that blue color right there. And boom, NyQuil chicken.
Who in
Boom,
the
NyQuil chicken.
boom, like he's doing a cooking show.
Oh my goodness.
With NyQuil.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know the last.
So stupid.
I don't know the
wow.
last time you've taken NyQuil, but hey, it'll knock you out.
Yes.
You just take the recommended dose, and I can't imagine marinating an entire meal with NyQuil. And don't do this, kids.
Did you hear him say, I use about 4/3 of it? Oh, you use about 4/3 of it. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, my
Hey, but you know what? But then he's got, boom, NyQuil chicken.
Boom,
It's
NyQuil chicken.
Which has been given the name Sleepy Chicken.
Oh, my goodness.
And doctors are going, whoa, hey, do not do this, kids.
Yes, no, don't do that. That's so, oh my goodness. I don't think heating up those elements is good for starters, and then it's soaking into the chicken, you're ingesting it. That's very bad news. That's bad news. And this whole social media world, it feeds, because when people do stupid things,
Right.
and extreme things, that gets more attention.
Yeah.
And so it's just this loop where it feeds itself, and that's why we're seeing these Tide Pod things and
Yes.
Sleepy Chicken, for example. Sleepy Chicken.
Bubba just texted me. Did he say 4/3?
Yeah, 4/3.
I've never been
4/3. Boom, Sleepy Chicken.
I've never been one of these. Hey, I'm going to make something crazy. Have you? I mean, I might mix some drinks together. You know, we used to call them suicide drinks or whatever, where you would just go down the line and mix everything together.
Yeah,
that's about as crazy as I've gotten, which I know sounds pretty boring. I'm not into making like sleepy chicken.
No. I used to do that too, and then I figured out this tastes like garbage. I'm just straight up Mountain Dew better. So what I would do when I was still in my fountain drink suicide phase is either go all dark or all light. You know, just your Sprites and your Mountain Dews, stick with that world.
Yeah.
Or go, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper, all that stuff.
Yeah. But I guess it's hard for me to really talk about something like this because I was the pickiest eater. And we've discussed this, so all of you that have been with us for a long time, it goes, oh, here we go again. I would always separate my food it couldn't touch, and I want to apologize to my parents. I put you through what. Now, you just dump it all on a plate. I'll mix it all together. I have no problem with that. But growing up, I was the pickiest eater.
Yeah, I can see that because you're still a little bit picky. Every once in a while,
am I?
Yes, you think you've conquered it, you haven't conquered it. We every once in a while, we'll go eat at a restaurant, and you'll be quirky about some things that I'm just like, wow, okay.
Really,
all right.
you do that inside?
I
You
do
think, wow,
in my
okay?
mind. I think, wow, okay, yeah. We swapped steaks that one time because yours was a little too red.
Oh,
you remember we
okay.
swapped steaks that
wow.
one time,
yeah.
and I could tell you were really bothered by it, but you were you were trying to act like you weren't bothered by it. But I just saw you looking at it. I was like, buddy, you're hurting, aren't you?
Well, instead of saying wow inside, how about you tell me, hey, just touch me like that Progressive commercial, that you become your parents.
Yes.
Just say, hey, Speedy, you're doing it again.
Yeah.
Stop.
Sure.
Okay.
Feel
free to do that.
I've never been that guy. I think growing up on Mexican food, you know how you just mix everything together and you get this big old delicious dish.
You're right.
I think that's kind of.
Well, I feel like I missed out a lot in life because I was so picky. Because as an adult, now I'm enjoying it.
Yes.
And I'm like, I should have. What? I still can't get past mushrooms, though. It's just something about the way they look and the texture.
Okay,
can't do it, won't do it. But that's kind of where I go. That and the little peas. Don't give me that either.
Oh, so that pea story that I told last
don't
segment,
like it.
that
Don't
grossed
like
you
it
out
at all.
a little
bit. I was
Okay.
throwing up my mouth.
Okay,
just slightly.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, I'm not going to be doing sleepy chicken. But kids, don't be doing this. These
Don't do
TikTok
sleepy
trends.
chicken.
Don't do
Yes.
it.
No.
Don't do it.
It's not worth it.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. One more segment, then the boys join us. It is the kickoff hour. If you're listening or going, well, hey, where's Greg and Helmsy? They're not here. They'll be back sometime this week. Both doing well, testing positive for COVID, but they seem to be doing well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then I start thinking, man, what can I do with this? Again, before Jesus. Hi, yes, it's Joe. Yes, sir. Is Rick Burgess working the swing shift? Yes, sir, he is. Why don't you go ahead and tell him to knock off for the night, but don't clock him out till closing. I've been forgiven of that. And so I started kind of getting on his nerves. So I called one night and I said, is Rick Burgess working? No, sir, he's not here. Go out to the marquee and put on it Rick Burgess, Employee of the Month. My mom was so proud. I was fired. But I had to do one for the road. My time was over, D. This is your favorite. I called up Joe's Car Wash. Hey, is Rick Burgess there? I thought we let him go. I know I'm heartbroken about it. birthday, buddy. Happy birthday.
There you go. Thank you again, Rick.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Oh, gosh, that's true again, too. Y'all have been a great audience tonight. We definitely saved the best for last. Give yourself a hand. Y'all are great. But we wouldn't be doing you justice if we left tonight without telling you about the greatest radio promotion we ever did.
Oh, Bubba, oh, Bubba, oh, Bubba. We were so new, we were so young. We wanted to do something big and take some listeners to Los Angeles.
My hair was brown back then.
Yes. And I looked exactly the same, except no beard. Except a less worn look.
Yeah.
We were excited. Our boss said, we come up with this promotion. You can take 2 listeners to Hollywood for the Academy Awards. And the sales team then goes out into the market, and they go out and sell it for registration points. Random drawings can be extremely dangerous.
You don't know what you're going to get.
Never, ever, 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 if you're going to have people register to go somewhere with you for a long period of time, should you ever put a registration point at a title pawn.
Look, we've
no
all
offense
been,
if you're in that business, but you know what I'm talking about.
We've all been tight for money before, but if you will sell your car for $35, you may have some issues in your world. No offense, I made a lady mad right here. Sorry.
Right. Hey, listen, and what do all radio people like to do? We got to get the caller on the phone, right? Oh my gosh, I love y'all so much. What's your favorite radio show? Rick and Bubba. We were not able to do that when we called our winner because, she had a unique sound.
She did, and she had language like she'd been on a troop ship.
Yes. I'm raised a football coach, and when she talked to us on the phone, I wrote words down. You know, good grief, what? I've never even heard that before. She had the filthiest mouth. I hope she didn't kiss her mama with it.
She made Greg sound like a choir director.
Yeah.
That's bad.
And she had a lovely sound to her voice that sounded something like this. She said, I was wondering if I could I take Willie with me?
And we said, who is Willie, your husband?
No.
I said, well, who is he?
He's my boyfriend because my old man's in the pen. We said, so you're divorced? No, my old man's just in the pen.
What's a girl to do?
Right. That's nice. So we can't use the promo because she's nasty.
It's just full of beeps. You really can't get much out of it.
So then we decide.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
All right, we're rolling back. We got about 9 minutes until top of the hour. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show, and we'll get things kicked off for another week here. It is Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and we will give you the Rick and Bubba version here, Martin Luther King Jr. version here of the Rick and Bubba show. Greg and Helmsy are off today. They'll join us at some point this week. We have tried to determine when they should come back. And, you know, Adler, I mean, a lot of businesses are doing this. You know, someone tests positive. Hey, when do they come back? And we've tried our best to try to, you know, to figure that out. It's pretty tough because the guidelines change so much. But we think we've come up with a way to get them back in here where they're ready to go and, you know, aren't a concern to anybody else that's here. And so at some point this week, they'll join us back in studio. But they're both doing well. Thank you for all the emails and questions. And, you know, some people were out of the loop because they might have missed a show or two at the end of last week. But Greg tested positive, and then we did a funny bit on the show where some of the staff tested in here, and I came back negative. Bubba came back negative, but Helmsy came back positive. There was some confusion on, hey, was the test inaccurate or whatever, but we were able to take pictures of that and send it to the lab, and they confirmed he was positive, and so he is in the mountains with the family and kind of just isolating himself.
Yeah, didn't the clinic come back to you and say look, buddy, you tested so positive.
Yes.
If you tested with us, you'd just test positive again.
Yes.
So you're better off waiting.
Yes.
Wait 3 days or 2 days after your positive at-home test.
Do you want to know something? Do you know you cannot swab your nose twice in one day?
Is that true? Is that true?
That was their policy. It's well, since you've done that, we have to wait 24 hours before you can do that again.
I wonder if that's a test-saving policy or if that is the test ain't working because you already swabbed it once policy.
Yeah, I think you know what I think it is, and this is just me not knowing, but I'm guessing. I think you get in there and you swab your nose, and you might, tamper with a positive and negative if you do it again because you might have gotten something out of there. Okay, that's just me making that up. I don't know.
I would think that it would be in all your.
You would think that you would keep producing it.
Yeah, it's all up in it.
It's all up in it. That's it's all up in it.
By the way, this virus is just mind blowing.
It is.
Did you know that if you took all of the COVID-19 virus, all of it, the actual little virus thing itself, if you took all of it in the whole world, it would fit in a soda can.
Did you just make that up?
No, that's a real stat. That's a real stat that I heard from a real scientist. And no, for real. So that tells you how small this thing is. So if a cell in our body, say that's the size of a 50-story building.
Okay.
Each little cell.
It's a big cell.
This tells you how big the virus is, or how small it is, I should say.
Yeah, how small it is.
It is if each little cell in your body is the size of a 50-story building, the virus is the size of a volleyball. So it's small.
Yeah, and you heard this.
I did from a reputable source. I forget who. Just like I forgot where the Fritos came from. And Dana actually sent us a email. She said everybody got their own bag of Fritos.
I'm not sure about that.
So I only took one. But that tells you how small this virus is.
Yeah.
And just a little soda can worth of virus is completely changing and shutting down the whole world. It's unbelievable.
For all of you whitetail deer hunters, it's like trying to figure out what the deer are going to do and how they're going to move. There's just no rhyme or reason to anything with this virus. You think you figured it out, and then boom, you don't. So you know what you do? You just try to adapt, use common sense the good Lord gave you, and make the best decisions possible without shutting the entire world down. You just try to maneuver through it, I guess. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, we're gonna have to treat it. It's the flu. We're gonna have to treat it like the flu, just like the flu comes around every year.
Yeah.
And the people that are super at risk. Get the flu shot, and people that want the flu shot get the flu shot, and people that don't get the flu shot don't get the flu shot.
Right.
That's kind of how we're going to have to treat this thing.
And you know what's weird, because there's so much sinus crud going around right now, sinus infections, just the good old-fashioned cold. It's hard. It's tough to distinguish what somebody has. It's like, oh my gosh, you got a stopped up nose. What do you got? And, you forget there's other sicknesses out there besides COVID, and that's going around too. So then you're trying to figure out, well, what do I have? Do I have a sinus infection or just the crud, or do I have COVID? Because the Omicron side effects are very cold symptoms.
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
and when it comes to just the fear of things, I always like to look at the numbers, because that's numbers don't lie. Or
Yeah,
whatever. They're
right.
like hips.
Right.
Numbers are like hips. They do not lie. And what I do to help me just really try to look at things logically is look at the numbers. Like, what is the leading cause of death for a lot of people, and where does COVID lie in that spectrum? So, for example, pneumonia kills a lot more young people and old people, or a lot more young people. Pneumonia kills a lot more young people than COVID has actually killed. So if you are a parent and you're worried about your kids, think about it this way. Do you sit and fret about pneumonia with your child? No. The answer is no, And so if you find yourself being fearful, go look at the real numbers.
Yeah.
And it will hopefully calm you down a little bit. You
Right.
know?
Yeah.
I don't sit in fear about pneumonia with my child, so why would I sit in fear about COVID when pneumonia actually kills a lot more kids than COVID does? So
Yeah.
just to put things in perspective, don't let the fear run you over. You know, like I said, like you said, like I've said, like a ton of people have said, we kind of got to learn to live with this thing.
You know, it's kind of funny, and the guy spoke about this past week, the vaccinated and unvaccinated. As these variants trickle out, it seems like it's getting past the vaccinated, right? It's a breakthrough vaccine, and that's what it seems like, because you have a lot of vaccinated people that are testing positive. Now they might have a better time with it than the unvaccinated, or not get as sick, and that way the vaccine's doing its job, right? It's keeping you out of the hospital and all this kind of stuff, keeping it off your lungs. But it just seems like as variants come out, they're more mild as far as the side effects go. But I see where people are still putting out guidelines and factoring in vaccinated and unvaccinated, which is kind of strange to me. It's like the NCAA has updated their COVID-19 guidelines for winter sports. And it released its update for winter sports on Thursday, adjusting its definition of fully vaccinated individuals and also updating its suggested protocols following a positive test. And the vaccinated and unvaccinated are treated differently. Fully vaccinated individuals now include those within 2 months of receiving the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, 5 months from receiving Pfizer, and 6 months from receiving Moderna. But it's just kind of weird how we're coming up with all this, because it's just so ever-changing. But if both can pass it on, it seems like both should be treated the same, and they're not.
Yeah, that's the saddest thing is that the division that is coming from this. Our country was already way too divided. Now we've got this division between vaccinated and unvaccinated. It's ridiculous.
It really is.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's on. I guess we'll do this. And Bubba, we had a limo now for Willie and Wanda, and
well, we were trying to treat them nice. We were going to Hollywood.
Right.
We're going to Academy Award viewing party and all this stuff in Hollywood had lined up. Going to be a real great trip. I was looking forward to it.
I was too, because we're just like y'all.
Yeah. That's good. Well, when the limo picked me up first, and then we were going to her place that she stayed.
Correct.
And I was a little concerned when they said, when you get off the dirt road, it's the last trailer on the right. Nothing wrong with living in a manufactured home. Rick used to live in one. I'll probably live in one when this is all over. Hadn't exactly kept up with my money like I should have.
Honesty. That's that answer we always give. How much have we made, or how much do we have?
Yeah.
So Bubba goes first, and I'm waiting. Bubba's gonna pick them up, then they're gonna come pick me up, because I live near the interstate then, and then we're gonna roll on to Atlanta to catch a plane to Hollywood. And Bubba, tell us what you saw.
Well, we begin with the trailer door flying open. You know, I thought they had springs to keep it kind of shut, but it just flew right open. Wanda comes out with her suitcase. She runs down the steps and over to the limo. And then from in the very back of the trailer comes Willie. Full sprint. Now, I've got to give you what Willie looked like. The historical image that we all have for Jesus, okay? That's where it ends, though, I promise. But he had the long, stringy hair, he had the goatee mustache, and he had a cowboy hat on with one of them Richard Petty, feather things in the front. It looks like the butt of a turkey. You know what I'm talking about? Right there in the front.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say this. It sounds awful to say this, but it really would be true if you want to get him in your mind. Jesus with a Richard Petty cowboy hat.
Yeah. You could just see that on the road to Damascus. I'm sorry.
Right.
Okay, so Willie comes from the back. This is really hard to tell. This is going on behind me.
Yeah,
Willie is coming from the back. He's on a full sprint, and he runs out across the porch, okay? It's not a deck, it's a porch, okay? and he hurdled the rail. He was so excited. All of him hurdled the rail except for the last silver toe or that last boot behind him. And he hung that thing right on that rail. And you know how those wakeboards, they're really easy to get up on, but if you catch a corner, you're gone? Kind of like Greg did in the video. When that toe caught, he went right into a sticker bush. But that didn't stop him, Rick. He bounced right back up, full sprint to the limo, and then you know how the snow skiers, when they want to stop, they come and slide sideways? That's exactly what he did, threw rocks all over the limo. He said, Bubba, I'm so happy to be going to Hollywood because
I ain't never been nowhere.
Now, we hadn't even got out of Weaver, Alabama, over into Sachs yet, and the limo is billowing with smoke. Okay, they have lit up. It's like a freight train in there.
Yeah, the warning on the cigarette packs were wasted on Willie and Wanda.
Yeah. So I called Rick and I gave him a heads up. I said, hey, we got some dandies here. You're going to love this. And I know how well Rick takes that kind of thing. I'm the diplomat here on the show. I don't know if y'all knew that.
Once again, at this point, I am now post-Jesus, but I'm still new.
So we pick Rick up, and we get on I-20, and we head to Atlanta. Now, immediately, Rick and Willie don't really hit it off. And it was a little hard. We thought we was going to miss our plane because Willie needed to stop about every 10 miles and use the restroom. But he didn't want to run us late, so he was good just to pull off on the interstate and whiz.
In a limo.
Out of a limo.
Out of a limo.
Mm-hmm.
People passing thought it was the ghost of Hank Williams Sr.
Well, it really goes from bad to worse. It goes from bad to worse. We're about halfway there, about Villa Rica, and Willie pulls out of his pants pocket possibly the longest barrel gun I have ever seen.
Oh, gosh, y'all.
It's chrome, and it has a pearl handle on it. It's so long, it looks like those guns where they click it and the sign comes out that says bang on it. You know what I mean? He says, you think they'll let me get on the airplane with this? I said, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I said, a lot of them security guards collect guns. When you get to that nice guy with the magnetic thing you walk through, the door frame, take it out and show it to him.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour. Hello and welcome to another hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. This hour starts with a national anthem. it is 8 minutes past the hour. Happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day to you and to yours. As today we remember Martin Luther King Jr. and his impact on our country and being used by God to correct a lot of wrongs that were going on in our country and being justified. And today, a celebration of his life. So we move forward we'll look back over the weekend. We'll update you on what's happening with the show as the ongoing battle and the never-ending pandemic continues to impact lives. And we'll update you on that today. Speedy and Adler have given you a kickoff hour. Helmsy and Greg still quarantining or whatever it's called now. And working our way back and trying to figure out the ever-changing protocols. But we will have them back before the week is over. And the good news is they're both doing fine, not having any issues. So that is good news. So let's bring in the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba. 2, 3, 4. Go.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the MLK edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot to cover today. I mean, a lot.
Yep.
Busy weekend.
Busy, a lot happening. Somebody say, I was working part-time at a 5 and dime. My boss was Mr. McGee. He told me several times that he didn't like my kind, that I was a bit too leisurely. Somebody say, it's something close to nothing, but different than the day before. That sounds like me when I worked it. When I saw somebody, I saw her, she walked in through the outdoor. Somebody say, she wore a raspberry beret. Yeah. The kind you find at the second-hand store. There we go.
Did you play Prince on purpose, or was that accidental?
No,
because you know he's in the news today.
Oh yeah, I did
his
not.
estate.
I
They
did
have
not-
finally
I-
settled his estate.
I did not know that.
What was it? 5 or 6 years it's been tied up in court.
I believe,
Rick,
6, I think.
Prince did not leave a will. Shocking
Oh,
that
of
he
course.
would not
No.
worry about the paperwork.
Oh, sure.
And it has been a mess, and now it's been divided up among 3 heirs and I think
A spare?
a music company.
Okay.
So they finally decided how much it was worth. Prince, and we'll give you the details on.
Okay. No, I did not know that. This was.
I thought you'd looked at the show prep.
No,
Gave us a little teaser.
No. That would. I thought I'd keep my streak going. I'm not doing that. But I was. No, that's just one of those things. I was taking a shower and. Before I knew it, I was singing Raspberry Beret.
Yeah, it happens. It's a catchy little tune.
So that's how it happened?
Yeah. I had Big Eye last night, and so I got up one time and just got to reading and
not
wandering
Big Eye.
around. Then I tried to go back to sleep, and then I slept a little bit, and then I got up to get in the shower, and for some reason, what they call ear bugs or what are these things that get in your hair?
Earworm.
Yeah. And I step in the shower and I put my hand on the water, and as soon as I did, I went, I was looking by time.
Do you like when you get in the shower and the water's running, you got that echo? Sometimes you hear a song.
Oh yeah.
And you go, wait a minute, that water sounds like Raspberry Beret.
Yeah,
I think I'll sing
it was weird.
What's going on here?
Rick, you should have had some NyQuil chicken. That would help you get to bed.
NyQuil chicken.
Yeah, you didn't hear that story
No,
earlier?
no.
The guy that based his chicken in NyQuil.
It's called Sleepy Chicken.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
I've-
He said he
it's a new
uses
TikTok
he says
trend.
he uses 4/3 of a bottle. I was like, no, what? I'm not very good at math,
No.
but I think we got something out of line.
Guys, I know
there.
there's a lot
That's a
of
bottle and a third, isn't it?
just because people have access to us now. doesn't mean we should listen to him. Yeah, there was a time when an idiot with NyQuil on chicken would be nobody ever know about it except a couple of his neighbors.
Right.
You know, and I liked it better then. So just because you have access to all that and they have access to us, I don't mean it's a go.
No.
You know, that it's been all vetted out. So we'll as you've been updated in the kickoff hour, Greg and Helms are doing fine. As a matter of fact, Greg's quote was feeling much better. Helms' quote was symptoms all but gone. And that seems to be, thankfully, most everybody that I know, and I know there's always exceptions, sadly, but most everybody I know, they come out of the gate with the current phase of the pandemic and say, hey, man, I feel really bad for a day or two, and then all of a sudden it's like it's just gone. Mm-hmm. And I hope that's the case for most. And the good news is, as South Africa tried to prepare us, I know in our state, because I look at the 7-day average just to see where we are. As quick as she rose, she is now falling.
Good.
Yeah, I mean it's dropping by. I'm rounding off by about 3,000 cases every 7 days, less than the 7 days prior. So
that's a good thing.
So that's good. It's and you can see the graph. It went straight up, and now it's coming straight down. So
by the way, you just made me look up when you said look at the graph. I looked up.
Yeah. So hopefully this will be gone as quick as it took off again.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I was looking forward to getting up this morning and watching Greg try to navigate Zoom.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. It encouraged me to get on in here to see it.
Yeah.
And then I heard he was sleeping it off.
Yeah. We just we did that Zoom thing. It's almost like we just don't have the energy for the pandemic anymore.
That's true.
Even what it takes to work there, we just like, look, if you're sick, just come back when you feel better.
And Helms loaded his crew up and ran to the border.
Can I tell you what? His idea, I sent him a text. I said, that's a win right there. Yeah. That's a great idea. So, and that's and watching Bubba and I yesterday try to look at the protocols, it's unbelievable. It's the most symptoms, no symptoms, severe symptoms, mild symptoms, all different. Yeah. And so you're just kind of, and then what about trying to figure out which one you fall into? Yeah. I think the severe one we can get, but the other is like, well, and then what might be mild to you.
You're talking about the shades of gray?
Yeah, what's mild to me might not be mild to you. And, who knows. How about this? As I said, I think we have to start, and I know that there's some people out there in the medical field that have a fit, some that agree because they've told me the same thing. I think we're kind of down to if you're sick, stay away, and when you feel better, come back.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of like normal.
Kind of like we handle it's just called being sick. It's just called being sick.
And some people are going to be sicker than others.
Yep.
And so just act accordingly.
It is 16 minutes past the hour. We'll come back. A lot of stories to unpack. Also on the Newsmaker hotline today, Auburn basketball coach Bruce Pearl coming up today. We'll chat with him. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Really appreciate it. It's about this time that Rick declares, Willie, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
And this is a man holding a pistol.
Yeah. I told him, I said, in this point, don't forget, Bubba, he was sticking himself out of the sunroof and giving the entire world the finger. And
that's attractive on I-20.
And screaming. You know why he was giving the world a finger, don't you? Because he ain't never been nowhere. And I looked at him and I said, Willie, if you speak anymore, I'm going to kill you and take that pistol. All we're going to see from your rear end is the pearl handle.
Now, I had also detected, Rick, just a little bit of scent of alcohol. And I said, Willie, have you been drinking? He said, well, yeah. He said, I'm a little nervous because, Rick, I'm pointing at you.
I ain't never been nowhere.
I said, how long you been drinking? He said, since 4. I said, 4 this morning? He said, no, 4 yesterday. Oh, Lord.
See, y'all laugh, and that's fine. But y'all didn't live it.
No.
It ain't funny to us. We just have to tell this story because it wouldn't be the show. It was miserable. And so we finally get to Atlanta by the grace of God.
And we have planned ahead to have 2 separate plane rides just in case this scenario ever came up. So we figure we ain't never going to see Willie and Wanda again. We get on the plane, we head to L.A., we land, we go to the hotel. We're staying at the historic Roosevelt. Yep. This is the hotel where they used to host the Academy Awards, and it's right across the street from Mann's Chinese Theater, you know, where everybody puts the hands in the concrete.
That's where we are. We walk into the Hollywood Roosevelt thinking they have never made it on the plane in Atlanta. The minute we walked into the lobby and saw the faces of the employees of the Hollywood Roosevelt, even the statue of Clark Gable looked angry. And we said, by any chance, you talking about the people from Alabama? Oh, they're here. He said, they came right through here. One of them has an empty holster on.
So at this point, Rick and I have decided we need to jettison the winner, okay? Right. We're not going to have anything to do with them. They're impossible.
We're done with y'all, man.
They're just trouble waiting to happen. So we give them their spending money, we tell them where to be, and we send them on their way.
Y'all, we drop-kicked the Academy Award so fast.
It had a hang time and about 45 yards.
Yeah, so we just say, look, here's cash. Enjoy your time in Hollywood and L.A.
So we go out, we have a great day. We visited the studios where they do a lot of the soap operas and all that, you know, the touristy things you do in L.A. We come back to the hotel room, and this is something I've learned to hate. When you look at that phone in your room and that red light's flashing.
Messages.
I hate that red light.
And you know, when Bubba and
Ain't nothing good when they call on that red light.
And Bubba and I had been like to Universal Studios. You know how you make that mistake when you've been through trauma and you foolishly think what? Well, the worst is over. We made it.
Not quite. I picked that phone up, and it was a message from Wanda. She says, Bubba, you and Rick need to get up here. Willie's tore up our airplane tickets. I said, talk to Rick.
I said, I'm on my way to see Willie. I walk into the room at the beautiful Hollywood Roosevelt, historic. So many famous movies, people stayed there. I walk in. Willie is sitting on the bed in his boxer shorts and cowboy boots. Hat. No shirt. And over in the gold-plated, you know, those old antique bathtubs that have the legs on the bottom.
All the ones that women love. Yeah.
Willie and Wanda had iced down Budweiser. Because they had spending cash, they went with the king of beers.
Mm-hmm.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us today on the program. All right, so don't forget Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is real now. It's out there if you haven't seen the latest edition or listened to it. Sid Bream is our guest. And getting a lot of good feedback on that for those that have already gone in.
That was a lot of fun to talk to him because he played, such a monumental role at a moment in our upbringing when the Braves finally got it turned around. And I remember that like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It is. All right, so NFL playoffs, more tonight. Was it all on Sunday or was it Saturday?
No,
Sunday?
You had some on Saturday, some on Sunday, and you'll have the first ever playoff game on a Monday night tonight. That'll be the Cardinals and the Rams for the last spot. But, Rick, we had some blowouts yesterday and some oddities, to say the least. One of them happened in the Bengals-Raiders game. It's close to the end of the first half. The Bengals are ahead like 13-7, and they are driving toward a touchdown. The quarterback for the Bengals, and I can't think of his name, from LSU.
Burrows?
Burrows. Is running toward the sideline, jumps up, throws the ball, lands out of bounds.
Okay.
As the ball is traveling in the air, you hear a whistle blow. It appeared that some of the Raiders quit playing at that point. The Bengals catch the ball for a touchdown. The referees put their head together. They come back and rule it a touchdown. It is a non-reviewable play, an errant whistle.
Now, why
NFL rules.
Did he think he went out of bounds or something? Why did he blow the whistle?
They thought he stepped out of bounds before he threw it, apparently. And Speedy, you can chime in on this, but if you look, and it's a non-reviewable call, but if you look, the whistle blows while the ball's in the air, and clearly some of the Raiders checked up at that point. The play stood. The Bengals went on to win the game 26-19, so it did play into that. They're saying now that this crew is going to be pulled from the playoff rotation, and they will not get to compete and referee anymore.
So they let it stand. They didn't.
They let it stand.
Correct.
That and the replay clearly shows he was in. It was going to be a good play, but the rules in the NFL say if you have an errant whistle, the play's dead, you go back and play it over.
Well, the reason why that's the rule is to what you said happened. Because if a whistle blows, the defense stops playing.
Right, they can. Yeah. And Rick,
if they don't, then they're penalized.
Right. In a game of inches where you're dealing with these athletes at this speed, all you have to do is just turn your head to see where the whistle came from, and you've lost a step.
Yeah.
It's so that was very controversial. The 49ers-Cowboys game ended very, very strange. The Cowboys...
Paul Hams in his mountain cabin.
Yeah. The Cowboys are driving to possibly win the game with a touchdown and extra point, but they're out of timeouts. The 49ers are guarding the sidelines. So it looks like you have a row of 49ers down one sideline and a row down the other. The Cowboys call a quarterback draw to Dak Prescott. And, Rick, he gallops, it looks like, for about 30 yards. Okay, I don't know how far it was, but he went a long way. They're trying to get down. They would have been down about, the 20-yard line, Speedy, wasn't it? Close. Yeah. And tried to get one more play, but they couldn't get it off. And what was funny, Dak Prescott slides in, gets up, he places the ball down, the center gets over it, and they try to snap it. Well, you can't do that. The linesman has to touch the ball. And he touched it and moved it about 2 inches, in all fairness, but the clock had already run out. So it was kind of a controversial ending to that game, too.
Yeah, Dak was trying to clock it, and so he gets up under the center, and to Bubba's point, the referee comes running in and knocks both of them over because he's trying to get to the ball. So by the time by the time he does that and they reset, and Dak gets back under the center and spikes it to clock it, and Adler's showing it now. The time had expired and game over, and they're on about the 23, 24-yard line. And there was discussion about why not just throw a Hail Mary and see what happens. And
from midfield.
Yeah, and the Cowboys were like, we liked our chances better of getting down there to where we could actually run a play versus just running some verticals and throwing it up, on a prayer.
Adler, can you back up and show the Prescott run before that? I don't know if you have that clip handy or not on that same play, but Rick, he runs for forever, it seems like, down through there because they were guarding the sidelines. I mean, they literally, and I thought, wow, there's a lot of people on the sideline. What if they go down the middle? I mean, it was just very obvious.
Yeah, so he hands it back to the center. What I guess he probably should have done is just handed it to the referee, and then he could have spotted it, and they might have had a second left, maybe. I don't know. But here's the stat that got them beat. You ready for this? They had 20 rushes for 60 yards. They had 14 penalties for 89.
Yeah.
They couldn't get out of their own way.
Yeah. Well, every time they had a big play, there was laundry on the field.
Yeah.
And some people are speculating that Jerry Jones is going to be done with the coach.
Really? Well, this was the only game that I saw any of at all, and it was just because I was eating at a restaurant that had it on. And when I saw it, the 49ers were beating their brains out.
Yeah, they
dominated the first half and half of the third quarter, and then Dallas got on fire and made this, my hair's on fire comeback. It just ended up a few seconds short. I mean, if they'd have got one more play, who knows?
Right. And there were two games I was looking forward to. The Bills hosting the Patriots in that cold weather, which I think it was 9 degrees, and it was freezing.
Well, you gotta love your team on that one.
And the Bills absolutely blew them out. So then I started thinking, if you're on the Patriots sideline and you're getting just throttled, how cold is it for you there?
Yeah, very cold.
And then the other one was the Steelers and the Chiefs, and the Chiefs just absolutely spanked them.
Well, you know,
I guess Roethlisberger was right; they had no chance.
It was close early.
He was telling the truth.
You know, the first time they played 3 weeks ago, the Chiefs were like ahead 30-0 at halftime, and it wasn't that close.
Mm-hmm.
But it actually was still pretty close. Right before the half, the Chiefs got another touchdown. But first quarter ended up like 0-0.
Yeah.
So Big Ben, they think that's probably his last game. He'll be a Hall of Famer probably. Do you have 2 Super Bowl wins or one?
Yeah, 2.
But he's, you can tell he's not, doesn't have quite the arm he used to.
No.
And probably a good time to go ahead and call it quits. One of the funnier plays to me, though, Rick, of the whole playoffs was our friend Bruce Arians, the coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There is a muffed punt close to the Tampa Bay sideline. There's a pile up for the ball against the Eagles. And Tampa Bay has the game pretty much in hand. They led most of the whole game. And you've got this pile, and one of the Tampa Bay players are pulling Eagle players off the pile, which is a personal foul. You cannot do that. Bruce Arians steps out and slaps him in the head. Watch him hit 26.
Yeah, Adams.
What are you doing? You're killing us.
I just love Bruce Arians. He's just so old school.
Oh, yeah.
And the world is so different now. But I mean, it was almost a Woody Hayes moment, you know?
It really was. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is L.A., Rick.
Yes, they were living high on the hog. Goodbye to Natty Light. No offense.
It don't cost much more to go first class, Rick.
Yeah. So I said, Willie, why? But remember, between his boots, it's just pieces of their plane tickets. And I said, Willie, why would you do it? She just made me mad. Well, you showed her by tearing up your plane tickets.
Good call. So at this point, we're fed up even more. So we get them replacement tickets. We send them home a day early. We get them early in the morning. The cab's coming to get them. The hotel people's going to get them up. We have completely jettisoned them at this point, we think.
We come back to our room.
That dang red light.
That stupid red light.
Hate that thing.
I hate that light. I don't know why Bubba continues to punish himself by listening to the message first.
Well, we had a message, and it went something like this. Bubba, this is Wanda. Had that scratchy voice. She said, you and Rick need to come up here because Willie tried to kill me, and the law come and got him.
The law.
So I just...
Look, I got relatives.
I just handed the phone and said, Rick, listen to this.
Let's admit that. Y'all know this. I got them in my family. I'm raised from these people. Only certain people say the law still, modern day.
There's so many other names out there, a lot more creative.
You know, you got your
no
urban...
offense, sir. No offense.
You know, you got your urban 5-0 and all that, but rural people say the law.
Well, we hustle upstairs. We find Wanda. She's looks like she's been in a scuffle of some sort. Her hair is wet.
It's got that swoop.
Yeah.
She looked like an evil white trash Who from Whoville.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Good description. Yeah.
You know, a mean Who.
Yeah.
One that wouldn't get out there and sing if her stuff was stolen.
There's the hotel management, 2 or 3 underlings there, a good number of police officers from L.A.
Yep.
And they explained to us that Willie tried to kill Wanda by drowning her in the toilet bowl.
Yes, he did.
Now, and this is important. This is a critical time in LA.
This is crucial right here.
And you got to know the geography. We're in Hollywood, which is not a real city. It's just a place, they say. It's actually LA, okay?
Yep.
Now, there is a city called West Hollywood that's totally separate. But LA County is where Hollywood is. So the police officers, or as they were called, the law, come and got Willie and carried him to the LA County Jail.
Well, if you remember, as Wanda told us that he tried to drown her in the toilet. See, immediately, and this is sad, she immediately wanted to say it was okay, she wanted her Willie back.
But no.
But she was not going to get that because guess what time in history this happened?
This was just, I don't know, 90 days after the OJ deal.
OJ.
California had taken it upon themselves to be proactive and had passed some new laws that in domestic violence, you no longer had to have a complainant to prosecute. Now, it was a crime against the state.
Just need witnesses, and the maid saw it all.
Yep. The maid ran in, heard somebody crying for help, kind of gurgling.
Yep. Sure.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, I tell you, you ain't lived till you hear that testimony in Spanish. I'll tell you what, that's...
Sure.
It was a mess.
And so, and I asked the police, what did she say? And she said, her hair smells like toilet cleaner.
I think she said tidy bowl.
Something
Rick,
like
was
that.
What the report
she
said.
had some blue still in it.
Yeah.
So the police tell us, oh, it doesn't matter what's taking place. Willie's gone.
Oh, if he's Bruce Arians comes in, he's pretty excited. He takes a whack at
Really, come on. All right, 35 minutes past the hour. SimplySayBubba.com. 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business or property, whatever the case may be. Go to SimplySayBubba.com. They were named Best Home Security System of 2021 by U.S. News and World Report. You can easily customize a system online in minutes and even get free custom recommendations if you need some help with it, like I did. So what are you waiting for? Start feeling more peace of mind here in 2022. And right now, we'll get you 20% off your system. You'll install this yourself, by the way. And your first month of monitoring will be free when you sign up for their interactive monitoring service, which you're not in a long contract there. You can come and go as you please. SimplySafeBubba.com. It's just the best security system out there, bottom line. SimplySafeBubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, based on what we have in front of us here, moving on.
Rick, before we move on, can we see Bruce Arians give a slap to the head one more time?
Well, what I was going to do is say, here's the teams moving on, then the slap to the head. The Bengals, exciting season continues. They move on. The Bills move on. The Buccaneers move on. And the 49ers move on. And then tonight, Cardinals, Rams. And who else you got tonight?
That's it. That's it. That'll be the final piece of the puzzle.
And then the Pack, they have a bye, and Tennessee Titans have a bye, right?
Right. Yeah, they'll get to be home teams next week.
Yeah, so you want to see Bruce Arians again?
I do, Rick. Because I'm watching the game, and I see Andrew Adams, I believe is his name, pulling Eagles players off. And I'm thinking, dude, that is the worst thing you could do. You've got the lead. You got momentum. Yeah. Don't get 15 yards put on you.
Right.
And apparently Bruce Arians was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Well,
Adams is like, who hit me? What?
Well, especially if...
that's just a little, hey, wake up.
Yeah, the fact that he's
he's our age, and I mean, he's older than us, and he's injured, and he's doing it. That's even better.
I don't know if you can tell from that clip when he's walking out, Rick, but he had an ice pack taped to his ankle.
That makes it even better.
I mean, he's struggling with an injury.
Sure.
And bless his heart. I mean, he paid his. You talking about something that paid his dues? I was glad to see him get a Super Bowl win because he certainly has done the time. And I saw a little blip on him yesterday. He's had like 16 different jobs in coaching.
Yeah, I saw a Football Life on the NFL channel. His story, it's fascinating.
And he's old school too, man. He's from the days that we had coaches, and they'd ring that noggin up for you if you was doing something wrong, like that. Stupid, what that was.
Yeah, well, it was a different time. It was a different time.
It was.
Sometimes I long for it.
Yeah.
Back when coaches were kind of authoritative, not players doing whatever they want.
And there was one play in this game too. Tampa Bay's in control of it. They're going down there on the goal line, and Gronk catches another touchdown pass from the GOAT, and nobody even covered. I mean, you would think somebody from the Eagles would have went, hey, Gronk has caught more touchdown passes from Tom Brady than anybody in history. Maybe we need to put a man on him.
Yeah.
Rick, I'm closer to covering him right now than there were any Eagles. I couldn't believe how open he was.
Well,
Gronk couldn't believe how open he was.
I think it's good for all you young aspiring athletes to make that note, because it shows you that even on the highest level with the greatest players in the world, they still do stupid things.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
and make stupid mistakes and drop balls and don't cover people and jump off sides when everybody knows they're going on two.
Rick, here's the pass. Run that one more time, Matt. Look, I mean, you think somebody on the Eagles team would have said, "Hey, keep an eye on 87"?
Yeah,
I mean, there's nobody in the time zone close to
We're
it.
in the red zone. Watch 87. Yeah.
Look, Gronk's looking at like, where is anybody at?
Yeah, apparently not. So there you go.
That was just a complete breakdown.
Yeah.
Bruce Arians too. I love the fact he wears this harness to keep all of his equipment, his communication gear up on his chest.
Yeah.
Because he's like me. He's kind of, he's a little portly.
Yeah, now he's lost a lot.
He has,
He's
but
lost a lot.
still.
Yeah.
I don't wear things on my belt because I can't find them.
Well, yeah, that'd be a waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, if you needed to get to it in a hurry, you're out of luck.
Yeah, the only way you would put them on your belt is if you have some desire to say, let me see if I can find it.
Right. He's got it right here so he can deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm such a fan of his. God,
Right.
he's funny. And I love it. Old school, hard nosed, and you know what? He's doing a great job.
He is, and for some reason, his face is always red.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever noticed that?
Absolutely.
It's always red.
Yeah. You know why? Because he's intense, Rick.
Right. Or his blood pressure's through the roof.
Yeah.
Right.
You think Bruce Arians? You think Bruce takes a day off?
No.
You think he lounges around anywhere?
No.
Heck no.
Mm-mm.
Huh?
No. And if he may,
and here comes Tom Brady again, y'all.
Yeah. I know.
Watch out. Here he comes. The goat's loose.
I think I heard this stat. I'm going to see if I have this right. I'm pretty sure I heard this right. I think I finally saw American Underdog last night, and so I was on my way home, and I'm pretty sure that I heard this stat, because there's so many stats on the GOAT,
right?
That he just played in his 35th playoff game.
Wow. Rick, there was a
35 of them.
Rick, there was a stat yesterday when you count the time of a football game and the number of playoff games he's been in, he has lived 1 year of his life in a playoff game.
That's funny.
Wow.
Do you realize how many playoff games that is?
And I think they put
a year.
They put him up against every other quarterback in the playoffs, and he's got more experience than all of them combined.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it would be a great experiment because it would be interesting to see. Let's say you take Bruce Arians and you take Tom Brady and say you put them on the Minnesota Vikings just to see
here we go.
if they could win there.
Yeah.
You know, because there's some places it just looks like it just can't be done, apparently.
I know what you're thinking. but they've been to the Super Bowl. That's a big deal. Not a lot of teams never even been to the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah, they've been to it.
Mm-hmm.
Got drilled every time.
Right. Well, but I mean,
and it's been a long time since they've been. I mean, they ain't sniffed it in a while.
You're right.
I was wondering if we could get through an NFL segment without you.
No. Well, the
good
news is you don't have to worry about them disappointing you in the playoffs.
No, you don't. You don't have to worry about taking up playoff time with them at all.
Here we go.
Yeah, I know.
Huh?
Look, have you thought about moving on, leaving the old purple behind?
Well, yeah. I mean, I pretty much have.
No,
but it's just amazing to me
you
how a team can just forever be that bad. You
Right.
know? And they're going to win some games that you go, well, they shouldn't have won that. And they're going to lose to the Lions once a year, and you're going to go, how in the world did you do that? When nobody else is.
Pardon my analogy, okay, because one is much more serious than the other, and I'm certainly not making light of it. But, I mean, how many times when you see somebody – I'll tone it down to this. You see somebody in a bad relationship, and you're saying, why are you staying with this person? They're bad for you.
They are.
They don't treat you right. They mistreat you.
It's more a study.
Why do you stay with them? At some point, you have to say, I must leave this relationship.
Well, Rick, to me now, it's more of a study of how can you be so bad for so long.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like just if you give 50-50 chance to every decision, eventually you would move above the 500 line.
Well, I'm going to tell you this because I did this, and it seemed to work. Okay, now you can't really count when I was a little tiny kid and the Packers were dominating the '60s. I mean, you can't really.
Well, see, when the Vikings were good, they were no good.
Right. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So what happened in the '70s? The Packers went south.
Yep.
Okay, real bad, and most of the '80s, and I left them. I just said, we're not together.
Did you have a team you went to?
I went to the Steelers because I wanted to win.
Yeah.
So
that's not even a safe landing spot now.
No. So what I did though, when I left the Packers, they flourished.
Mm-hmm.
I was the problem. And I've told you this before, and so I remember looking up and they're
scientifically, Rick. What I'm thinking,
right
where I'm sitting, cannot influence a football team in Minneapolis.
It's
just impossible.
I'm just telling you. Well, I influenced one in Wisconsin. What I'm saying is, I walked away from the Packers and I looked up. It's like I didn't even know what happened when I checked back in. They was in the Super Bowl, and they won it.
Wow. So, is there a team you think I should maybe pull for?
Winners.
Yeah, and
Kansas City.
Yeah, jump on in.
Well, they're fun.
Well,
to watch.
but there's a lot of
aren't they kind of like a secondary team that you like? Don't you kind of like them?
Well, I didn't because they beat the Vikings in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and but
you know who the Chiefs
Mahomes has been there.
Yeah,
and Kelsey and all of them, they're just fun to watch. I mean, they got so much speed. They had 3 different people returning punts last night, and it's like it was hard to tackle any of them.
It seems like Bubba has a similar relationship with the Chiefs that he has with the Golden State Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
It's very similar.
Yeah. But now there's a lot of fan bases saying, please don't pull for him.
Yeah, I know.
Just stay where you're at.
Rick, it's scientifically impossible for me to influence professional athletes just by me pulling for them.
Bubba, I haven't even
being at home.
Bubba, I haven't even glanced at the Packers, and they got a bye.
Right. Keep it up, Rick.
Hey, look, and I had a quarterback that tried to leave.
Yeah.
And still,
and everybody's mad at him,
and still
having an MVP year.
Well, you know what that is? That shows you that when you say when you see what happened with the Packers, and you hear about this all the time.
Yeah.
That's why the word pro is in the word professional.
Yeah.
Professional sports. They don't have the rah-rah stuff that we do. See, in the rah-rah world, if your quarterback doesn't love the team, the rah-rah world, that's the end of it.
Yeah.
But he just goes to work.
But in the business world, they go, well, he still does his job real well.
Yeah.
So if you'll still throw passes, we'll still catch you.
Well, for a while there, I was smothering the Titans, and I pulled off, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like just every now and then glance over on purpose.
Yeah, I had a Titans run when we were all there in Nashville before they ran us out on the rail. When we were part of their team and you were the stadium guy, Speedy, and Bubba and I were there for multiple home games, and we did promotions and did the show from Nashville a lot, I was all into the Titans. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Willie's going straight to jail.
And
which, by the way, is one of our winners.
Right. And they're in L.A., as I mentioned, and L.A. was looking for a test case to test this new law because it had to be tested to see if it was going to stand up against the complaints against it and the judges. So they needed a test case.
Do you hear what Bubba's saying? This show produced the test case for the new OJ law.
I know. It's hard to believe for us, too.
And I look at Bubba and I said, you do realize what is taking place now. In the L.A. County Jail, we now have OJ.
Count them.
Robert Downey Jr.
Same time.
Margot Kidder.
Right, peeking in everybody's room. Remember?
And our winner.
Those four sitting together.
Those four sitting together in the L.A. County Jail. So.
Well, we were worried that Willie might get back out and try to kill us all.
Right. Legitimate.
But the nice district attorney said, he ain't getting out. He's staying here with us. Don't worry about it. Have a good time. So we did.
Yes, we did. We had a blast. Got Wanda on the next plane out. Talked to her about some life choices that hopefully apparently looked pretty bad. And we went out and had a great time, and we would just look at each other periodically, and we would say, wonder what old Willie's doing right now.
And still, even though the district attorney who'd made it very clear we knew him because we'd seen him on the OJ trial a lot.
Right.
Got our picture made with him.
Yeah.
You know. Even though he said he wasn't coming back, I didn't believe it. Because
Right.
I really thought we'd get on the airplane to go home. L.A. would pull up with Willie in an orange jumpsuit, shackles on his wrist and feet, and put him on the plane and say, never come back. I really thought that was going to happen.
So as we get ready to taxi down the runway, Bubba looks at me and he says, wonder what old Willie is doing right now. And I said, oh, wait just a minute, Bubba. I think I need to call our boss. Hey, guys. How's the promo going? Not good. Not good. I said, but if you want to get the voice guy ready, I got a promo we can run. He said, yeah, tell me about it. Rick and Bubba, we sent a listener to Los Angeles, all expenses paid for 20 years.
Can't make that up, folks.
Guys, I do want to tell all of you how much you mean to us, and I hope that you sense that. I hope you do. 20 years is a long time to do anything, and
Let's go to the phones. 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Lines are available, so if you'd like to join us, you can. Just fire it up and go. And we'll chat with you. You can talk about the weekend. You can talk about what we just talked about. You can bring up your own topic if you would like to. Whatever the case may be, lines are now available, and you can join us now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, for those of you that do not follow us on social media, you and that's a shame. You should.
You're missing out.
You're missing out. You may have missed this, but Helmsy put out for you guys. We just got word that the new Rick and Bubba CD will hit all the streaming platforms on Wednesday. And I thought this was really cool. Did you know you can go there right now and just click on it, meaning as soon as it's available, it pops right into your stuff.
Really? Just kind of pre-order it?
Yes. So what we do, they have a pre-order or a pre-save and then something else. I don't know what the pre-ad. All those are available. So if you'll just go to follow us on our Twitter or our Instagram, I'm talking about the show, not our individuals, you will see all those different opportunities, and it doesn't matter where you get your stuff. The CD is going to be there. It'll be Wednesday, but you can go ahead right now and set that up, and then on Wednesday you just look down in your stuff, and it'll be there.
That's kind of neat.
Yeah, so do that right now. Just look for that on Rick and Bubba Instagram or on our Twitter or our Facebook page. Herd Immunity, the brand new Rick and Bubba CD, which has been available. See right there? Look, Bubba, pre-ad to Apple Music, pre-order on iTunes, pre-save on whatever title is, pre-save on SoundCloud. What's Deezer?
Never heard of it.
Yeah, but anyway, it's all
Glad
there.
we're on there.
It's all there. All right, so
I'm sure it's an outstanding platform.
Yeah, so go grab it. You can't grab it today, but you can get it ready to where on Wednesday it's there, and you can go out and enjoy that. So all right, let's go to we were just talking about Richard. There he is. Richard's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you want to join us now, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and you can get in as well. So let's Richard. Remember, he called the show and claimed he was going to come and I think cook for us today or something. Richard, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
Good. How you doing, guys?
We're good.
Good. Yeah. So we're short-handed now. We got 2 down. So it's just there's only 4 of us here today.
Well, that just leaves more filet mignon for us, right?
Well,
yeah. Amen. How close are you to be having the grill set up?
I'm 30 minutes from y'all right now.
Really do appreciate it, but I was so hoping that I wouldn't hear the sound of your vehicle. I'd hear the sound of the parking lot when I went to the phone. Right. Because,
we had today off, so I slept in just a little bit.
Look, you're serving and you're giving, and we're appreciative and we're thankful. So, what's on the menu today when you get set up out here in the parking lot and get ready to go?
Well, I got filet mignon. I got some top sirloin and some corn on the cob today.
Oh, buddy.
Boy,
corn
on the cob.
Corn on the cob.
I love
buddy.
that.
Be careful with it.
I look like them crows in the cartoons.
Yeah.
The typewriter.
You talking about the magpies?
Yes.
All right. Well, Richard, now, are you the Richard that called us about finding a job?
I am, and I'm also the Richard that brought y'all tamales a while back.
Oh, Richard.
Boy, they were good.
Boy, they were very good. And so, I think Bubba's at least hooking you up with somebody. Didn't you, Bubba?
Yeah, I sent your email on. I don't know if you heard from him yet or not.
Yeah. So
I did. Thomas, he emailed me.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, good. All right. Well, that's good news. Well, thank you so much for doing that today. And, I guess, are you saying it's kind of up to us whether we want to save any leftovers for Greg and Helms? But they won't be back till Wednesday, Thursday, right in there. So we made it.
I could take some leftovers home, Rick, if we needed to.
Well, let's not get carried away. We might just need it around.
Y'all can save them or eat them, but I'll be out there in the silver ticket seats.
Yeah, that's right. So right here in the parking lot, we got the curtain shut right now. But we had some people saying that on real sunny days that it really is glaring, hard to look at if you're watching the show. But
if we got a grill out there,
but if there's a grill out there, and I don't think it's going to be. Is it going to be sunny today?
I think more overcast.
Kind of overcast. So, all right, Richard, thanks, buddy, and you're very kind. Look forward to seeing you here in a little bit.
A lot of people are
Right,
dealing with snow today, Rick. They had this.
Yeah, that little line.
The Saskatchewan Screamer, they called it.
Is that really what it's called?
Yeah, I saw that in the headline.
Yeah, I saw pictures.
Which is not easy to say, by the way.
Yeah, people that here's what was kind of odd because you know how these lines get weird sometimes. So I started getting pictures from people that are north of where we live, even in the South. And so I thought, well, I didn't know. And then all of a sudden, a friend of mine was hunting in Mississippi, and he sends me
pictures of him in Mississippi hunting with snow just falling down on him.
Well, I'll tell you what was weird. People were sending me pictures of snow that lived further south than me, and I thought,
that's
what
what I
is
mean.
going on?
It was
kind of whipping around
Yeah.
the front, and if you caught one of those arms at the right place, you got a little dusting.
Yeah,
But up further north, they've had real problems with it.
Yeah, it's of course it's so you can't even trying to read headlines, read stories now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at if you look at one source, it just says winter weather. Here it is. Here's what's going on. Go to another source. The most devastating, evil, wicked, horrifying, tragic winter storm, historic, never before. I mean, and it's just that's not really true. I mean, it might have been a long time, but I mean,
well, we got to get some clicks, Rick. Where's my clickbait?
Yeah, it's just that goes back to this fake world we're living in. I mean, it's just you can't take anything that you read or hear on face value anymore.
Well, it goes back to the great movie Scrooge. Where they're upping the rotation on the scary promo.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just that's the world we live. I mean, that was an exaggeration, but not really.
Yeah,
it's pretty close to that.
Yeah, but say I've become that guy. I know it goes back to the story also, the boy who cried wolf. Mm-hmm. I've become that guy that used to run out of the road. Now I just kind of get up slowly and ease out of the road.
Right.
Because it's like, it's not as close as you said. You know what I mean? It's coming.
Well, and
it's coming at me, but not as fast as you say.
And
I got time.
We live in that part of the country where it's never really all in or not. You don't know. It's kind of hit and miss. So we always get lulled to sleep.
Yep.
And then about March or April, one will get us.
Yeah, I saw somebody said, well, here I am again in Alabama, experienced one of our snow events, better known as 2 inches of rain.
You never know.
You never know.
Next time it could be a foot deep.
Yep. Top of the hour. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've always done the show, the good, the bad, the ugly. We're not talented enough to pretend, we are who we are, the good, the bad, the ugly. And the last 20 years has been a lot of fun, but it hadn't always been fun, has it? It's been hard sometimes. And you guys, when you live your life out on the air, you guys have really been fuel for us. You've really been there for us through some tough stuff. I was watching that video backstage, and I've seen it 5 times now. There's a lot of people in that video that have gone on into glory. They're not even with us anymore, including, Bubba's mother and my youngest son. And those times were hard, and you were there for us. Times we didn't know if the show would go on, but it did. And to watch God put His hand on a group of guys that definitely are not earning anything by our talent, and we are proof positive that God is graceful, and that He definitely has a sense of humor. And I just want to thank y'all for coming out and enjoying this with us tonight. Thank you very, very much. Let's bring the boys back out. Give them a big round of applause right here. Here we go. Thank you very much. We love you very much. Thank you, Huntsville. You've been so good to us.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Oh, there is no other working on that blubber. Gonna be a big star. Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another.
I hate it's over, guys.
I too.
Well, I mean, that's the note to end it on right there. Those guys were, I mean, this crowd was outstanding. I mean, Bubba, great job, man.
Hey, you too.
How about that crowd?
How about 20?
Oh, my gosh, 20
They
years.
did great. They did
What
great.
a tour.
Fun bunch.
That was the you know, you got a little a feeling that's over.
I know.
Yeah. But then there's also some relief that we're all alive and we made it.
Yeah. We'll get to sleep next Friday.
That's right. Hey, thank y'all so much for being with us all throughout the tour. It's been incredible. Can't tell you how much it means to get to see you guys in person. It really means a lot.
And we ain't quit. We got 20 more in us, right?
20 more?
10 more in us, right?
We got 7 more years.
No, Rick, at least 12. That's what's on my mortgage.
Okay, 12 it is.
12.
They all up in the house.
We have a little memory from Rick and Bubba history that is that's uncomfortable. It's so far back. It's funny to go back and look at the years before. This one steps outside of the actual history of the show because at this time you were just a character on the show. It was
part-time. Yep.
You were the Bubba the engineer that came in and would do Good Old Boy Theater and comment on whatever.
Bubba the engineer.
Bubba the engineer.
That's how you referred to him in this.
Yeah.
Why am I picturing him driving a train?
Right.
Bubba the engineer.
Now, the year. Now, how did we? First of all, where did this come from? Eddie Van Adler said that he received this. Eddie, where did this come from?
I had a listener just email me and say, man, I was walking around with my home video camera back in 1993 at the Iron Bowl in Auburn and came across 2 guys doing a remote. And this many years later, it was y'all. And so they sent me a DVD of their home videos. And so it's just a guy with a home video camera, and he stumbles across y'all in Auburn at the Iron Bowl, y'all doing a remote in 1993.
Okay. So now what's interesting about this, in 1993, no one invited us to come.
No, we were just there doing our thing.
We went on our own. And,
Yeah. And not to make it even better,
we went a lot of places we were not invited.
Right, we just parked in the parking lot. We don't
Right.
have any passes. We don't have any credentials.
Right.
Now
And-
we got tickets.
Yeah,
and we got us a Jeep Cherokee.
Did we even have tickets to the game?
Probably not.
Because in those days we had no vehicle. We actually used Bubba's Jeep Cherokee, and we would put with the shoe polish on the side, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Forget some kind of vinyl wrap.
Yeah.
You know, that was out of the question.
Well,
no budget for that.
and
I, by the way,
we could
ruined
barely
my
afford
Bronco.
shoe polish.
I ruined my Bronco doing that when I had it. I
Yeah,
had shoe
right.
polish, and it would never come off.
Speedy, I had the van that I drove every day with my children and let it be painted into the Rick and Bubba Funmobile.
Right.
Yeah, that was the first time we had an
I think you
official
did.
vehicle.
You're the
the one that
you're
had
the
no
me
reverse.
monster of
Well, I
personal
cut a deal that I would let my van be used if the company would pay for me to have the reverse gear reinstalled. It is 6 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. You and I engaged again. We got Greg and Helmsy out. They should be back next couple of days. They're both doing fine, which is great news. We are coming to you from the No Name Studio. Big Boy is looking at us and reassuring us that we are okay. Speedy and Adler are here. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day. That's all.
Yeah, if you're not watching,
That ain't a lot.
If you're not watching on YouTube, you just heard some more bed music from Prince today. His estate, as you said, Bubba, earlier. No shocker. Prince went on in without any real instruction for what's supposed to happen to
No
his,
will. No will whatsoever.
His estate. There's a shocker, but.
So it's been a mess, as has been with many. And I use the word loosely here, artists that have decided that that's just not something they could get around to. It's led to a lot of confusion, especially if they have various wives and children strode about. It becomes quite a mess. I mean, you remember one time we didn't think James Brown was ever going to be buried.
No.
Do you remember that? And,
no, it's the only thing worse than the estate not being able to be settled is you can't decide where to bury him.
Right. Casey Kasem, did we ever bury him?
Yeah, I think, didn't he get married? Buried in Sweden or something?
Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so Prince has been buried from what however his body was done away with. It might have been, I don't know how it was done away with, but anyway, he sadly died in 2016. The heirs lawyered up and the legal battle began. So where are we now?
Well, it just has been settled, Rick. His estate has been valued at $156.4 million, and the 6-year legal battle for control has come to an end. Now, part of the problem was that they could not agree on how much the estate was worth.
Right.
Because when you get into music and the value of that, it gets very difficult setting a price on it.
Property and all that.
The Internal Revenue Service, of course, is involved, and one of the banks and trusts there in the Minneapolis area, the estate's administrator, and all finally came to an agreement on the valuation after giving wildly different estimates at the beginning. And what complicated it even more is while the legal battle was going on, two of the potential heirs, his sibling Alfred Jackson and John R. Nelson, passed away during that time. So that even made it more complicated.
So they went on in.
Yep, sure did.
What? I don't even know the situation. Does Prince have kids?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so this is just. These are just family members that are like siblings.
Let's see. We had the list here. Of course, the IRS is involved. You know.
Oh, they're going to get theirs. Let me tell you who Prince is leaving some to. Them.
The IRS, in this agreement to settle his estate, ended up dropping a $6.4 million accuracy-related penalty that it had levied. Also, the Minnesota Department of Revenue also dropped their penalty. So that was part of it to settle it up. Now, according to this, the valuation of the property is huge, but also the taxes on it will also be huge. Taxes are expected to be in the tens of millions of dollars to the people who get them. Approximately $5 million of the money will be tax-free under federal law, but the remaining amount, which is the majority of it, is going to be taxed at 40%. Minnesota state exempts $3 million from their tax, but it will be taxed at 16% after that. So you're looking at, for most of this, it is going to be taxed around 56%.
Well, if you look, and always be ready for this, and we've made this joke before, and it happened again, if the government needs taxes from you, your property is worth a lot.
Yeah.
If they need to give you money for it and they're taking it over, then suddenly it's not worth as much.
Right.
And in this
if they're paying you to put a road through it, it's not expensive at all. But if it's property tax, you're going to get taxed.
If they need to pay you, suddenly your property's a piece of crap. But if they need taxes off of it, it is made with gold bullion. So, and this is the same thing happened. The government set their opinion of the estate at $163.2 million. Commercial bank and trust had it at $82.
Right.
So
that's a pretty big gap.
You know, about half.
According to ABC News, the estate will be divided evenly between the three oldest heirs and a New York music company called Primary Wave. So I don't even know who those people are. Do you?
Right.
It doesn't list them in this story.
Yeah, so you're right. It looks like there's no children. It's just all siblings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aye.
And two of them went on in, sitting there fighting for it.
Yep.
So and so by the time the government's done, you'll get back less than half of it.
Let me ask you this: if I say
government's gonna get theirs, aren't they?
If I said that Prince's estate was worth what'd they say here, 156 million, would you say I was thinking it was higher or lower than that?
Higher.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me a lot more.
Especially when I see what Springsteen
sold the catalog for.
And Bob Dylan have sold their catalogs for
hundreds of millions.
500 million.
I would think that Prince's catalog could be commercially viable a lot more than some of those.
That's,
to me,
that number feels low to me.
It feels very low to me.
And if
whoever gets the catalog, I think that's more valuable.
And if I was his sibling, I bet it would feel real low to me too. I'm clutching Bruce Springsteen's library.
Wait a minute. Whatever I get, I got to pay taxes on.
Yeah, but that's all right. I'd rather lose 56% of 500 million than 56% of 156.
Stupid question. Is the catalog included in his estate?
I don't know.
Well,
that's
that's my
because
question.
they said part of the problem was putting a value on the music.
On the music, yeah.
Oh, okay. I missed that part.
But don't you think that's low? You're a music guy.
I do.
That feels low.
I would think that just his house and possessions and that would be, and maybe money in the bank, that would be the 156, and his music catalog would be outside of that. But that's crazy.
You know,
if it includes the catalog, which it looks like it does, because that's what they were arguing about. How much is it worth?
Yeah,
that's low.
Wow. Yeah, that does feel. It feels low.
You know, Rick, we all have regrets in our life, but one that I wish I had done is when I was in Minneapolis before, gone to see Paisley Park. Isn't that the name of his house?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all of his property.
Yeah, I wanted to go see the Purple.
I'm a little shocked that you didn't.
Well, it was a time.
You think
thing.
you're just going to be moseying on back to Minnesota?
Well,
often.
Good point.
Yeah,
good point.
Yeah.
But we were trying. There was a impending snowstorm coming in that was going to shut everything down. You couldn't get out of town and all that.
Well.
So. But let me just say this. Maybe not regret, but I wish we had got to go. Let me put it that way.
Right. I mean,
because I'd like to see it.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Wouldn't you?
You were there. Well,
Wouldn't
I mean, if I ended up there, I wouldn't make a trip there. But if I was like you and I was there, of course.
Have you ever seen Elvis's place?
I haven't.
Betty and the kids have. I have not. I wanted to see that too.
Yeah, I think
I get left out of all the cool trips.
Yeah. Why? How does that happen?
Busy schedule.
Right. Yeah, I think if I went to see E's place, so I'd come away feeling kind of bad. You know, I mean,
it was a different era.
Right.
You got to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I think I would get a weird vibe in the jungle room.
Yeah, I
at
wanna see all
Elvis's
that.
place.
Yeah. You don't take a black light in there, I'll tell you that. Thank you.
How weird do you think Prince's place is?
Oh.
Huh?
There's Haints everywhere in
The
there.
purple?
Yeah.
The purple monster?
Anybody that dabbles with scripture and does weird things with it, you don't want to be in there. Huh? So
what other home places would you like to see?
Well, you know, I
A famous
saw
singer.
the birthplace of Elvis.
Yeah.
I did a full blown deal with that and took Frenchie over there. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got that was kind of cool. And which one are you, Speedy? Where do you belong? Is it production?
Yeah.
Okay.
There he is.
Am I there?
There he
Boy,
is.
you're really echoing.
There he is.
Am I?
Yeah, you sound weird.
Am I?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, y'all were talking about selling your catalogs. Rolling Stone came out with the top 10 highest paid musicians from last year, and 2 of the top 3 are from selling their catalogs. Bruce Springsteen came in at number 1, $550 million, and Paul Simon sold his. He came in at third. It doesn't give a value, but it must $260 million. I'm sorry.
Who's at 2?
2 is Jay-Z, $470 million.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Paul Simon if he got 260, Prince is 150. No way. No way that's right.
It just feels low. Now I'm questioning: is the story is the music library in there?
I know. I'm questioning that too.
I'm questioning that now. I don't feel good
because
about it.
you would think. Paisley Park's probably got a high value on it, but it wouldn't be $100 million.
No. We got Bruce Pearl coming up on the Newsmaker Hotline this hour. So that's still to come. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We used to have to park it where we didn't have to back up.
Yeah, it was all forward. You had to just keep moving.
I had to everywhere I'd park. I'd have to think, how could I get out of here if I couldn't back up?
Yeah,
true.
That's absolutely true.
Very vivid memory of us going to a famous little pizza place.
Yep.
Where the show originated.
Yep.
And we had us an issue, and we had to go into the restaurant's grass, go up the side of a little embankment, and swing back around. And everybody wanted to know went around the restaurant to park where we could just leave.
You know, and today, if my automobile did not have reverse, I would be alarmed.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
and in those days, it was just like, well, nothing I can do about that.
Rick, it was a workaround. It was a workaround, yeah.
Details. It goes forward. In most places I go, I need to go forward.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yes, so
and if you parked on a slight incline, you could back out.
Oh, I was a master of it. I'd go visit my mom and pull up on an incline on the side of her yard and start facing out. So we these are early days. Bubba's not even on the show. It's called the Morning Extravaganza this time. Bubba's just a character on the show. We're there. I don't know why we're there, but we're doing some sort of show out of Bubba's vehicle.
If I was to imagine the station that we were on sold you to do a broadcast.
Right. Now, I was a different man in these days, so we have had to edit out some of the language.
Yes. Bubba has got a trucker hat on, an Auburn trucker hat with it that has it has like the little curtain that comes down behind your neck.
What is this?
To where
I have no idea.
You know, to where your neck doesn't get sunburned, and you are rocking a leather jacket, my friend.
Well, I think it's a blue jean jacket, isn't it?
It's one of them, and you got your John Lennon round glasses on with your mullet kicking.
Oh yeah,
no beard,
mullet smoking.
Yeah, you got slick face.
Yeah,
and
well, let's see it.
Let's have a look.
And we pick it up. They're standing behind Bubba's truck with the back open. The Cellcast equipment is there. Okay,
that was a late model version. I mean, we did some more primitive than this.
I guess probably in the early '93 we were using the 280Z. Weren't we?
At one time.
Yeah.
So anyway, here we go.
Enjoy.
Flashback.
Yeah, showing into tailgating.
Okay.
People riding by. This is this guy's home video.
And
you're not ready for that.
Look at Bubba.
It must be cold.
Look at that mustache.
Yeah, you like that?
Oh, okay.
Can we do a War Eagle or something?
Oh, yeah. Y'all can sing. Or if you want to go over Aniston Gadsden, this is Rick Burgess, morning show star.
Rick Burgess.
Look at him.
Extravaganza. Hardest working man in radio. No one even close. If I was paid by the hour, Donald Trump wouldn't have shit on me.
Rick Burgess.
How about that hair? Look at that hair rocking.
Oh, Scotty, mayhem, total mayhem here today.
Got the DJ voice on.
Scott's running.
You are running your blue jean jacket, by the way.
Yeah, stonewashed blue jean
jacket. We've been talking to Alabama fans. We've been talking to people from Florida, but now, Bill, I understand we've got a gripped, down-to-earth, real Alabama people, Auburn fan.
Rick Burgess.
Rick, we've got a full lineup of Auburn people here. I'm going to go down the line and get their names.
Teresa Green, Kathy Bridges,
Mike Bridges, and Ben Green.
Ben, where y'all from?
We're from Montgomery,
93.
Alabama.
All right,
we're from Birmingham. And Birmingham, sorry.
Yeah. We'll do a cheer. How about body game?
There we go.
1, 2.
They're doing a cheer? We're just standing.
Yeah. You just stand. Now, look, you're in the middle of everybody.
We're just in the middle of the tailgaters. What
Sure.
are we doing?
Can't get enough
Got
of
that
that, by the way.
stonewashed jacket on, that hair rocking, them round glasses.
Scotty Morgan was running the board, by the way. You referred
remember
to
that.
Scotty.
Scotty Morgan.
Here's my favorite
you
part.
think the band had a gig that night?
Yeah. Here's my favorite part. Okay, folks,
I met you there.
Listen now. It shows a sidewalk view of somebody just walking through tailgaters.
Yeah.
And the camera pans left, and look, that's my favorite part. Right there. Right there. And that's all.
You know what he looks
Bill
like?
Bubba Bussy.
You know when on Saturday Night Live, the Bears fans, the guys, the Bears. He looks like one of them. The Bears.
Yes.
The Bears.
Apparently, it was kind of cool that morning too.
Yeah.
All right.
That's when Bubba was.
I want a ball cap.
Look how thin
Do we
you
even
are.
have any hats? Is this guy asking for a ball cap?
Yeah. Now, Bubba, talk to me about this hat.
I have no idea.
Wait a
I have
minute.
no
Is that a
recollection.
French Foreign Legion hat? What is that?
Yeah, I have no idea. I still have that jacket, by the way.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, why throw it away? By the way, I still have the blue jean jacket.
Look how thin you were then.
I don't know that I was that thin right there.
He's got Elvis's sunglasses
I know you got your
on.
mustache like you like.
I mean, you've got that.
That was pre-CPAP days.
Died. Rick, me and Dad. Had a heart attack. Had another 10th heart attack.
I did like my glasses I had there.
Anybody got a brat? You think he wouldn't tear a brat up? Anybody got a brat? So, is this video going to be on the website today?
Yes.
Yeah. Put it in the
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. Rick and Bubba Show. A couple things you need to know. 21 minutes past the hour. Number one, the Rick and Bubba new CD, Herd Immunity, will be heading to all the streaming services, all those platforms, coming up on Wednesday. If you want to go ahead and pre-add it, or pre-buy it, or pre-save it, you can do that now. Just go to all the social media platforms for the Rick and Bubba Show, and
you'll see the links for you to go and do that, or just check your platform. They have it there ready for you to go as well. So that's coming up. Sid Bream, our guest on Rick and Bubba University, that's out now from this past weekend, wherever you get podcasts. Coming up next on the Newsmaker Hotline, Bubba, we'll talk to Auburn basketball coach Bruce Pearl.
Yeah, going to be a big week for the Tigers.
So what's going on here? Because he's a newsmaker. Why is he a newsmaker?
Well, there is speculation when the AP poll comes out today that Auburn will be the number one team in college basketball for the first time ever.
Because you can't be on the Newsmaker Hotline
unless you are a newsmaker.
Unless you're a newsmaker.
Oh yeah, and it's going to be a big story.
Right?
Today.
Yeah. Because when we had Reese Davis on, he was a newsmaker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There was something
right
going on.
Yeah.
Brad
the
Edwards,
Newsmaker Hotline.
Brad Edwards, he was newsmaking.
He was,
because he was laying out all the numbers for the national championship game. By the way, he was spot on.
Yeah, he was. He was. I would say this: Bruce Pearl is usually so entertaining. He's a newsmaker anytime.
Yeah, he is.
But I think this week is going to be special. We'll ask him the question: is Auburn deserving of that number one?
Oh, Bubba, don't ask him that. What? I mean, that's Coach Mojo, huh?
Just right now.
Yeah, but you got to be careful that kind of language, huh? And coaches are very funny about that.
I know.
Huh?
I mean,
you can ask him.
He's going to have. He's going to be asked that a lot this week by a lot of people.
Well, you can ask him. I'm not going to. Huh?
Okay.
I'm going to ask him if he wants some of our steak. So that's coming up. All right. So Bubba, is it possible that this tennis thing going on with is it
Novak Djokovic?
Djokovic, could it start a war?
Rick, this has been a long,
and I'm not talking about a war just in tennis. I'm talking about country against country.
This has been a long-running issue. Novak Djokovic was expelled from Australia because he is not vaccinated in a country that is that the vaccination rate, by the way, is 92%.
And that's really turned out good.
So you would think if you had that high vaccination rate, it wouldn't be an issue. But apparently that's not the case. So Rick, he appealed his case to a 3-judge panel, and this was supposed to be the final word. Okay, and the whole deal.
All right.
And they upheld that the minister who canceled his visa was in his rights to do that, and he left. But I listened to the judges give their decision and what they were thinking about it. And one of the judges said something, and I thought, sir, that's dumb of you to say. You need to stick to the law since you're a judge. But he basically said, and I'm paraphrasing, that if we let Novak Djokovic in the country and he wins the Australian Open, he's going to become a star as a anti-vaxxer.
Now I want y'all to hear what Bubba's saying.
And we cannot let him become an icon of the anti-vax movement. That's what the judge said.
Unbelievable.
And I thought, Judge, it really is none of your opinion. Did he break the law? Is he against the law? And did the minister have authority to cancel his visa? Apparently he did. They said he did. Now, it's also bad for the Australian Open because now you have people saying they're going to protest and they're not going to watch it or be a part of it. You have other people saying, good, he broke the rules, he shouldn't be here. Now there's talk about whoever wins the Australian Open, will there be an asterisk by it saying the defending champion was not allowed to play? And Novak is about to be the next Grand Slam he wins, he will be the most winning male tennis player of all time, which is going to be a big deal. And so this whole thing has turned into a mess. Now, as I told you, the Serbians would not take this.
No, you called
lightly.
this. You called this.
The Serbians are mean, Rick.
Yeah, they're mean.
I mean, they're real mean.
Watch out.
The Prime Minister of Serbia said that he said it was lies. He said the decision was based on lies. Now, I don't know exactly where he got all that, but he's unhappy about
it.
Well,
the word here is Serbia erupts. Erupts.
I will tell you this. If I'm Australian, I would not go through an airport in Serbia anytime soon.
No.
Because you may be strip searched for about 8 years.
What I hear Serbia saying to Australia is we owe you one.
Oh, I know. And I don't want them owing you one.
No.
Listen, they had a long-running civil war. They're all pretty tough over there.
But back to just the sports part of it, which there's a strange concept. Back to the sports part of it, yes, absolutely. We all know this. We've been involved in sports. If there's a team, in this case a player, in individual sports, that is the number one player or the number one team.
Number one in the world now,
and there is
about to be the greatest ever.
And there's a tournament.
Yes.
and you win it, and everybody finds out that that person or that team was disqualified or wasn't in it, you know what they say? Well, no wonder.
Yeah. You won it because he wasn't there.
You didn't beat the best.
So
and don't you want to win a championship by beating the best?
So it's funny. I have talked to some tennis people in the area, and some of them have said, I will not watch 1 minute of the Australian Open because of the way they did him. I have others that says he broke the rules. I'm going to watch it because I like tennis. So it's pretty much split decision like it is in Australia and everywhere else, it sounds like.
But let me say this to the 1984s out there, okay? Tennis aside, sports aside, countries aside. You just had a judge in a country say we can't let there be an unvaccinated hero.
Exactly. And that's what
and let me tell you
creeped me out beyond all of it.
That is the creepiest creepness. Y'all, this thing of the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated is just insane, especially now when the variants can't be stopped by either. I mean, right now on our show, right now, as we speak, we have a vaccinated person who's at home with probably Omicron, as best we can tell. We have an unvaccinated person who had Alpha, who by the way has asthma. Okay,
yeah, he's
who is at home?
Comorbidities, yeah,
and really the one with one comorbidity has had less trouble with it than the person who was vaccinated, but neither one of them are having major trouble with it.
And then,
I mean, neither one of them are having trouble with it, whether vaccinated or not vaccinated. So this thing of vilifying the unvaccinated, is just weird. I mean, it's
Rick, it's like a rubber ball that somebody threw down at the mall. It's just bouncing everywhere. There's no rhyme or reason. And I told you that too. If you look at the broader stats on this, if you completely did nothing, or you did a lockdown like Australia and you're 90%, 92% vaccinated, the end results, when all is said and done, looks like it's going to be about the same. Now, it varies a little bit now because the waves come and go, but I don't know. And I hate that it's got into sports now. That's crazy.
Yeah, and what I say on this tribalism, don't be weird in either camp. Nobody should be guilted into not taking it, and nobody should be guilted into taking it. It ought to be the person's decision.
Yeah, let's work together to beat this thing.
Yeah, period.
Rick and Bubba.
The new single is called "Cowboys and Angels." It's doing quite well, and
it really is, yeah.
And Justin and of course alongside him singing backup and playing guitar, Tony Pierce are going to perform that for us now. So here's the first single from Dustin Lynch, "Cowboys and Angels" on the Rick and Bubba Show.
There's a want, there's a need. There's a history between and girls like her and guys like me. Cowboys and angels. I've got boots, she's got wings. I'm hell on wheels and she's heavenly. I die for her and she lives for me. Cowboys and angels. We ride side by side. A cloud of dust, a ray of light. My touch is her temptation. Her kiss is my salvation. She's sweet, I'm wild, we're dangerous. Cowboys and angels. Not sure why her path crossed mine. Accident or grand design. Oh, maybe God guy just kinda likes cowboys and angels. 'Cause we ride side by side, a cloud of dust, a red light. My touch is her temptation, her kiss is my salvation. She's sweet, I'm wild, we're dangerous. Cowboys and angels. There's a want and there's a need, and there's a history between. And girls like you and guys like me, cowboys and angels, cowboys and angels.
Cowboys and Angels from Dustin Lynch.
Thank you.
Man.
The autumn wind is a flightless bird, soaring in from the north, chilling all he touches to their very core.
It's a little chilly, not as cold as we thought, but we got a little wind we wasn't planning on. So
Things seem to be good. It's a little cold.
a little colder
If the
than I
wind would
even.
quit blowing, it wouldn't be that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty
How about
cold.
this, though? The wind's going to blow.
So, a little chilly.
How about when a cold front comes in, it'll blow in, and we're going to take a little cold wind to the face. But over the years we've been in much more adverse conditions than this, and of course we're older now, so it affects us more than it did then. But
Right. Yeah, I wasn't near as sensitive as I was because I was tough back then.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a candy now.
Somebody said when you get older, you get colder.
It is a time to give thanks for what we
Yeah, we tried to warn you. All right, it's 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bub on the Newsmaker Hotline.
There he is.
There he is. Head ball coach, Auburn basketball. Bruce Pearl joins us. Coach, welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
It's good to be with you guys. Good morning.
Coach, congratulations on the season so far. I know it's early, but a 16-1 start, 13-game winning streak, 5-0 in the SEC.
Yeah, come on.
And possibly after today, the number one team in the country. You're off to a pretty good start.
We are, yeah. But as you know, it's not about where you start. It's about where you finish. But it is a process. Got a good team. These guys have worked really hard, stay locked in, and it's been fun. They've been a fun group to coach, and the Auburn family has been really, really supportive. The last couple of times we've been on the road, it seems like it's been Auburn West or Auburn out in Ole Miss, and that's been it's given our kids courage, and it's been fun.
Coach, in basketball, a home court advantage is huge. Is that just because of the communication or the surrounding? Why do you think home court is such a big advantage in basketball, and having those fans on the road helps you on the road?
Well, I think it does two things. One, it takes good players and gives them a level of courage and confidence that that great players have and good players don't. So it helps the good ones become great in moments. And the second thing it does is sometimes it can intimidate the opponent. Sometimes it can bother the opponent. So it can work both ways. Like Ole Miss, at the start of the game, played great basketball for 15 minutes. I mean, they were just awesome, making plays, making shots, absolutely, planned on beating us and knew they could beat us, and they could beat us. And but I think the home court helped them in that regard.
Coach, I'll put you on the spot a little bit here. When the AP poll comes out today, should the Auburn Tigers at this point be the number one team in the country?
Coach, you don't have to answer this.
I'll answer it. I got to ask a question. I'll answer it.
I feel like I'm in A Few Good Men. Do you remember that time when Jack, who was being played by Kevin Bacon, screamed at Jack Nicholson? You don't have to answer that. I'm just saying you don't have to answer.
You want me in that wall, Rick? You want me on that wall?
So go ahead.
You know what? If I was voting, I would. And there wasn't names. Or sometimes they put the resumes up and they don't give you the names of the teams, and so you don't get prejudiced one way or the other. Look, we're 9 or 10-1 against quad 1 and 2, which is the best record. We're 16-1. We're 5-0 at home. Gonzaga is 5-0 on the road. We're 5-0 on the road. They've only played one true road game. And I think the biggest thing is we got one loss, they got two. Our one loss is in overtime to a top 25 team, a quad 1 loss. And then head to head, we were fortunate enough to beat Alabama at Alabama, and Alabama beat them in Seattle. So, I'd like to try to get it if we can, because it is important. It is history making to have been able to be number one. You guys are number one in your time slot. It matters. By the way, congrats on the new studio.
Thank you, sir.
And the new digs, man, it look great.
Thank you.
So yes, it matters. I don't know whether we will be there or not. History tends to repeat itself, and Gonzaga didn't do anything wrong this week. They had 2 huge wins, 2 blowout wins against good teams. So, my guess is we'll probably. Yeah, I don't know. I would vote us one. That was the question. That's my answer.
Well, and you look at, I know, and you've already said it. I mean, the tournament is what's going to decide all these things. But when you think about, somebody says, so what does it matter but it does matter, because just like we've seen in every sport, winning, it helps in so many things. But, when you think about some kid somewhere who's looking to play college basketball somewhere, and all of a sudden he looks at the latest poll and he's like, wow, so Auburn's number one. He might take a look at an Auburn when maybe if that wasn't the case, maybe not.
Well, I mean, when the major accounting firms are looking to hire accountants, and they look at where Auburn's accounting and the School of Management, the School of Business is rated.
Yeah,
those rankings matter in engineering and School of Nursing and all across campus. We're competing. That's one of the things that makes our country great. The opportunity to compete, the opportunity to try to be the best. Now I recognize that championships are won at the end of the season, and just from my perspective, I feel like there are literally 8 or 9 teams still in the SEC. That you could make a case that could win this league, including Auburn. But for real, we're going to finish somewhere between 1 and 9. More likely between 1 and 5. But you just do the math and you recognize the fact that, look, at any given Sunday and every night, you got an opportunity. We have won 3 road games this year, down 15, down 14, down 13, and came back and won those games. Those games easily could have been losses, and we're not even having this discussion.
Coach, since you brought it up, the SEC, you've always had Kentucky, but overall, some of the commentators think the SEC is the best conference in basketball now.
Wow.
Yep.
Do you agree with that?
I do, and I think you shouldn't be surprised when we're the best conference in football, and the second best is not even close, right? It's not even close to the SEC. We're the best in baseball and soccer and tennis and golf and soccer. I mean, go up at baseball, you go up and down the gymnastics. And so it just means more. And I'm not just blowing smoke up the conference. Yes, in men's basketball, the Big East or the ACC, the Big 12. I mean, you could make an argument that we weren't. And what's made it is it's no longer just Kentucky and it's the depth and the breadth of the conference. And that's what makes us, that's what made the Big East what it was back in the day. And the same thing with the ACC was more than just Duke and North Carolina. And that certainly has been the case. And I think that's building over the last 4 or 5 years. You look at the number of players drafted in the NBA over the last 5 years, nobody has had more than the SEC. We're getting the best players. We've got the best coaches. We've got the best fans. So it's about time.
Coach, your team has been very successful. You're getting production out of all parts of the team. What has been the biggest surprise for you? You had some transfers come in. You had to basically rebuild the whole team. When Bruce Pearl is sitting at his desk, what do you go, wow, that's really worked out good?
Bubba, I think it's again, it's so early. The fact that these guys love each other, care about each other, play for each other, happy for each other's success, that they worked at that the culture and the culture was right. Auburn's a great place to be able to build, student athletes, help them grow and help them develop, put them in this environment, put them on this campus. And, I got a great staff. But I think the kids coming together and loving each other, doing the things that God will bless every day. Trying to understand, just recognize that we got to get better. Like right now, if we don't get better right now, then we won't win a champ. We won't have a chance to win a championship. Now we can get better and still not win it. There's 2 or 3 teams in the league that we might not be able to get. But if we keep getting better, we give ourselves a fighting chance. And that's been the key, our ability to improve throughout the year. That's been surprising to me.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with your bench play. You're playing 8 and 9 deep, and in some cases they're almost outscoring your opponent. So your bench has really, really been a big change for you this year.
That's part of the culture. That's part of we play 9 or 10 guys who play double-digit minutes. And I believe in being fresh at the end of a game, at the end of a half, and at the end of a season. That's why I think our teams have played, well in March. When we recruited guys like Jabari Smith, we understood, look, it's not about you coming in here playing 35 minutes and putting up 20 and 10 because he could every night. It's about me putting you in positions to be successful. You coming in being a great teammate, you coming in and getting better. And he's not worried about his numbers. He's worried about winning and being productive. And when you get players to lock in and buy into that. So yeah, our bench matters. There's only been a game or two when Jabari wasn't like the best player on the floor, but then you got Jalen Williams coming up the bench. Or, Walker Kessler was dominant the other night. Walker Kessler had a triple-double against LSU. But against Florida and Alabama, he got into early foul trouble, and he wasn't much of a factor in either one of those games. And Dylan Cardwell came in, and we didn't miss a beat. And so that's one of the things that makes, your championship teams what they are, that depth.
Coach, you got some great players, but I want to tell you, a personal fan, KD, I love his passion. Man, he looks like a linebacker out there playing too. I love it.
Yeah, he wears it on his sleeve, doesn't it? You can tell what's going on. Yeah, he's having fun. He's able to, he's one of those guys that I tell you, he giveth and he taketh away. He wins for us, and sometimes he can win for you too. But hey, man, he is dangerous out there because he can make plays, and you know what? He's got a strong personality. He's growing, and yeah, man, he's. I'm glad he's on our side.
You got a couple of big games this week.
Yeah, Georgia at home, big rival. I mean, it just keeps on to the grind. Is incredible. And Kentucky on Saturday. So. We're looking forward to it. Look, the last 3 games were Florida, Alabama, and Ole Miss, and we had losing records at Ole Miss, of course, at Alabama, and even at home against Florida. We've had historically losing records the last 6 or 7 years. So we were able to turn some of that stuff around a little bit. Georgia beat us at our place last year. So we've got they were how about this? They were up 1 at halftime at Kentucky. Kentucky might be the best team in the league. Georgia right now is in last place in our league. And they were up 1 at halftime at Kentucky. So that's the Georgia team I'm going to be getting ready for. And then Saturday, on CBS, Kentucky. Those will be two of the better teams in the SEC going head to head again. And we've beaten Kentucky 4 years in a row. Now, we're not beating them every time we played them, but for the last 4 years, we had an opportunity to beat them. And so that's hard to do. And this could be, by the way, his best team that I've played against.
Wow.
And I played against some national championship teams he's had. This team's got it all.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate you giving us time today, and we'll see how it goes this week. It's
good luck
to
you.
Thanks a lot, brother.
Hey,
Thanks.
I appreciate being on the show. And here's to Dr. King.
But to also work, push, and sacrifice to achieve our goal. The autumn wind is like a frozen turkey, slipping and sliding down the frozen tundra of parking lots and grocery aisles in a relentless quest for the prize, the knowledge of being the best, the pride and power of being the sole winner of the Rick and Bubba Turkey Toss.
It's Rick and Bubba's Turkey Toss, so grab a leg and sling that bird. Let's go!
When I hear that oven buzzer on my feet hit the floor, no 20-pound turkey's gonna bring me through that door. Let me have a taste, man, how that hits the spot. But I'd better take it easy, the giblet gravy's hot, and I'm so glad you made it. 'Cause it's my very favorite. You got to give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing on Turkey Day. Hey!
Open to the public in the back of the store there. So they've also got some
Solid. Well done, Speed, man. Hey, Speed. So how do you feel about your throw?
Yeah, it sucked.
I think it was okay. Don't beat yourself up.
Hey, got a new category here. We're not sure what to call it.
Sling in the turkey. And the same little pocket.
That's exactly right.
Oh, I see. Okay, Raj. Don't worry about that microphone. By the way, y'all are so bad. I'm walking through the audience, and they want to know if I've got a cigarette. That's how bad y'all are. I hope you're happy. I didn't have anything to do with that. Sir, I don't want your Marlboros. No.
Yeah. All right, look, would it be too much to ask to put Adler in and let it throw him one time?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I ain't too fond of taters or corn on the cob. Don't give me no columns, they just don't do the job. No chicken and dumplings or cranberries too. Keep it all, baby, you know what I like to chew. And I'm so glad you made it. 'Cause it's my very favorite. You got to give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing on Turkey Day.
Yeah, huge success. Thanks to everybody that made it happen. We appreciate it. Turkey Toss 2011. Edible.
You got to give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing. Give me some stuffing on Turkey Day. Hey!
This is not about kids. It's about parents.
Yeah, okay.
I want to be clear about that.
And this is eating you.
It's tearing me apart.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Because
That was so
it
real.
is. Because I am so sick of going to a restaurant, a theater, or a church service and having some screaming kid running around.
Right.
Okay, going nuts.
Right.
And nobody doing anything about it.
Right.
Oh, nothing. Yeah, I've spent my entire life raising two kids that are grown now. So my wife and I get to go to dinner by ourselves, and we've accomplished what they're trying to accomplish.
That's right.
And now I want you to do what I did when my kids started screaming. My wife took him in the bathroom, beat the crap out of him.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's phone troll time, 8 minutes to the top of the hour, and due to having staffing issues like the rest of the country today, we do, with two guys down, we'll go unscreened, meaning that the phone's going to be ringing, and I'm just going to answer it. That's a phone troll, so those aren't really screened anyway. But I mean, you're not going to have somebody answer and say, hang on, they'll be right with you. I'm just going to go straight to you. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, and all 10 lines are available, so you can get in now. And while you're coming in, I'll point you to ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com, 3-week supply right now for only $19.95. Go there. It's all natural, works on your body's natural inflammatory response to help you with aches and pains, and it doesn't have the side effects that you can run into with the over-the-counter stuff, and overuse where you really shouldn't be using them, as a vitamin. They were never designed for that because they could have bad side effects, the opioids, addictive properties. So maybe, hopefully, this will be the answer for you like it has been for so many naturally. It's just 4 botanicals. I take it every day. I love it, and I can certainly tell the difference. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com, or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find it right there under the sponsors. So here we go. To the phones we go, and we'll go 30 seconds a pop. At the end of 30 seconds, you hear this. Your time on the program is done. So let's get started. 30 seconds. Jay, you're on. Go ahead. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Big J Rock. I know y'all don't really want to talk about it, but I think I got a name for the new studio.
We tabled it, though.
We call it Fermunda.
We tabled it, though. We can't talk about it right now.
Yeah. Table means table. To Kevin, 30 seconds. Go.
What's up, Rick and Bubba?
Hey, buddy.
How you doing?
We're fired up and ready, Kev. I hope you're okay.
Well, I know you. Like I said, the last caller didn't want to talk about it, but the Rick and Bubba buffet, the R&B buffet, would be.
No naming studio.
Let me be clear.
Not gonna have it.
We have tabled that issue.
Yeah.
Which means we're not going to talk about it right now till we get more things in place and get a feel for it.
Yeah, and
so that means we can't talk about it.
Yeah, we're working on them, and I mean, I hate to say this, if they were more hits coming in, we'd probably let y'all play, but that just ain't a lot of hits coming in. Okay.
We thought it needed to breathe a little bit.
Yeah. You know how sometimes you just go, look, I don't think we're going to sign you. You can't give us a hit.
Right.
So let's go to Jimmy.
Not till we have at least 3 working TVs.
Right. Jimmy, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Rick, Bubba. Hey, I got the answer to your question about Prince.
Okay.
I played the tuba in college, so I'm a music expert. This is Jimmy's Spanish chord. Hey, he sold his catalog, or no, he didn't sell. He had some conflict with Sony. Remember, that's why he had to change his name to the artist formerly known as Prince.
Right.
Because they had a big to-do. So I don't think he really owns his music in that catalog, or after a certain point, he may have it.
Maybe not the whole thing's not left or something. Maybe
Maybe you know what? That's a good point. I really didn't think about that. Maybe it's tied up in something that they don't have access
or to. the ones that would have pushed it to the 500 million point, he lost to Sony, and the only ones that are left are those that were mediocre.
Right.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Let's go to Garrett. Garrett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. I was just wondering what y'all's favorite Todd Jones story is.
Well, there's a lot of them.
Man,
there's a lot of them.
Yeah, probably him shouting to the city of Chicago out of his hotel window is one of my favorites.
That's good, or taking financial advice from Rick.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Those are 2 dandies.
Yeah.
Those are great ones.
You put those 2 together, you got quite a book.
You really do. Josh, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, guys? I hope everybody gets to feeling better. I'm praying for them. What I wanted to talk about was how Dallas was able to blow the football game Sunday night. And what's y'all's opinion on the hostage standoff from Saturday?
Wow, that's two different topics right there, both in Texas. I didn't watch the Dallas game, so I don't really have a comment on that. But this hostage situation, is there an update on this?
No, I'm a little out of the loop on it too. I will say this about the Cowboys: I think they underperformed based on the team, the investment they've made. They didn't look ready to play. I think it's a coaching problem, and I don't know if Jerry Jones is going to stay with him because he spent a lot of money on Dak Prescott. He's gone out and got free agents. They should have played better than they played this weekend. Bottom line.
As far as the hostage, all the hostages are safe, and the hostage taker is dead. You guys knew that?
No, I didn't. Last I heard, because one of the things I kept hearing was because it was a synagogue and it was Jewish people that were held hostage. I thought it was odd that somebody who one of the spokespersons said, "We don't think this has anything to do with." That's really not part of this story. Of course, if it had been anybody but Jewish people, that's all we would have heard. I think it probably did have something to do with the story, but anyway, so they did take him out.
Yeah, he got taken out. He's a 44-year-old British national named Malik Faisal Akram, and he had some weird demands about releasing, I forget who, it was some random people that he wanted released.
Wasn't it a terrorist tale somewhere? Wasn't it a sister of his or something?
Yeah, something like that. But sorry, I'm just trying to skim here.
Story too.
Yeah, trying to skim.
But
here.
Give me that name one more time. You did real good with that.
Thank you very much. Let's see. His name is Malik Faisal Akram.
Yeah, so did they have to take him out, or did he take himself out?
I think they took him out.
Yeah,
from what I understand. They entered the building and killed the suspect.
Well, I'm glad that
Sorry,
the
buddy.
hostages are okay there.
Yeah.
But it was funny how they were trying to downplay. Well, this has nothing to do with.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, well, of course it does. I mean, look at the demands that we're making here and everything. So anyway, top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Looks like listener Richard has set up outside the new studio, and it's our first grilling experience at the new place. We'll come back, and we'll visit with him, too, coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right.
All right. You did.
Tore that honey up.
Had a wooden spoon in her purse.
Right.
Oh, the wooden spoon. Not the wooden spoon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what? He either shut up or we left.
Those were the two options.
That's what it was.
Right.
Okay, because I actually respected the people around me who had done what I had done,
Right.
passed the torch, so to speak. So we're in a restaurant. We visit quite a bit. This is not exaggeration. It sounds like the kid has stuck his hand down into the lobster tank. That one of the lobsters come untanked or unhinged there and has grabbed onto him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
This kid is screaming bloody murder.
Right.
To the point where the entire restaurant turns around.
Right.
So I spin around thinking I'm going to be a superhero. Or something.
Yeah, something's wrong. Something's wrong.
To see mom and dad sipping on the wine coolers, okay, while little kid runs around just screaming, okay, with little kid
no
chasing.
apparent reason?
No, there's no reason. Okay. He then goes to his mother. This is all true. And he slaps his mother.
No, he did not.
He open hand slaps his mother. I grab my wife to protect her from what I think is getting ready to happen with the husband. The table's going to turn over.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I'm just envisioning life.
Yeah.
And they don't even check up. He hits her again, and I hear this. Now, George Matthew, you need to be sweet. Okay?
You need to be sweet.
And I look up and said, I check.
Check. So you call for the check.
Okay, check. I need to get out of here because I'm end up saying something. Because George Matthew's still raising Cain.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, he's running around like a pterodactyl.
You mean he's not being nice?
No, George Matthews just it sounds like Jurassic Park in the restaurant. Okay? And nobody cares. Nobody gives two things about it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting upset.
You good at it. Good at it.
No,
He's doing a lot of editing today.
tearing him apart. I am. So
tearing him up.
They talk about how cute he is. Go, no, that's yeah, whatever. So George Matthews' story ends with us just leaving. Just give me the check. Meal's ruined. I'm leaving. Because this goes on for like 15 minutes.
Right, I got to go.
Care,
Give me the go box.
We're eating dinner the next weekend outside by a curb of a busy street.
Okay.
And out comes this love couple.
Okay.
You know, she's 26, he's 58, and they've got a 3-year-old, right? Okay. and little 3-year-old's running around like he owns place and whatever. He goes sprinting out, going into the street. There's a car coming. So I go into Garosky save mode. I sacrifice my body, cut the kid off.
Right.
Look up. The dad looks at me like I'm crazy. The mother never knows because she's like taking selfies in front of her car.
Right.
That's true. She never checks up.
Right.
Okay. And I'm looked at like I'm an idiot for trying to help the kid from getting injured. And I begin to think, what's going on in our life? And then it dawns on me. When I was a child, the men in my neighborhood chewed Red Man tobacco.
Yes, correct. Sir.
They drank past Blue Ribbon.
Right. Yeah.
And they smoked Winston Reds.
Correct.
Okay. Now, they were terrible dads. Okay. They were awful men. Okay. Just to see, they were awful men.
Right.
But their kids didn't raise hell. Okay. All right.
That's one thing they got right.
They did. I will say that straight up.
Now, years later, you had to deal with them.
Yeah. There's lots of therapy going on with those guys. But let me tell you what they didn't order honey nut sage beer and peppermint vapes. Okay, they weren't that way, and it's affected our men.
You're right.
Okay, it has.
But all right, so right now you're only allowed to pick one Leonard Skinner song. You can't pick two. I mean, if somebody said, "Look, this is the only
really?
Leonard Skinner song you can hear," and you're not going to hear any others, and you want to hear it, what is it?
And it can't be Freebird or Sweet Home
No,
Alabama.
it can't.
No, wait a minute. Why are you ruling that
I'm
out?
saying that's just too easy.
Well, no, honestly,
it's the Southern National Anthem, Greg.
But you know what? I wouldn't pick any one of those songs.
You know what I'm picking? I think I'm going to beat you to yours. Tuesday's Gone.
That's mine.
I knew
you
it.
can't pick mine.
Okay. Let me think.
I like Tuesday's Gone. That's my favorite Leonard Skinner song of all
I
time.
like Don't Ask Me
Simple
No
Man?
Questions.
Simple Man's good. Huh?
Yeah, Don't Ask Me No
Where
Questions.
y'all at on Give Me 3 Steps?
I like it.
Heard it too much.
Heard it too much, but I do like it.
Yeah.
If I couldn't go the two that you boycotted, said we couldn't have,
Well,
then I
that's
would
too
go
easy.
that.
You're really not a
I
fan
know.
if that's the only ones you know.
Well, and I'll be honest with you. If I'm going to hear Freebird, I want live version only.
Oh,
I did
yeah,
not
the
want to hear
studio version.
The
They might as
studio
well throw it
version of
away.
Freebird is terrible.
I know.
It's a live. What songs that you want to hear? If it doesn't start like that,
I know
and the piano's not an organ,
Oh,
then I don't want anything to do with it.
You're right.
So, but what would yours be? How about you got that right? You like that one? Him and Steve Gaines?
I do.
Yeah.
That's a
Forgot
good one.
about that one.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Rick, I got another
You've
one.
named some dandies there. I mean, it's just hard to get by the big two, though. I mean, that's.
See, you know him.
See, I wanted to stay in the
I'm
big two
changing
as
mine.
well.
I'm changing mine.
Are you? Okay.
Needle and Spoon.
Really?
Boom, down, down,
Yeah. That was that. But Tuesday's Gone is my number one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is a good one.
Yeah, it's a dandy.
What about Call Me the Breeze?
No, I don't like that one.
Yeah, I heard it a lot.
Little peppy for me.
Good piano.
Peppy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Ding, ding. Little peppy.
I got you. Rick, and I'm not even going to bring
For
up the
some
brick. Though. If
reason-
you don't even want to talk about the Ballad of Curtis Lowe, then just leave. You know what I'm saying?
That's my number two. Okay. That's my number two. That's my number two. Bubba, you of course, look. Bubba sits down. He wants to play Freebird and Sweet Home Alabama.
That's it.
That's classic. And if Bubba said, "I want to hear these encores," he'd want to hear Sweet Home Alabama, Freebird, and Give Me 3 Steps. That's
Yes.
all he want to hear.
I get
And
that.
and What's Your Name? That's another
What's Your
one.
Name? That's a good one.
I mean, that's an easy one. To go to.
Little more straightforward than I thought when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Didn't know what they were saying.
Did not.
Didn't understand that. But remember, I thought Afternoon Delight was about camping.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
And here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. Hope you're having an enjoyable Martin Luther King Jr. Day. If you have the time off today, enjoy that as we remember the impact of Martin Luther King Jr. On our country today. We have the gang here, but not the whole gang. We got Speedy, we got Adler, Helmsy, and Greg still out. They're doing fine, which is good. But they tested positive for COVID, so they're home. They'll be back midweek. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call the Rick and Bubba Experience.
It is, and if you don't think it's a party, then you don't see listener Richard out there grilling.
He has turned it up, Rick. I mean, an early candidate for Listener of the Week, and out of the gate pretty quick for Listener of the Year.
Yeah, there he is. He's got his grill rocking, as you can see there if you're watching this on YouTube. He's got his grill just like he likes it outside, and a lot of smoke.
Mm-hmm.
He's got him a cig there, a little lung dart as he's preparing. So anyway, he's got it just like he likes it out there. Yeah, he did a minute ago. But so anyway, so Speedy, who knows a thing or two, goes out there about grilling.
Rick Burgess.
About grilling? You don't know anything about grilling?
You're trying to say I smoke.
Who said that? I didn't say that. I mean, see there, it's all in your mind. People beat you down about it so bad, it's everywhere. Yeah, and so here's wireless, right? So we're going out to talk to Richard, who's out at the grill. Bubba, now how did you order your steak?
Medium rare.
Yeah, fillets. People that overcook fillets, you take all the joy out of them.
Rick, I grew up in a household where they cooked everything well done, and I didn't even know I liked steak until I got to be an adult and learned of medium.
Well, I guess not. You thought your parents kept serving you a shoe.
Yeah, so I keep moving more and more to the rare side as I get older.
Well, let me tell you something. You're a rare individual.
Thank you.
So Speedy, testing 1, 2 for Speedy. Speedy?
I thought I was going to be sharp, and I could hear him, Richard, but I can't.
Oh, okay.
So we can hear.
We do hear him, though, so just so he knows. Where's Speedy going?
Right here.
Where's he going?
He's still trying to get everything going.
Yeah.
Speedy, I don't know if they put an antenna on that transmitter or not.
1, 2.
Yeah, we hear you fine. We hear you
I couldn't hear y'all. How about
we
this?
We hear you good.
Yeah.
Speedy, we can hear you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Thank
We
you.
can hear you right now. You're on the air.
Thank you, Adler. Thank you so much.
Adler handling sign language.
Adler, better known as the
I'm
human
sorry.
monitor. Very good.
All right, so I'm just going to go with it, and since y'all can hear me, I think Adler said y'all could. I'm not sure, but Richard is out here. Richard, I see you went charcoal.
Oh yeah, you can't do nothing but charcoal.
Okay.
Gas is not in my wheelhouse.
Gotcha.
Well, I'd have to disagree.
I'm loving
with
it. I can see where other people in the building are looking over to see what's going on. This is the first time we've had something outside the windows here. All right, so what's on the menu? What you got?
We got filet, I think 8 filet mignons.
Yeah.
1 chopped sirloin, and some corn on the cob.
Yeah.
And I think that'd be a pretty good breakfast right
Yeah,
there.
it is.
And you feeling the heat off this grill? That's helping, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I tell you what.
Real cold out there.
Because I don't know about you, but little man here is cold.
Oh yeah, it's definitely cold out here. Yeah. The main thing is just flame control. Okay. You get the flames up, you'll burn them quick.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And
so, Speedy, you can't hear me. How does he control the flame?
Well, you're coming and going, so I did hear that. How do you control the flames?
On this one, without having a spray bottle, you just close the top, close the lid, let it suffocate itself out, and then that usually works pretty well.
And now, what made you choose fillets? Because I mean, that's number one. I appreciate it. So you spared no expense.
No, anytime I cook steak, that's the only steak I cook is filet. I don't cook no other.
Okay, good.
Speedy, can you hear me? Test
I
1, 2.
I can.
Could you ask him? Is he a dry rub guy or is he a liquid marinade?
I apologize for asking this, but are you a dry rub guy or marinade?
Marinade, Dale's.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay, you got
Speedy. How long?
I love that.
How long did he marinade?
How long did you marinate?
They went in the bag at about 7:30 this morning.
Yeah,
7
come on.
o'clock.
Oh yeah, come talk to Daddy. And so
Don't be afraid to put him in there last night.
Yeah. Well, he is. Boy,
Right.
I tell you what, he's pulling them off one after another.
Yeah.
Now I think y'all gonna be so pleased. I see you got butter. What big man don't love butter?
Every time you flip it, you gotta put a wallop of butter on there, salt, pepper.
Yeah,
That's all you gotta do to them.
Oh my goodness! And so you got.
And I know how much a wallop is.
Yeah.
We all do.
And Bub, I know how you love corn on the cob. He's got that for you.
Oh, I'm gonna tear that corn on the cob up.
If you're just joining us, that's good.
So nothing is sacred here.
Right, I'm just saying if they just cut that piece of audio out and that's it.
Yep.
Well, it's corn on the cob.
That's right.
That's
It's
right.
delicious.
That's right. Oh boy, I tell you what, this
Sounds
is
like a top rock.
Hey, Speedy, I was afraid
I'ma
you were
come
going to
in
get some
smelling
smoke
like
on
a
you.
grill,
I was
what I'm
afraid
gonna
you was going to get some smoke on you.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, if I could stick my head right here,
Speedy,
it is cold out.
we appreciate Richard doing this, but why is he doing
Yeah,
it?
why, Richard?
Richard, why did you feel like why did you want to do this?
I just felt the need to. I mean, I had the day off. What else better to do? Come cook for y'all.
Right.
You know what? That's a great attitude.
Say, I'll make you other people in y'all's building jealous.
Well, I was going to say
when Rick and Bubba moves into your building.
Well, that's what I wanted them to see. I hope this is. I don't know whether this makes us feel them welcome us more or be more concerned.
Well, I can see up to.
It's not like I
above.
started with monkeys riding dogs,
right? Or a lawnmower race.
I can see above us now, and there's a couple of guys looking out, and I saw one guy acting like he was on the phone, but really he was just trying to see what we were doing.
Wait a minute. This shot right now that Adler has, you see Big Boy reassuring us food's almost ready. And then there's food outside being cooked right off of his right shoulder.
Isn't it kind of ironic, though, now Big Boy's inside and the humans are outside cooking?
I like it better.
You know, it's opposite the way it used to be.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, too, guys, because I can only imagine what's going to happen in this parking lot. But I think, we block off some parking spaces early in the morning. We could do just about anything out here.
Yeah, it looks like it's really set up for just about anything.
Yeah, I agree. So you left out early this morning. You've been marinating them since, 7:30. And did you feel good about the ride in and the setup here? Are you feeling good about it?
Oh, yeah. It worked out great. I thought y'all went to the main 1047 building up on top of the mountain. Until I looked up the address.
Way off,
yeah, they're not there.
Are you a tailgater?
That's old school. That's old school.
You normally do. Is this your setup?
This is every weekend, maybe 2 times during the week thing for me.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Speedy,
good.
how's his job situation looking?
I hate to ask you this, but how's your job situation looking?
I mean, it's good. I've been with that company for 3 years. I was really just trying to find a new career because I'm tired of, 6 days a week, 10, 14 hours a day, out of town, so I'm never home. And I was trying to find a different career, a different route to go. But like I told Bubba and them the other day, I don't know what I can do and make the money that I make now.
Right. Yeah, well, somebody said you brought 8 fillets after saying you was out of a job.
Your bills reflect the amount you make, so you can't really take a pay cut.
No, you
I
can't.
get that.
Hey, once you establish how you live, you got to go to a job that at least is a lateral move. I mean, you can't stop down. Are you going to have to go down to 4 fillets?
Richard, have you ever thought about being a cook? Apparently, you enjoy that.
Richard, have you ever thought about being a cook?
Not really.
Well, what about Rick and Bubba cook every morning? You're just out there doing this.
What's the pay rate? Lunch and dinner.
I love it. Well, I know we'll be communicating with you the rest of the day because these things are about done, right?
Oh yeah, they got just a couple more minutes. And
thank you, Richard. Hey, I'll tell you one thing, Bubba. He's I'll tell you what, he definitely is listener of the week.
Oh yeah,
they're calling you listener of the week.
He may be for the year. I mean, we'll see how it goes.
He's out of the gate quick. I mean, it's early in the year.
He's got to come back.
January.
He's got to keep coming.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And then got to do one there in July when he wishes he wasn't out there. We'll come back.
Warm even in the morning.
Thank you, Richard. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That sticks and stones part, guys. Sparks.
That's you got to perfect sense. You got to build a campfire.
Yeah, they're making a campfire
before it gets dark.
They're eating a bowl of chili. Campfire chili.
What about when you grow up, you realize I was cranking this song from my parents.
Yeah.
Did they not pull me off to the side and say, "Hey, you don't want to go out screaming what's your name?"
Well, I'm not going to go into it. You remember Bruce's example when he got in trouble?
It's one of your favorite moments in intern history.
He's screaming it.
I wish I could have been there for that.
Oh my God.
So anyway, all right. So Speedy, did you like your Simple Man?
Yeah, I like that.
So Greg,
is that okay? Unless Greg doesn't want me to like it.
Greg,
That's a little. I'll give him that. He can have that.
You're needling the spoon.
Yeah, I'm going with needling.
I'm Tuesday's gone. You're Simple Man. Bubba is.
I'm Sweet Home.
He's Sweet Home Alabama. What do you?
If he allows that, I'm going Sweet Home.
Okay,
if he allows it, I am
That's
going.
fine. That's fine. That's a great song.
Their biggest hit.
I love
by
it because
far.
if he allows.
I mean,
And if I'd have heard it 14 times less, I'd still be there.
That's true. It's everywhere you go.
Hey, there was a time when let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and Bubba, you can get the bell out.
I don't have the bell anymore.
Okay, I've been a lot of places. It doesn't matter where you go.
Yep.
I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you go. You can be in the remotest part of Nicaragua.
Yep.
And and they ask you where you're from, and you say Alabama. Oh, Sweet Home Alabama.
Yeah.
They always and then they know the song. everywhere.
Rick, we've had foreign tennis players stay
Yeah.
with us. The girls from Japan who could not speak English could sing Sweet Home Alabama.
Absolutely. You find it everywhere. All right, let's take a look at millions of flame red crabs. Now, what's going on? They're making their way out of the jungles of Christmas Island off the coast of Western Australia.
Yes.
And they march to the ocean. Have you seen this video?
Trying to get
Rick,
there,
you talking about crabs as far as you can see. It's kind of gross, isn't it?
guys.
Boy, it's a lot of them.
Yeah.
So this is their time to get out of the jungle and head to the water?
I can't believe he dropped
Look how many.
Good night.
Look how many. I'm like you, does it spook you a little bit?
Look, they've got that thing so they can walk over the highway. Did you see that?
Yeah.
See them go up that thing they climb up?
Is that just
crazy.
too many of them?
Rick, it's just the whole ground is moving. It's kind of
a lot don't make it, y'all.
It is 20 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Listener Richard making steaks outside. Our first grilling expedition here at the No Name Studio, and it looks good to see that happening. I think that feels very Rick and Bubba like. Feel a little more about like home.
Do you notice how good Speedy smells now?
Yeah,
with all that smoke.
Yeah. I mean that we need to.
It smells charcoal. I like it.
Yeah, there needs to be a cologne that smells like a man's been grilling.
I was thinking about that.
I may go out there and just get it all in the beard, my beard.
Wouldn't
So I
that
can
be
have
a
it with the
great
rest of
Rick
that.
and Bubba cologne in our store? What's more Rick and Bubba than that?
Yeah, and it was
It's
just
kind of a cross between charcoal and I don't know what the other scent. You got to kind of mix scents. Maybe like Old Spice and charcoal.
Oh, wow. Okay.
kind of.
When your men return from the barbecue grill.
Oh, that's right.
Ooh.
And we call it smoke hungry. So we have. So we'll be eating here in a little bit.
Yep.
Sad story today, and I was sitting at home on Saturday night with my wife, and we were just kind of chilling and watching a movie, and I got a text that said,
I believe that Jay Barker has been arrested. And first of all, of course, my first reaction is, nah, probably not, and, of course, as it kept coming in, apparently it looked like it had some legs. For those of you that do not know who we speak of, it's news in the sports world today. Jay Barker, the former quarterback at Alabama, won the national championship in '92, and if I'm not mistaken, if this stat still stands, has the winningest record as a quarterback of any Alabama quarterback as far as wins and losses, and in a career. So anyway, he certainly had celebrity status with that, and did get a chance in the NFL, and it never really panned out. But he did get drafted and bounced around to a couple of teams, and he married country music star Sara Evans, which was kind of a big story. And unfortunately, it looks like their marriage has and is falling apart. And as part of all of that, it led to a bad scene in Nashville on, was it Saturday evening or early Sunday morning?
Early Sunday morning, yeah.
Yeah, or was it early Saturday morning coming off Friday night?
Let's see.
Because if the text I got was Saturday night and it happened at 1:30 in the morning and it wasn't 1:30 in the morning yet, it had to have been from the Friday night.
It said Barker was arrested in Tennessee Saturday after he allegedly attempted to hit Evans and another person when a vehicle that they were leaving a party in Nashville around 1:30 a.m., according to the Tennessean.
Yeah, so that would have been 1:30 a.m. Saturday morning, coming off Friday night.
Yeah, and, sad story. We know both of these people. We've had them both on the show at different times over the history of the show. And it says the passenger in the car and witnesses told police that Barker intentionally tried to hit them with a car, according to the Tennessean. Following the incident, Barker, 49, was booked into jail early Saturday and charged with felony aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He was held for 12 hours because the charge is related to domestic violence.
Right.
Barker was released Saturday night after posting a $10,000 bond. The couple's been married for 12 years. Although Barker has been living in Homewood, Alabama for the past 3 months, according to court records, they have no children together, but both of them have children from previous marriages.
Yeah, 3 each, I think. Yeah, a total of 6. So sad story and sad situation, and I know that's picking up a lot of momentum today and will be fodder, especially in the state of Alabama, on a lot of sports talk today. Tough situation for everybody involved, and you just hope and you pray that for everybody this leads to some sort of wake up call, and maybe some changes to be made, and maybe some sort of turnaround.
Yeah, like I said, we've had them both on, and are acquainted with both of them, and I hope the best for both of them. I hate to hear it. Hate to see them in the news that way.
Yeah, it's and we certainly didn't want y'all to think we were avoiding the story or acting like it didn't happen, but. It's pretty straightforward. It is what it is, and obviously, and this is just comes with the territory. I mean, it just comes with the territory when you're someone like Jay Barker, who, to his credit, used his platform many times to try to point people to Christ, and was open about his faith. And I certainly haven't been keeping up with him or been around him in several years, but. This is going to lead to more scrutiny because of how public he's been about his faith in the past.
Right.
And then that just comes with the territory.
Right.
And rightfully so. I mean, if those of us that make those statements, I know we're still flawed and all of us are equal at the foot of the cross, but we also take on a level of scrutiny when you do that comes with the territory.
Yeah, it says in the story, People magazine, it says that Barker is due back in court on March the 22nd. So.
Yeah,
still more to go with that story.
Yeah, and it is. And as you mentioned, I didn't have any idea that they were already separated, but apparently the marriage was having trouble, and it led to unfortunate scene there for everybody involved, especially as children, who I know a lot of them are grown now, but sometimes that can be just as bad, if not worse. Because
you don't see all that.
You're so aware of what's going on. No, you don't. You don't want to see that, and it's sad to see. But hopefully, maybe it'll lead to something some kind of turnaround as opposed to more tragedy. Let's hope it doesn't go that way.
Speaking of singing, Sinead O'Connor hospitalized after posting troubling tweets 1 week after her son's death. Now I don't remember the story of her son dying. Did we cover that?
I don't think we did. No, because it's recent.
She was always a little bit of a bird anyway.
Sure.
But had a hit or two. She's 55 now. They said that Thursday night she was going to the hospital to get help after posting a now deleted tweet expressing suicidal thoughts. She was mourning her 17-year-old son, Shane, who was found dead on January the 7th, 2 days after he went missing from a Dublin treatment facility. So must be some drugs involved there too. Sadly.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, she has shown in the past that difficulty is not her strong point.
No.
And she's already shown that she can be kind of volatile emotionally and mentally, and something as tragic as the loss of a son to suicide is a lot for anybody to handle, but for somebody like her to handle, probably even more difficult. And apparently, and hopefully, she's getting the help that she needs on that too. So those are two kind of not very happy stories there.
No,
but they're out there today. So just FYI on that.
You know, too, a story we had down to do, we never did get to. I guess this is under old business. The young lady who was actually from Hoover, Alabama, who left the country to join ISIS. Do you remember this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I do.
The ISIS bride, they call
Absolutely,
her.
yeah.
And then she got into that and found out, hey, ISIS bride ain't all what it was cracked up to be. And then tried to come back.
Right, not summer camp.
No, and she was detained and denied that, and she finally had her final hearing on that, and she has been denied entry back into the U.S., which if you become ISIS bride, you should probably know that going in.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they said actually they were going to let her in. They found out that she wouldn't take a COVID test.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
that's it.
What I mean, said she'd been unvaccinated, so that was a final straw.
That was it.
And she wouldn't do a test. So no, I mean, if you go out and say I'm gonna join ISIS, getting back in is going to be very difficult because they tend to try to get in with sleeper cells.
Yeah.
So it makes getting back home very difficult.
Yeah. That's going to be a hard one to win.
Yeah. It's like I spent the summer with Charles Manson, but can I sleep over tonight?
Yeah.
You know?
I'm anti the Manson family or ISIS brides.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't make it.
I don't like a lot of anything to get on me, you know?
No. How much for you to lay there and let them walk over you, Bubba?
Well, I'm not. I mean, they don't terrify me like some things will.
So
what if every crab was a snake?
No, that'd be bad.
Yeah, that'd be real bad.
Yeah, I'd have to have a flamethrower out there for that.
Well, here's what I know. I understand why they built this little thing for them here.
Yeah.
But how do they know that's better than the road?
I don't know. Do they kind of learn after they hear a few of them get crunched?
Like who was
What's the deal?
I have 1 liter.
Who was the first one that heard for what he considered to be the last time of the sound of potato chips getting crunched?
Yeah, he says, "I think I'll go."
And he
over
looks
this
over and
road."
says, "I think we're going to
There's a better way,
because once he did it, then everybody just follows the other people. No matter if you want to watch this right now, this is our country right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no matter where somebody tries to take you, the sheep will just get in line and follow.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's a good follow because you don't have to go across the road.
It is weird that the little borders they set up, they'll walk alongside that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then just go up the big.
Oh, I see. They're forcing them.
Yeah.
They're corralling
like
they're,
cattle.
They're corralling them.
Yep.
They can't climb over that, but they can go up that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right.
That
Weird.
thing must have something they can grab a hold of. Or
Yeah,
something.
it must.
Mm.
By the way, why is it called Christmas Island?
You know, I was just thinking the same thing. Is it because they do this move right here, right before Christmas?
I guess.
I mean, is that
Probably
maybe
not,
how you-
but it makes as much sense
Why?
as anything.
Why not?
Well, hey,
Why
did
not
they
call it
cover
Thanksgiving
that on the
Island?
podcast? Things you should know.
Well, if maybe if
that
they
would
did
be
it a month
See, that's
earlier.
the type of thing you get with that, Rick. That's very good.
Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
So, the things you should know. Why is Christmas Island called Christmas Island?
Yeah. See, that's
Somebody Google it, please.
a lot out there I don't know too. That's why I continue to listen.
I really need to know.
Not very smart, Rick. I have to listen to things like that.
Well,
Let me dial it
look,
in.
it's fine.
A lot of things out there that I do not know.
If you want to feel
believe it or
smart,
not.
just come to this room. All right, so okay.
Well, I'm sitting here looking
name
at the
the
same
island
thing.
after sighting it on Christmas Day. Okay, so when it was discovered in 1643, it was on Christmas Day, so they called it Christmas Island.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wish it was a little deeper than that, but
That's how I look. That's as good as anything.
It is. We'll go with that, right?
Yeah, I mean, if he'd have got there a month early, it'd be Thanksgiving Island.
I know it. That's what I was thinking about.
With the mountains and stuff.
Christmas Island. Well, there ain't a lot out there. There's not much around there.
Yeah, you better have it there because you ain't going out to get it.
No. So if you,
Bunch of water.
If somebody says Thanksgiving's on Christmas Island, you know.
How'd all those crabs get on there?
That was a serious
That was so
question,
real
too.
to him.
Golly.
Like a little kid. How'd they get on there? Should be called Crab Island.
Yeah.
It's a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Man,
Where-
you gotta really
Adler,
zoom
zoom
in.
back out. Where
I'd like
is
to
it?
own that
Where
island.
is it?
Really zoom in.
Is it in the British Isles somewhere out there?
It's off the coast of Australia, looks like.
Oh, Australia. Yeah.
What's the island right above it?
You.
What's that little
you-
stretch right there?
Yeah, I can't see.
What's all that?
What is that, Adler? We can't see that. Our eyes are.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Is that Bandung?
That's Bandung.
Bandung.
So that's what they went with. Bandung.
Where are you from?
what?
Bandung.
You know what?
Well, I don't want to know how I got his name.
Yeah. Given that's the name of the closest island, I'm good with Christmas.
I am too. Christmas Island. Don't you almost though have to have like you get on there and they've got like Santa's Village set up?
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
I mean, even though it's an island, I mean,
And
maybe
it never,
there's a
it never
picture of Santa in
snows there.
shorts.
It never snows there, you know.
Yeah, right. Look at that right there.
Is
Well,
that-
Christmas
is that
Island
Christmas
means business.
That's pretty.
That's nice.
Anybody
You
up
don't
for
mind
going?
crabs everywhere.
It's a long flight, guys. Boy, it's a long one.
It is.
Do they not eat those little red crabs? Because, buddy, they got
I bet
plenty
they
of
do.
them.
I bet they do. You think there's not a restaurant there called the Red Crab?
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at Blaze. This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The late Arlie Ermy brings us back. All right, so we return mypillow.com /Bubba. The new URL, just go to mypillow.com /Bubba, and as soon as you click on it, and if you've got the internet's working, it'll come up, and you'll see nothing but savings. And all because you love Rick and Bubba. And mypillow.com /Bubba, you'll go there and you'll immediately see a $70 savings on their quality towel sets. I mean, outstanding towels. $70 off. The MyPillow slippers that Bubba and I love, I wear them every day, whatever size, style, color, 40% off. Giza Dream bed sheets, flannel sheets, buy one, get one free. Bathrobes, sleepwear, quilts, all from 100% U.S. Upland cotton. You'll get those at 30% off. And the big MyPillow that we love and snuggle in every night, 75% off. Just by simply going to mypillow.com /Bubba. Find that link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, listener of the week, Richard, has sent the steaks and the corn on the cob in. We wonder what it would be like in the new studio to actually lay some food out right there.
and there are the steaks, and there underneath that foil, also the corn on the cob under the foil. They've been marinated in Dale sauce. So number one on that. How do you like your Dales? And so we are about to dine, and do I? Let's have a look at it first. Take this. Let's really look. Oh
Boy,
my goodness!
Look
Bubba.
how pretty that is.
Good
Under
night.
these studio lights, it's just shining.
I've noticed
Doesn't that look
too.
good?
I've noticed too. I didn't know how many heavy people were in this building, but as soon as the smoke of that grill began to reach windows, there's heavy people coming from everywhere. Yeah. I looked outside, and it's just like they just walk up. You know, it's like
Well, you couldn't help. It smelled so good.
Yeah, it just draws them. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
if I was hunting for heavy people right now, I'd be hunting right over that grill.
You know, when Scruggs digs those bushes up,
Yeah.
I was thinking,
And we got to get rid of those bushes.
If we had a permanent barbecue pit, one
Oh,
like
yeah.
you make,
Yes.
with the cinder blocks
That's a
and
yes.
the grill,
That's a yes
and
on
then the
arrival.
gas griller would already
Yeah.
he wouldn't even have
It's already
to bring
set
that.
up. Yeah, it's already set up.
I think that'd be a great idea.
You know, you said this because Richard's got a little weight about him, as we all probably figured.
Would
said,
you trust a cook that didn't?
No. What did we say? Never trust a skinny cook.
I don't think.
When I look outside
don't
right
trust
now,
myself.
what I love when you said that before Speedy took that little table out to him, that he was putting all of his condiments and all of his stuff inside the bushes.
Oh,
He
yeah.
just used the bushes to hold
Mhm.
them. Yeah. So
that had a natural look to it.
It really,
I like
it really
that.
did. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, did you say that now that we're being served steaks and corn for breakfast, that you over the weekend that we'd be surprised that you were studying what?
I think y'all would be surprised that I read a lot of health articles.
No,
Anyway,
that doesn't surprise me. You applying the articles would surprise me. That would shake me up pretty good.
Well,
I mean,
I have in the past. There's just, it takes a certain bit of momentum to get to that.
we got knives. We got any knives? Yeah, we got any knives?
Speedy, I mean, did I get the junior cut here? What is this? I'm at the kids' table?
Are they
What
in-
am I doing?
To lower your portions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What did you read about Bubba and then disregard?
Well, it's not just one article.
Mm-hmm.
I have drawn some conclusions over, and I think that's the safer way to do it. You draw conclusions from many inputs.
Yeah, but do you think that there's anything that you read in these we haven't heard 1,000 times?
Well, let me tell you what I have
Right.
concluded from some of the.
I'm not
let me
clueless
tell
on
you
what to
another
do.
one.
I just won't do it.
I don't like taking health advice from somebody who died in their 70s. You know what I mean? I want a guy, and there's a Japanese doctor that lived to be 105.
Did you listen to him?
I did. I like what. I go. Hey, he made it happen.
He ain't gonna eat anything but fish.
No, well, it's surprising. So from all these articles I read, and Rick, this is not going to be earth shattering. Okay,
The articles couldn't have been long.
Let me.
How long were they?
Oh yeah, some of them were pretty good.
No way. You didn't read the whole thing.
When
You,
it
you skimmed it.
See, Rick, when I can move it from the health column to the science column, I'm more interested in it.
You got any more of that? Anyone?
Yeah, you have that.
Thank you.
I can cut mine yet. So here are some things that I have deduced from all these articles.
I cannot wait for this.
That are bad for you.
I'm
okay?
excited.
Are you ready?
I'm so excited.
One, don't be overweight.
Yeah, we know that.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. I haven't really. There was nothing really.
Nothing shattering.
Yeah, nothing earth shattering in this. Two, sugar is bad for you.
Right.
In all its forms, and it's hidden in a lot of things and all that.
It's bad for your joints.
Processed food is not good for you. Now,
whether it's
here's
diet food or not.
Yeah, here's the catch. Normally, when you say processed food, you think, well, yeah, that's just the stuff fat people eat.
Right. You do think that.
Some of the so-called health food is processed food too.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
So the closer you get it to the way God made it,
Amen.
Now I'm not talking about preparing it,
No,
but
no.
I'm talking about if you put it in a bag and all that. The further you get away from the way God made it, the worse it is for you.
There's a shocker. Does that shock anybody?
Yeah, but it's hard because not everybody can have a tree with fruit in their house picking it.
You can
every
go
day.
buy it though.
Well, I know, but that's better
But you gotta watch
than all
out.
the processing and all that stuff.
Yeah. Well, here's the deal. If you make this important, I don't want to go to any diet plan that says processed foods are bad for you. Now buy our processed food.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, that was the point.
We'll
That
give
was
you
the point.
processed
Yeah.
food so you can lose weight, stop eating processed foods.
Yeah,
well, that
that's-
don't make any sense.
Yeah,
those
that's
kind of diets work short term, but nobody can live like
Mm-hmm.
that.
Rick, the other thing, stress. And when you say stress, that covers a lot of areas. People think, well, I can't ever be stressed, but that's not necessarily
What'd
the
you just
case. stress and being stressed is two different things. Being stressed is temporary. Living in a state of stress is what gets you.
What about stressed?
Stressed. Okay.
Well, it's like you're
And
saying
can
that I'm
balance-
healthier already today because I knew that Greg was out.
Right.
And when
so I didn't have to worry about the clothes I wore.
Yeah, and when I walked in, he didn't take a shot at what I had on.
Right. Right. That's stress.
I took a step toward health right there.
So
man, this fillet's good.
Here are
That's
some,
outstanding.
Well, I'm gonna get to mine on the break.
I think
here.
you gave me one of the small ones.
Huh?
That's all right. It's fine.
Well, there's more.
I could almost put this on a biscuit.
Is this Speedy won't carry one home?
Yeah, it is.
No.
He'll hoard food in a second.
So, Rick, here are things that are good for you, okay? Across the board. Moderate exercise is good for you. I know.
Really?
A balanced diet.
Now you sound like
a balanced diet.
Now you sound like my doctor.
Okay.
Getting enough sleep.
Right.
More fiber and fish in your diet is always good.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
And you need to have fun. You need to have some fun. And the fun
Like true love?
The fun can help to balance out stress.
Right.
You know, if you're going to be stressed, you need some fun too to balance it all out.
Mm-hmm.
And that was what the 105-year-old doctor said. You know what he gave an example, Rick? He said, don't get stressed out about not eating enough fish and fiber in your diet. He said, I like a bowl of ice cream a week and it ain't going to hurt me.
Yeah, moderation.
That's right. Moderation.
There's
That's
that
part of
moderation
it.
concept.
So there you go. I think you know, but I didn't really learn anything. I knew all those. But it just confirmed what I already knew.
Well, the knowing is step one. The applying.
Yeah.
Right. Like I think you're good in the sleep column because you'll sleep.
Yeah, I will.
Boy, man, like a bear.
But you know, a lot of people who work out,
you're
who
somewhat
eat,
good in the fun.
but they don't sleep enough.
You're somewhat good in the fun category.
I think I have enough. I think I have a lot.
Well, I've seen you lately. You've been stressed.
I've missed trees.
Yeah, you've been stressed a little bit. Yeah.
But that's okay.
And I think the move took a lot out of you.
It did.
Yeah.
The move was a killer.
Yeah. You didn't
but
like,
I'm on the other side.
You didn't like all that, did you?
I did not. I don't like moving.
And
well, there's dragging one out there. I'll say it now.
Yeah. Look, let me tell you something. When a guy who looks like him makes you mistakes and stands out there and smokes a cigarette while you're eating them,
that's good stuff.
Let me tell you something.
You're in a good place.
That's old school.
That's the male version of the waitress that calls you sugar and honey the whole time.
Yeah. It is.
I want to look up and see the guy just cook my meal, watch me eat it, smoking a cigarette.
Well, this looks great too.
Yeah.
That's somebody that means business.
So,
right
Bubba,
there.
all the stuff that you researched that you knew, are you going to apply any of it now?
Apply
Well,
any of it?
you know,
not the stuff you're already doing, the ones you're not doing.
I need to.
Right.
And I want to apply it. But you know, I'm gonna have to work on it.
Right.
This is the good time of year to get on that. Not going into the holidays. Good night.
It's not the holidays.
I know. That's what I'm saying. This is a better time than on the other side.
Today's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is why we're not eating healthy. We're celebrating.
Well, no, I mean like with Thanksgiving, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, because there's just too many good things made to eat.
Well, what you're saying? Well,
you just can't.
Well,
you just can't.
Well, here's where I struggle
because it stresses me not to try to eat good stuff.
All right, let me look at this, and I understand this because
I love fish.
I'm
too.
a person of weight.
I love fish as much as Greg loves chicken.
I know you do, and apparently the fish you're eating have been rolled in cornmeal. All right, but listen, I just want you to listen, and they got some taters and hush puppies with them too. But let me just say this, okay? Here's where you get in a problem with that line of thinking, what you just said. You say what? It's summer. Well, I can't do it now, man. This is late time.
I'm better. I can do it better.
And then fall comes, you say, well, I can't do it now. It's football. And then football starts winding. They say, well, I can't do it now. It's holidays.
I can do.
And then you come back.
I can do a better
and
job.
You say, well, I can't do it on New Year's.
I can do a much better job in first, second, and third quarter than fourth. Fourth is just hot. Right. Man, everywhere you go, somebody's shoveling a cookie to you.
I know.
You know.
I know.
Hey, try these.
Right.
Try these little haystacks.
Well,
oh my gosh, my favorite. You mean?
Listen, it goes back to this.
Do you love haystacks like I do?
Not really.
I love them.
I like them. Okay.
Where's that land in that category?
Where does it land?
On your
processed food.
Oh, it's in food hell. Speedy's what it is.
Matter of fact, I went over to one of them haystacks and I picked it up, and Devil was standing right. He was sleeping under it.
It's almost like you see a snake crawl out from under it. You know it. Golly, they're good. That little marshmallow in there and the chow mein noodles.
You can't find a noodle in the haystack.
Oh.
You can find calories in one.
Are you working on this because you want to work on your lake body?
No, I need to just work on body in general.
All right, we'll come back. Your phone.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, look at that.
Baby.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
18 years is an extremely long time.
– 18 years when you get up at 3:30 in the morning, that's a lot of time.
If you think about how many things have happened in 18 years.
18 years is a long time to do anything.
In 18 years, I mean, we've gone through, several presidents. We have changed quite a bit as a society.
My role when the show first began was I was the fun-loving engineer that stuck his head in for colorful comments and quips.
It started out as almost like the show, like say the first 5 years, you would almost think it seems like it's been longer than that. But then, almost like your children growing up, once it hit about 10 or 11, the last 7 years seemed real fast.
It is fun. We look forward to coming to work. Now, I hate getting up, but when I get here, it's a lot of fun. And, the people we work with become like family. They say you pick your friends, you can't do anything about your family, so that may be the case. We've had a lot of fun. We've, the first time we threw food off the roof, making appearances on national TV shows have been fun. We have had a lot of fun going to ball games and Super Bowls, and we've met a lot of nice people, all because of the listeners. Nothing we've done, but because of what they've done.
What motivates me is, number one, it's one of the things I always want to do from the time I was a child. And the fact that God has allowed that, he said, okay, do it. And so it's hard for me to complain when it's something I've always wanted to do.
We had a very difficult time when Rick lost his son, and that was very trying, but it also was a unifying moment. So I think that everybody rose to the occasion for that, and it definitely has been a marker and an influence on us all as to what we do and why we do it.
There's Rick and Bubba before my son died, and there's Rick and Bubba after he died. They're different, but they should be. I'm not saying that negatively. I think in a lot of ways we're better than we were. And I remember looking at my boots because it was cold that day because he died in the winter, and I was trying to put my boots on. I couldn't do it, and I just said, "Look, I can't go do this show. I can't. I don't know how you expect me to go in there and talk and do this again." And the Lord comforted me, and He said, "Well, now you're ready. Now you're ready to do the show, because for the first time in your entire career, you're totally dependent on me to do what you love for a living." The other thing that motivates me are the emails that we get of people who say, I was down and out today because I just needed something, and when I turn on the show, this happened. You made me laugh, or you made me think, or you comforted me, and you said something I needed to hear. When you hear those stories, you realize it's a lot bigger deal than just you're in your room and the alarm clock's going off. There's a lot of people depending on you, and they need the show. You have your immediate family, you have your extended family, and then you have this gigantic family, the Rick and Bubba family.
In this case, it's not like 18 years. It's like we just started. We have fun every day, love coming to work, don't like getting up early. I think we would be hilarious noon to 2.
We've seen a lot of things. Some of it hard, some of it fun.
The future is something that's out in front of us.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but it's when you're doing something you love, you kind of want to keep lasting, don't you?
Roll, cut 1.
the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You can come in now. We'd love to chat with you. Whatever you want to talk about, you're kind of running the program now. You can respond to the things we've already talked about today. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And again, we'd love to hear from you and chat as we celebrate Martin Luther King Jr. Day with you today. Greg and Helmsy out. They should be back middle of the week. Both of them did test positive for COVID, but they're doing fine. Not having any major issues, so we're thankful for that. So, Bubba, we have to thank Richard, absolutely listener of the week. There's nobody's even close to him.
Thank you, Richard.
Right now, he brings a grill down. He gets outside the new No Name studio. He cooks us steaks and corn on the cob, and
oh man, it's good.
It's just fantastic. Bubba did not eat the corn because he's trying to do better.
No, I did eat the corn.
No, I know you did. I was just messing with you. After you
look, no, there's no discretion against corn.
You might want to look into that.
No, that's some of them arthritis people pushing that.
Hey, be careful with it.
It's the way God made it.
Right, it's
right on the cob.
Yeah, right. It's fine. Yeah, no, just be careful.
It wasn't at the center of the garden. We're good.
Right. So I know that Adler, you might want to look because this caller looks like he's going there. I know you've got on video 6 A, B, and C. Looks like this caller is going to talk about this thing. Did you see this underwater volcano?
Yes.
So
you see it from space?
No, I didn't. Let's go to Ben. Ben, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, buddy?
Good. How y'all doing, Biggins?
Doing real good.
Awesome. Yeah, I just noticed today. I think it's happened yesterday. I just saw some footage on YouTube about this underwater volcano happening. Tsunamis has been happening everywhere.
Yeah.
And haven't seen anything on mainstream media for some reason. It seems like a pretty big event to me. I'm wondering what the holdup is on it.
Can you imagine the sound of that, Rick? How it's rumbling.
Goodness, man.
And you see some, I don't know if that was lightning in there too on that. But even from the space station, you could see this. It looks like a giant mushroom cloud up above the rest of the cloud.
Yeah,
that is lightning.
Yeah, it is. What I saw,
a thunderstorm and a volcano.
Yeah, the only footage I saw was showing some of the tsunami coming in and wiping places out. And one of the things that they're trying to, was it you and I talking about this? Or was it me and Sherry? I can't remember. Where they've noticed that every time there's been a big tsunami of any kind, the animals begin to flee and run long before the humans do.
Really?
Yeah.
So I think they sense it
They're kind of like, what are y'all figuring out that we don't know about?
Look at this from space, Rick.
Oh my goodness! So it's an underground volcano that came up underwater from water.
I thought it was on an island. Was it underwater?
It was on an island, on the island of Tonga or near the island of Tonga.
Yeah.
But it was powerful enough to cause a tsunami.
Right. Okay.
So I think part of it was underwater that caused it.
Yeah.
But it still did breach the top.
Look at that going out, man. What a shot from space.
I know. Isn't that unreal?
That's
the power of that thing.
And Adler, did you say there's people taking selfies during the tsunami?
Yes. Let me find that real quick.
What? I mean, look, this is not something I need to document. I got to go. Man, what's that movie where it goes to that family's ordeal with that tsunami?
Yeah, I saw
in Singapore,
that.
was it? Or where was it? Maybe I'm throwing. I'm just throwing out places.
I know the one you're talking about where the kids and they all got lost and separated.
Yeah. What's his name? Ethan McGregor or something?
Yeah,
I forget his name.
Got it.
You talking about McGregor?
The Impossible.
The Impossible. That's what it
Impossible?
was. That's right. Yeah.
That might need some
That's
work.
one of those movies when you
still echoey?
Yeah, that might need some work.
What about now?
Yeah, it needs some work.
Here's the people fleeing while taking a selfie. Look, this guy's like joking around, trying to do like a funny karate video or whatever, and then here comes a tsunami.
Look,
does he know one's coming?
He knows it's coming. I think he tried to do this funny karate video while the wave was coming in, but he gets in trouble here, guys, because because look, see, there's his friend. There's people taking selfies here.
But they've got selfie sticks as a tsunami chases them.
And then it gets real serious. Look at this.
Oh my god,
that's a wall of water.
What an idiot!
It's so crazy to see cell phones getting into these like third world countries now.
Look at the guy holding the selfie
He's
stick
still
up.
got the
He's
selfie
holding
stick.
it up, trying to keep it dry.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. You finally have to give up, didn't you?
Look at this.
Looks like Speedy.
But y'all,
He
the
did.
videos that are coming in from just across the globe now, because the smartphones are starting to travel the globe.
Oh, yeah, they're
It's crazy what we're getting now.
Yeah.
As far as videos.
Let me
Yeah,
tell you,
it
if
is.
I see a wall of water coming, I am hauling in the opposite direction.
Is there-
I'm going to give it the hardest 150 yards I got. You know?
Yeah. How about,
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, the see him standing up like he's going to handle it.
And then he's holding the tree, and the
Yeah.
whole tree
And-
gets
and-
knocked
and,
off.
and down he goes with the tree. I don't understand that level.
Did
of,
they survive? Do we know?
Yeah, I think they survived. I think they did survive.
Yeah,
They did survive. Let me say that.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, that's wow. So we saw I think the space footage of all that looked the most.
Yeah, wasn't it wild?
Incredible.
Golly, you get the scope of it. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
the power of it all.
Been taken from hundreds of miles up, and you see how big it was.
Well, you know why they had that volcano, don't you?
Why?
Global warming.
Really?
Yeah.
We've had a lot of volcanoes.
Right. I mean, it's well.
You know, about every island out there was volcano formed at one time.
That's what climate.
But how about the? How about
that's
the,
what climate deniers
How
say.
about the thunderstorm with it?
I didn't like that.
Was that tied in, or did the volcano cause that kind of electrical disruption?
That's a good question.
I think it was probably caused just from all the air and
Ash
everything
going up.
moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything moving. Check this out. This is a quick little graph here that shows the shockwave from the volcano traveling across the U.S. Can you see that
Yeah.
there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They've got those survey sites all across the continental United States, and boom, there's
See
the
the wave of it,
shockwave
Yeah.
from
I
from that
felt
volcano.
I felt that on the crest.
And your watch stopped working, right, Rick?
It did. I didn't know what was going on because my watch is always stopped, so I didn't think anything about it. If I stand next to a clock too long, it'll stop.
Here's some people. Here's some people taking taking a little bit more seriously. They're trying to run from the tsunami.
You might want to run.
Look at that! Look at that water coming.
Yeah.
Hey, you better step on it, man. You ain't gonna make it.
Right. Yeah. That's boy. That is not a good day, right
You better
there.
get that minivan in gear.
That's not a good day there.
No.
That car in front of him was driving a little bit slower, considering that wall of water coming.
Look, when there's a wall of water, for the one time left laners, could y'all please go on?
Yeah.
I mean,
Get on
there's a
it.
wall of water coming. How can you still be in the left lane? Will anything move you? Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, wow. Fired it up. Looks like we're firing up and getting ready to go. Here we come, Orange Beach.
Riding on the jet Rick and Bubba 1 is the way to travel.
It is currently not. It is. Well, here comes Rick. It's 4:13 in the morning.
Usually we all travel together. We do the show, and then we jump on the plane and come home. Well, this time I wanted to spend a little beach time with the lovely Betty Lou.
Bubba had to go down early and play some tennis, but I think he's going to join us.
You know the good thing is Bubba's he's already down. Adler doesn't have to have him crap.
I know, this is so cool.
We tried to turn getting to the show on location into just another day of going to work. And so in order for the plane to get you there in time to do the show, you got to leave awful early. Everybody looks pretty rough when they climb on the plane. Pretty rough.
We're doing a show live here at the Wharf. Is that right?
How we doing? All right, how about yourself?
The only way to travel, baby. Here at the beach. I should be thinking about the show, but I'm not.
Well, the setup for the road show was great. We had a great set. It actually looked professional, which is a little strange for us.
You know, we got there, I thought the setup was outstanding. I mean, TNN did a great job of setting everything up because, you know, now we're back on TV, so it's got to be more than just, you know, the audio part. There's got to be a visual part, too. The way breakfast was ready to go at Baumhauer's was, hey, number one. Or number one.
Oh, I love being out on the show and getting to meet the people who call the show.
Man, I like that shirt. Yeah, thanks.
Is that your shirt? Okay, that's your
Yeah, oh
yeah.
On location, everything sounds different. Everything looks different. It's a very much. A lot of people that are fans of road shows, they say, look, it brings out a certain edge to everybody, and I think it does because it's just not so pristine. It's not so comfortable.
We had a great show, a lot of laughs, big fun, and that was it. We put a wrap on it.
Well done. Great broadcast. Thought it went well. It's so hard to come down here and sacrifice the way we do, but I got to tell you what, it's one of my favorite places in the whole world. The crowd came out. It was awesome.
We got to be live at Mark's Outdoors in an hour and 40 minutes, and we're in Orange Beach, Alabama right now.
Back to the van, back to the plane, back home.
It was a good time to socialize in the plane too. We love to kind of cut up on the plane and goof off.
On the way to travel, Rick and Bubba 1. Back in Birmingham, I'll have lunch at 11:30. And I love to freak people out and be walking the streets of my hometown only an hour and 15 minutes after I was just on the air 5 hours away. The look on their face is precious.
I think I'd be a good boat guy. I've always heard the best thing is to have a friend with a boat. I need that friend. Rick don't have one. I don't think any of these goofballs are ever going to get one. Anybody got a boat? Want to be my friend?
7 minutes past the hour. It is the 28th year of the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Speedy Adler here, Helmsy Greg out. They should be back midweek, barring some unforeseen circumstance. And a happy Martin Luther King Jr. Day to all of you across our country and around the world. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged to share MLK Day with you today. Rick, a lot going on, but we do remember MLK today, Martin Luther King Jr.
Yep, an American hero, and today we remember all the incredible work and of course, as we've seen so many times in our past, sometimes when you decide to take on evil, that doesn't mean that you may not lose your earthly life, but the impact continues on. So there you go. As we start this hour, a couple other things to look at. If you're wanting to get the new Rick and Bubba CD, Herd Immunity, it goes out to all the streaming services on Wednesday. If you would like to go ahead and pre-add it, pre-save it, or pre-order it, you can do that. All those links are available on all the Rick and Bubba social media platforms today. So go out and get ready for Wednesday, if that's the way you prefer to get it. If you've already got a hard copy and you still got your CD player and you don't care about all that, then you're set. You've had it since November. But for everybody else, your chance, and you've been asking about that, it will be on Wednesday. So FYI, Sid Bream, our guest on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, that is also out and ready to go. Bubba, you remember the governor of Virginia that he made the mistake of overplaying his hand. You know, he just, buddy, before you know it, he was saying things and doing things and ruling on things. And then the people of Virginia had a chance to make a change, and they did. They went with the Republican governor, and Governor Glenn Youngkin has officially been sworn in. And he had some words to say to the people of Virginia. Here we go.
Parents should have a say in what is taught in schools. They should have a say what's being taught in schools, because in Virginia, parents have a fundamental right to make decisions with regard to their child's upbringing, education, and care. To parents, I say, we respect you, and we will empower you in the education of your children.
And there you go. So that was, if you remember, that was the speech that got him elected.
Yeah.
When he was telling everybody, I'm going to return the power back to you, the parents, on having a say, like it used to be. Before we invented this.
He defeated the former governor, Terry McAuliffe. He wasn't the current sitting governor,
right?
But he had been a governor a time or two before. So, you know what? Just looking at him, does he look a little bit like the guy who was in the show Whose Line Is It Anyway? To you?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
When I first saw him, I thought, hey, wait a minute, I didn't know you run for office.
Yeah, I can see that. Kind of staying on this theme. Now, this is Canada. Video one, Adler. It is Canada, but many times you will hear some of our leftists. They just, if they can't get us to want to be like Europe, they'll say, well, can we please just be like Canada? Right. And so we have a Canadian update. Canadian update. Let's take it home, Bubba. Yeah. So Sherry and I, as a matter of fact, we've been trying to go to Canada for at least 2 years now. We've kind of come to the conclusion that we will never be allowed into Canada. The way they're acting with the pandemic and all this kind of stuff. So anyway, again, this is Canada, but it's always good to look. We had some health officials that got pressured a little bit, and you're going to hear in this piece of audio and video that the health official admits
that they secretly accessed the cell phone location data of 87% of Canadians.
Oh.
Why? To monitor their movement during the pandemic without their consent.
Shocking.
So here,
Shocking,
we
don't
got-
you think?
Yeah.
The Public Health Agency of Canada confirmed media reports just before Christmas that it had secretly accessed location data for 33 million mobile devices to monitor the movement of Canadians during COVID-19. That number represents roughly 87% of the population who were spied on without any knowledge that the government was accessing their data. Public Health Agency of Canada officials were forced to admit this had occurred after a request for proposal was published with a call for interest in continuing a program of collecting data for up to 5 more years.
So you see what we had been talking about. And again, this is Canada, but there were attempts to. The thing about you got to watch for things like pandemics, and they're certainly serious, and they should be taken serious, and our heart breaks for the people that we love that were killed by this disease. But you got to be real careful whenever a giant central government has you afraid, because they'll reach in to take away your liberty and your freedom, all under the guise that you must be kept safe and we must keep others safe. And you got to be real careful when that line starts, because they'll grab and they'll take and they'll keep. You remember, and I'm gonna say this for something that I remember being terrified after 9/11, and we started giving up all kinds of freedom because we said, well, we have to. We have to do this to cut down on terrorist attacks. We must give up freedoms. And then what did we find? We found that the government wasn't just using it to track terrorists.
Well,
they were using it against political operatives, and they were using it to figure out what people were doing that were just citizens of the country that had no reason to be looked at. And so they just can't handle this kind of stuff. So you find out now that Canadians had no idea that their cell phone data was being used to follow them around to see what they were doing during the pandemic.
Well, think about this, Rick.
Without consent.
How many million of people did he say they were tracking?
He said 87% of the population. So
30 something million or something. What was the number?
Well, Canada has about 30 million people, 35 million people.
So probably say 25 million, right?
Yeah.
You can't digest that much data. They don't have enough analysts to keep up with that many people.
Right.
So see, they're just grabbing stuff they don't even need. And what are you determining? You don't know if somebody's positive or not. Have you matched that to their phone numbers? Is that it? And then you're seeing if they're traveling?
Right.
Rick, you don't have enough people to keep up with that. So this is just a mega information grab is all this is. And then they filter through it looking for stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, what happens then?
It has no what we call probable cause to it at all.
Yeah, what happens then is you go, there's a talk show host out there that's really, really negative against the government. Really? Yeah, I've got his information. I was supposed to be watching him just for COVID to see where he went. But now that I was watching him, I noticed he went here, and I think that's something we can use against him. And I noticed he was doing this. We can probably use that against him. And that's what happens. And that's the reason why you have to get to if something's not the government's business, it stays that way no matter how much they say it would make you safer if you let them have it. They never, ever, ever, if you give them something, they will always abuse that power. That's when you have to limit the power they have.
Yeah, after 9/11, I thought we did need to expand our investigative powers of suspicious individuals. But, critics warned, and I'll have to admit that some of this has got out of hand.
Yeah.
I mean, like you say, we saw it used against Trump illegally. Very few people are going to do jail time over that. Maybe some patsy along the way, middle level operative.
No.
But it can be used against anybody. Yep. And that's not what it was designed for. It falls way outside of our probable cause laws, and it's ridiculous. And even when you have the special court for your undercover operations, we saw where people were lying to them, getting warrants that were not justified.
No, you're right. Proving
crazy.
Once again you can't do it, no matter how afraid you may be. That they love fear. That's our number one there. Let's keep you safe. Would you like to see a drunk guy fight a Michael Jackson impersonator?
Rick, that and the NCAA has updated its COVID-19 guidelines for winter sports. And you know what? There may be a ray of hope in this.
Oh, really?
I don't
Okay.
know if you've seen this or not.
We'll do both when we come back. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Alabama, the Tennessee Valley Hunting and Fishing Expo. We have in show notes, tvhfe.com, all the information for you to be there. And one of the folks that'll be there this weekend is Donald Trump Jr., who joins us now. Welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
What's going on, guys? How are you doing?
Well, you know, I know that you're fired up about getting to the Rocket City. I mean, a lot going on in Huntsville, but also to talk about one of your favorite topics, and that's hunting and fishing. You've always
outdoors time.
You're like us. You love the outdoors.
Yeah, they always called me the Fifth Avenue redneck growing up. I never quite fit into New York City, and so, yeah, it's one of those things I've just always been very passionate about, and that was perhaps the great thing of politics was I could actually start talking about it. When you're a real estate developer from New York, when you talk about it, they look at you a little bit cross-eyed. When you're getting to go around the rest of the country, they realize what it's all about, and it's just I'm really excited to be there.
Don, how did you get started hunting?
Yeah.
Being that you were in New York City so much, did your dad carry you out? Did y'all just get out in the outdoors, or how did you get a love for it?
Yeah, I had a grandfather that was he was from communist Czechoslovakia, right? And he saw the sort of lifestyle we were growing up with in America. He said, "That's wonderful. There's a lot of plus, and you got to see the other side." And so he took me to Czechoslovakia every summer. That was probably the start of my political rise as well, because I saw sort of what the communists were doing over there. But it was, there's the woods. I'll see you at dark. He taught me how to shoot an air gun and a bow and, camp craft that stuff, making fires, camping. There was no real hunting because, that was reserved for the elite over there.
Right.
I sort of never had that same affinity in New York City, always got out on the weekends, and I went to boarding school as a young kid in central Pennsylvania, and a guy there took me under his wing and took me on my first hunt. I read every book there was and just fell in love, and now it's what I do.
That had to be a little scary to be dropped off in the woods. Were they communists then, or what?
Well, it was a communist country, but, we were sort of in a remote area. My grandfather wasn't exactly a fan of the communists. But so, again, I learned a little bit about that lifestyle. And when I see what's going on in America right now and what they're pushing on us, it's someone's got to push back. And, as someone who had a little taste of how bad it actually could be, I think I have a better understanding than most of the, young millennials that talk about how wonderful it sounds.
Yeah, it's amazing to me what an easy sell it is to the uninformed masses. But why do you think people are drawn to that? Do you think it's just they just don't know, or it just sounds good on paper?
They've never lived in it.
Well, they never lived in it. They've never seen the pitfalls. They have a bunch of teachers indoctrinating them from a young age. Look at how it's so great and so fair. It's like I can assure you, I've seen it. I've waited in the bread lines. If I'm going to wait in the line, I'd rather it be for an iPhone than for a loaf of bread. It's just a little bit different. But I got two great things out of that experience growing up there. Got me into the outdoors and the hunting and fishing, and it's what I do. To this day, it's not just sort of a once-a-year thing for me. I mean, every weekend I'm out doing something like that, whether it's hunting, fishing, competitive shooting, or all that stuff. And it's just been awesome for me, and I'm trying to bring my kids up the same way.
Yeah, you make a great point. It was you getting into politics, and, like when your dad was the leader of the free world, you probably went out and could talk more openly about it because you're meeting all the Americans that you probably related to more than the ones you were dealing with in New York.
Yeah, well, listen, I spent time with, those were my friends to begin with, right? Like way before politics, I was a competitive shooter. Way before politics, I was hunting. It wasn't like I took it up because of it, and I think that was the difference,
Yeah,
I think I'm literally like undefeated in governor's clay shoots. They bring in the New York guy, like, oh, we don't want that guy on our team. And I have all these trophies on my wall, winning every single one I've ever been to, and so become sort of the ringer in that. Unlike some, and you've seen so many of the politicians, they show up, they put their blaze orange on, and their fingers on the trigger, and they're pointing a barrel at someone's face, and they're like, "I'm really into this." It's like, no, you're not.
Yeah, those political commercials.
They have no idea. It's like, that's a beautiful brand new gun that's never been shot, but the photo op is nice, but you're not kidding anyone.
Yeah, those political commercials and these photos are so uncomfortable when they're trying to, connect with people who actually do it, and they pretend they do it too. It really, really is embarrassing.
22 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show. Feeling like this. So, O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Let's look ahead. Things that are coming up you need to get on the calendar. All right, here we go. All right, so I'll be headed over to Cleveland, Georgia, coming up on 1 week from today, and I'll be speaking at Truett-McConnell University, and looking forward to that. It will be that evening, and I think it's open to anybody who wants to come. Go grab Helmsy will be the 28th of January, doing a man church in Ardmore, Tennessee at Cash Point Baptist. And then, you know, we did cancel the man event that was coming up on February the 4th. We refunded those tickets. But we still have a number of gatherings, but one that have been part of the last couple of years, the Pursuit Men's Conference in Dothan, Alabama. It's back February 18th and 19th. And that will be at the Dothan Civic Center. Jonathan Evans will be speaking. Charles Billingsley will be leading worship. I'll be speaking, and also Andy Blanks. So that's a Friday night, a half a day Saturday. You can get those tickets by going to rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. All right, so Bubba, first of all, you want to watch this Michael Jackson impersonator get in a fight with a drunk before we get to the NCAA COVID rules?
Yeah.
All right, so is this audio, Adler, or just video only? We can go with some audio? Okay, so...
Yeah, the audio's good until it gets until they go to the ground. Then once it goes to the ground, then bystanders start kind of chiming.
Should I pot it down when they go to the ground?
I can do it in here or whatever you want to do.
All right, let's do it together, you and me, man.
All right, we got this.
All right, so let's take a look here. See what we got, Bo. Look right here. All right, there's the there's the Michael Jackson impersonator with the drum. Well, Michael, pretty good move, by the way, by Michael. All right, so then, look, Michael's got him down. And I think Michael's winning this. For those you just tuned in, that's not Greg. All right, so the...
Look, for a minute, it looked like Greg was fighting Michael Jackson.
It did. Look. All right,
Has
so
he got a Michael Jackson mask
I thought he
on?
had a mask on. But
That's his face.
That's not a mask.
That's his face.
I thought it was a mask, too.
This man is dedicated.
He really is.
Do you think he's singing Man in the Mirror to
That
him
looks
right
like
now?
he's got Greg in a hard headlock. Doesn't it? Greg's fighting the Michael Jackson impersonator.
It starts with the man
And then
in the
from
mirror.
there, people break it up. But you look,
Michael took him down.
Please look at this guy's the shirt on the drunk guy that when he stands up.
All right.
I don't know if you can read it. It says, "You can't fix stupid."
Does it really say that?
It really does.
Boy,
guys.
he's been in it. What's Greg doing in Vegas?
You can't fix stupid, y'all.
Oh, look at it. Look, he just got beat up by a Michael Jackson impersonator. Yeah. This man's living one of the worst man nightmares. I got beat up by Michael Jackson. That's one of the worst man nightmares on the planet.
Sir, I would fade into the crowd and get away.
You got to. By the way, Greg would have taken Michael Jackson. God, what's wrong with that guy's
the
face?
trip, guys. The trip is so good.
It's like the face is bigger,
I
too
know
big for the
something's
head.
going on with his face.
I think this man might have had
Some
lot of surgeries.
Had some work done.
Yeah, and maybe some, in a shed kind of surgery. You know.
Wow.
If I had to guess, he might also.
This guy's got some training.
He does. He does.
He does.
Is that a pretty good leg sweep?
The leg sweep. He sweep the leg. He does it. He sweep the leg pretty good there.
Gosh.
The guy's embarrassed. He's turning red.
Do you think he said, before he did that, you think he said, will you roll with me?
Yeah, maybe. He could have.
Down you go.
Say, roll with me.
Roll with me. I wish the Michael Jackson was singing "I'm Bad" during all
now I've
this.
become a little sweet. Yeah. Y'all, when there's certain shots, it looks like that's
roll
Greg.
I'm Bad while we're watching it.
There's certain shots it looks like it
really does. It really
does. But now Greg would have done better though. Straight up.
Yeah. Sure.
So
you can't fix stupid. You guys
can't. Hang on.
That is good. Then he's still hanging around talking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I'd get out of there.
You ever tried to talk to people like that?
You just been whooped up on by Michael Jackson.
Look, once you've been beat up by Michael Jackson, I'm sorry. You got to move on.
You don't want to mess with those people on the streets. Those street performers,
Well,
they
think
have a
about
hard life.
Think about how many times
they've had to defend themselves.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you like Beat It or I'm? Let's go.
Oh, Beat It.
Yeah,
No, that's
let's look at this.
Okay, here we go.
Our smooth criminal.
Rick, and if you get the punch sound effect, I'd appreciate it. And I need that to the beat.
Let go of my hair.
He does pull his hair. That is a little bit of a concern. It's Greg in a headlock.
That is. That's Kyle Maynard all over.
That's not Greg.
Go one up. There's an ouch right after that. There we go, right there.
Bubba, get up and pop and move a little bit.
Come on, Bubba. Oh, my goodness.
Ow! All right.
I'll take all that you got.
Let me tell you, that's solid go.
Oh,
right
it
there.
is. It
Gosh.
is.
Somebody's
look at that face right there. Look at right there. He's going out.
Oh, now
he's going out.
Everybody's looking, saying, "Is this Greg getting beat up by Michael Jackson?"
I think it is.
Gosh, it looks
Oh,
just
that's
like
funny.
him.
Oh my
That's
gracious.
Oh my.
So
goodness.
yeah, everybody, if you're just joining us, that's where Greg is. Greg is out today because he got beat up by Michael Jackson.
Oh.
If you're just joining
Go
us.
ahead. You're saying go ahead and spread that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we thought it had something to do with COVID.
You know, I told Rick before Greg comes back, I think we have to make him do one day on Zoom. Just for our own fun.
Just to look at his bad attitude on
yeah,
there.
yeah.
All right, we'll come back. NCAA. Is this winter sports? Did you say about
Winter sports, we've got new guidelines from the NCAA.
boy.
But Rick, there's a what I'm calling a ray of hope.
Are they getting tired of it too?
Oh my
Are they
goodness.
kind of the point like, yeah, whatever. People get sick, get the feel about. Come back. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We had to do a broadcast from the Tennessee Valley Hunting and Fishing Expo.
By the way, I can't believe it's been a year since we've been to this thing. That was a quick year. We're back in Huntsville again. It's a live broadcast. You never know what's going to happen. That's what I love about live.
Live broadcast.
On location.
Hey, they're early, too.
I wish you could get a brighter light. Yeah, I think it would help when you film stuff.
What was so amazing is we had like 20 minutes before the show was starting. You want to get in the middle here?
I need breakfast really bad.
Yeah. So we're excited. People come out and watch the show today. Are we going through the right door? I got the TNN folks here ready to go.
So we get there. ISDN line's not working.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
And one thing that has never happened, I had no commercials.
So we had no show. And TNN's looking at us like going, hey guys, we got a show in 20 minutes.
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
No sound, no nothing.
Basically, everything that could go wrong went wrong, technically.
Yeah, Bubba check.
The communication between us and Master Control had broke down.
Check. Test.
I mean, we were freaking out. At one point, Greg comes over and he's like, hey, the craziest thing happened. We ain't got no commercials. And I was like, buddy, calm down. We're going to be all right. Of course, I'm panicking.
So you had Greg trying to get the commercials loaded. Speedy's trying to get us on the air.
But, hey, God had his hand on everything because with about 10 minutes left, the ISDN line started working. Master Control got the commercials back.
We're about to start the show.
But for a while there, I didn't think we were going to have a show. So when the show started, it was on.
This was one of the biggest crowds as far as people sitting in the chairs and watching the show on location.
I love meeting the people.
I sure do appreciate y'all's ministry.
How come there's no syrup for the waffles? But, we just have to get by how we can.
How about the crowd? We had a huge crowd show up, and we had a great time. And, I mean, there were a ton of people. 6 o'clock in the morning, the place was full. It was awesome.
I love the Rick and Bubba show.
I have 2 hermit crabs. Guess what I named them?
What?
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, let me get that on camera. Boom.
Oh, the Rick and Bubba Show? They're great.
This gentleman here brought me these Civil War bullets.
Mini ball and musket ball.
Those were manufactured by the United States of America when they were at war with Tennessee. How about that?
Well, it looks like it's over and done. We had our difficulties, but we did overcome them.
Wow, we've had to work today. We have had to work today, and
At the end of the day, we've been at this a long time. I had full confidence. We got the job done.
That's a wrap.
Done.
Wrap.
Going fishing.
Can I do this? Wrap.
We wrapped the show, packed things up. I'm ready to roll.
All right, Rick and Bubba here, Bubba. 2013 edition of the Tennessee Valley Hunting and Fishing Expo. It's been so early since we got up. It's really great to be here. We love it. Getting out and interacting with the people is what it's all about. Now we load back up.
And got to get a deer head back here, too. We got to spend time with the listeners.
What if you got sucked up into that goal?
That'd be problem if I could fit myself in there.
And friends, when all was said and done, another successful remote.
I'm looking sharp.
We're all able to look at each other and go, now that was quite stressful, but what a great show. We pulled it off.
We fly back to Birmingham. We're back here before lunch. Just another day on the road, Rick and Bubba.
Getting to meet the people on location, there's just something about that live dynamic that you're seeing the facial reaction, and another one in the books.
We had to do a broadcast from the Tennessee Valley Hunting and Fishing Expo thing. I can't talk. My tongue, I bit it. It's bad. Hurts. Oh, it hurts.
Oh my goodness.
And the camera's still following me. You going home with me?
No, I'll leave.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to some of your phone calls coming up. Before this hour is done, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Go there. If you have a job opportunity, maybe you'd like to hire Richard, who grilled for us today. What you need to do is go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba, and then they'll put your job opportunity in front of the world's largest professional network. Over 770 million people. And I want you to think about that. But you're going to give them some screening questions, which means that they will weed out people that really aren't qualified for the opportunity that you have. And that way, when you get down to interviewing, you're not wasting time. You're only interviewing people who are already qualified. Now you're picking from the best of the best. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Your first job post, free. That's right. Use our URL and it's free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. That's also going to be your link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors too, that free opportunity. So take advantage of that, get it out in front of their network, and get that to position field with a person that's actually going to be an asset to the company, not a detriment. All right, Bubba, NCAA, COVID protocol. We got new protocol coming up, but you said there may be a ray of hope.
Well, maybe this is a move in the right direction. You tell me. The NCAA COVID-19 Medical Advisory Group has developed a new definition of fully vaccinated to account for vaccinations, boosters, and other immunity factors. See, that's the one I want you to look at.
Is that the ray of hope?
Now, here's the old standard. Fully vaccinated individuals now include those within 2 months of receiving a Johnson & Johnson vaccine, 5 months of receiving the Pfizer vaccine series, or 6 months of receiving the Moderna vaccine series, and individuals who are beyond the aforementioned timeline that have received a booster vaccine.
Okay.
And we knew they were going to start counting booster for fully documented.
Okay.
But tell me, is this new or this is the ray of hope I'm hoping for. Individuals within 90 days of a documented COVID-19 infection fall with the equivalent of fully vaccinated. So they're saying if you have immunity for 90 days, you're good from having it.
Okay.
Which is better than it was.
Yeah, sure. Well, at least we're recognizing
it ought
now.
to be longer.
It should.
How about this? Why don't you do a test, see what your immune response is, and go off
Don't
that?
get me started on that.
Wouldn't that be better?
It would. It makes sense.
The other noteworthy change in the newest COVID-19 guidance is quarantine and isolation periods. The NCAA suggests 5 days of quarantine after a positive test if there are no symptoms or symptoms are resolving. They also suggest masking around others for 5 additional days, except during athletic activities and a negative test. Fully vaccinated, close contact do not need to quarantine, but should wear a mask when not participating in athletic activities. Unvaccinated close contact should still quarantine for 5 days with no participation in athletic activities. The new guidelines comes after the CDC announced in late December its recommendations for shorter isolation periods from 10 days to 5 in most cases.
Again, I'm still having a hard time, and maybe I just don't understand it or it hasn't been communicated well. If someone is vaccinated, and I don't think anybody should quarantine for 5 days just because they've been in contact with somebody because there's so many variables.
Well, they say you do if you hadn't been vaccinated, if you're not fully
Well,
vaccinated and boosted.
But why?
What's the second booster going to be
But
called?
Bubba, can I tell you about what happened in this room right here?
Rick, it ain't over yet, so let's not draw
right.
analog.
Well, here's the thing.
What is it?
I don't know who got it from who because you don't really know.
Right.
But what it looked like was that we were exposed to it. Greg tested positive for it. The rest of us didn't. He's vaccinated, and then he passed it on to Helms. So why was Greg safer to everybody than Helms, who's not vaccinated?
Well,
explain
again,
that to me.
I understand what you're saying, and it appears.
Well, I just like an explanation.
It appears from my understanding of this that Greg has had while both cases are mild, Greg's was a little worse than him so far. Right? Would that be fair?
That is fair. And Helms not only is unvaccinated, now he has had COVID before.
Right.
But he's also an asthma patient.
Right. Which is this of all.
But he's doing,
ailments,
and Greg's
it's
not doing bad at all. But Greg does seem to be. At least Greg had a sore throat and was coughing.
Right.
Helmsy just seemed to have a dry cough that
I don't think
he
Helms,
thinks is part of his normal life.
Yeah, I don't think he thought he had it at all until our cute little bit on the show
No,
Friday.
you know why? Because he
Positive.
didn't really have any symptoms that were abnormal to Helms's normal life.
You know,
What I'm saying is,
thinking
this is propaganda. Because if a vaccinated person can catch it and pass it, then they're no different. Now, I'm not talking about how it affects them like a treatment. I'm not talking about that. You may say, well, most people that we're having a hard time with have, comorbidities and they're unvaccinated versus the vaccinated. I'm not talking about how it affects the person who's been vaccinated. I'm strictly talking about catching it and passing it, because that's what this isolation stuff's supposed to be about. Well, why are you saying that? So if a person's fully vaccinated and they've been exposed, they're just going to stay in my life. But an unvaccinated person is asked to leave my life for 5 days, but they both can give it to me. I just don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense.
I guess in their mind, they're saying the vaccinated ones have a better chance. But the further you
is
move
there
away,
science that says that?
The further you move away from alpha, it's just not. It's not the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I was told by a medical professional, and I don't know if this is true or not, but I told you that vaccine 2.0 is coming. They're exploring and investigating it now.
Sure.
I was told over the weekend that it will be based on the Omicron variant.
Say it again.
Omicron. Omicron. Omicron variant. And
that's 3 different.
I like back when we had it, alpha, beta, delta.
Well, this one wasn't supposed to be Omicron because we politically moved it to Omicron,
right?
Which is bizarre. How
Right.
weird is that?
So you see it. You see as it varies out. That would probably be the wisest thing. You want it on the latest one that everybody had. So, but anyway, as you said, the spike is coming down in our state rather dramatically.
And it seems to be coming down in all states where it got hot.
Yeah, it went up dramatically. Now it's coming down.
I mean, I'm
dramatically,
just like the South Africa scientists were telling us. I mean, it shot up like a rocket and it's coming back down like a rocket coming back to Earth.
It's just we see these waves going across the country and back the other way, and you just kind of wonder when this thing's going to play out, at least to the point that we don't have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll ever be completely gone, but and I actually think, I mean, nobody likes the thing is, I wouldn't obsess a whole lot over people testing numbers. You want to know how many people are getting really sick, and the ones that are getting really sick, why do you think that is? Of course, there's always going to be an exception that either we don't really understand. Like I know in my own personal world, there's only one person that I knew of and knew well enough that I'd actually been an acquaintance with them. I wasn't close to them, but I mean, we had done events together, and I'd gone to church with them, and we talked and we knew each other. And his death was the only one that by the surface,
right,
you would see perfectly healthy person who took care of themselves, who got it and died. Most everybody else that I know that passed away, there was some insult that made them more susceptible to death by this. And then they were pretty obvious. A lot of it has to do with cancer patients, like with Mark Phillips,
lung issues.
Yeah, and all that. But so what I'm saying is we positive test, I mean, nobody likes hearing that, but that doesn't really mean a whole lot, because a lot of people that I know, and even the guys on the show, I mean, we have sent people home, with much more severe symptoms that they have. And you know what we called it? That person's homesick.
Yeah.
Well, and if there was no such thing as Omicron, Helmsy would still be here working, and Greg would be possibly homesick. Probably not, about just the symptoms. So, I mean, I think we're moving into the point that whether I have COVID-19, a variant, or whether I have pneumonia, or whether I have the flu, or whether I have an upper respiratory infection, or whether I have a sinus infection, or whether I have a fever virus, I'm just sick. And I'm out sick. And sometimes when people get out sick, as you said, they get real bad and get put in the hospital, and most of the time they don't.
I still haven't heard
but sometimes they do.
A good explanation on why this thing is varying so quick. Like with the flu, we have variants, but we've got, 4 or 5, and the flu's been around a long, long time.
Yeah, right. And
maybe because it's man-made, Bubba.
Yeah.
It's not natural, so it doesn't follow the path of the other ones. That's a good answer.
Yeah. So anyway, there's the new protocols, but at least they're acknowledging natural immunity for at least 90 days.
At least part of it, which I think it's probably longer than that, but...
Yeah. Well, apparently, by our own experience. We'll be back. Top of the hour is coming up, but we got one more segment before that, so we'll take your phone calls next. It's 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Your phone calls coming in on any topic.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it's a big interview. It's the interview that people all over the country, shows everywhere, are trying to get, and we've gotten it. And that is to actually interview the fly that became the star of last night's vice presidential debate. A fly that flew in, rested on Mike Pence's head for an uncomfortable amount of time. And people don't know where the fly came from, why it wouldn't leave, why it stayed there so long. And we have the fly on Mike Pence's head on the phone right now. A fly on Mike Pence's head, how are you?
Hello, Rick and Bubba. Buzzworth here.
Hey, so it's Buzzworth? Is that your name?
Buzzworth's the name. And first things first, Rick and Bubba.
Okay.
A lot of people think I could have been a tiny military surveillance drone.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yes.
I'm just a fly. I'm flesh and blood. Or should I say, I am exoskeleton and goo. People are also saying I could have maybe thrown up or pooped in Pence's hair during the debate.
Yeah, I heard that.
Not true. I laid eggs. You think I'm going to trust Kamala Harris with my unborn children?
Good point.
Buzzword!
Bad fly.
That's pretty good.
Legitimate point.
That's a good fly.
Also, I didn't land on Kamala Harris because I'm actually black. and I was worried she would throw me in prison.
Please listen to the buzz.
The truth is, I actually know Vice President Pence.
Oh, you
I'm
do?
his one and only black friend, yes.
This is so good.
Well, it took him an hour, by the way.
No wonder.
He actually prepared.
Seriously though, flies are attracted to dead things. And after working with Trump for 4 years, Pence is definitely dead inside. But I got to tell you, Rick and Bubba, last night was a rush. Ooh, it was the best minute and a half of my life. That's what B said. Sorry, insect humor, a little bit of insect humor.
Yeah, I got that there. I got it, yeah.
I really didn't know I would cause such a stir by landing on Vice President Pence's head.
Yeah.
People were going crazy. People were going nuts. After the debate, Mike Pence's wife, Karen, said she needed to speak to the moderator.
What were they going to speak about?
Karen, moderator.
Oh, yeah,
right. Okay.
Karen,
I'm sorry, I got off the script.
Sorry about that, Buzzworth.
By the way, Rick and Bubba, after the debate, Kamala Harris finally answered the question about whether she would pack the Supreme Court. She said, yes, I will absolutely pack the court. Turns out she was talking about the prison basketball court.
Oh, okay.
I'll get blamed for this, too.
Anywho, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna go drink some coffee. Buzzbox. Gonna go read a book. Lord of the Flies. Gonna read that book and then maybe listen to some music. I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Thank you, Buzzworth.
And remember, kids, I want to say something to the kids out there. If you think you are too small or you think you are too tiny to make a big difference, just think about me. You hear that, Adler? All right, I gotta go quarantine for 10 days, which is the rest of my life. Deuces.
Buzzworth the fly that landed on Mike Pence's head.
Oh, way better
Gosh,
than I thought it was.
Yo, my goodness.
It's a lot better than I thought
That
it
was,
Wow.
and then, guys, that's an exclusive interview.
I know, it's hard to catch.
There's nobody. I wonder if he'll probably be all over the rest of the news media today, but we had him first.
That's
That's
right.
right.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. And it's 30 seconds a pop. You can join us now. Make a comment. Ask a question. Bring information to the table. No meaningless shout-outs or no shameless plugs. Those will get instant buzzers. No, hey, I got a name for the studio. That too gets an instant buzzer. So we just want topics, comments, questions, something you want to bring to the table. Okay, and we'll start with Chet in the great state of Mississippi. Lines are available for you if you want to get in. So Chet, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds, go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm a podcast listener. Just listening to y'all talk about hunting in West Point. There is definitely Bigfoots out there, no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Have you had an encounter?
I wouldn't say I personally had an encounter, but I've hunted over that way a couple times, and we used to go. You used to hear old men talk about stories all the time, but. Definitely, no doubt, those woods are spooky out there. Absolutely.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of spooky places, Bubba. We've been there.
Yeah, I've seen a lot. And I tell you, I don't want to talk about missing 411, then have to go sleep in the camper outside.
How did you do that? How did you let that happen?
Rick, it took all I could manage to get out there and get that camper door locked.
How did you ever go to sleep?
How about
Just
when I
total
opened the
exhaustion?
door and it wasn't locked, and I thought, oh, gosh, one of them's in here. You know what?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, that's good.
And was it a show enough good one? Could have Bigfoot have got in that one? I think he could have.
It was a nice camper. I
Sure,
enjoyed
it
it.
But
And
was
I
it a
appreciate
show enough
Cuz
good
fixing
one?
it up.
But was it a show
Now,
enough good
if
one?
you talk about Greg's definition of show enough good one, no, probably not.
Jimmy and McCalla listening to ZZK. Jimmy, go.
All right. Hey, I've got a son that plays basketball on the Division II level here in Alabama. I will not name the school. So you got COVID in January. Without talking to us, briefly thereafter, he got the shot and the booster, which I would have advised him to wait. But they were under, pressure to get vaccinated.
Sure.
So fast forward to this year, they haven't been tested because everybody was vaccinated on the team. But now the NCAA has changed things. If you haven't been boosted in months, you're not considered fully vaccinated.
Right.
So they tell them this, and they're once again we're getting pressured. If you don't get boosted, you got to get tested every week. Then right after they tell them this, one of the players on the team, everybody on the team except two, are fully vaccinated and boosted. My son being one of them. One of the players tested positive. That's fully vaccinated, boosted. So now he has to quarantine for 5 days, even though he doesn't have any symptoms, in order to get back on the court.
Yeah, it's just a never-ending cycle. We got to get back to somebody's sick, so they're out of here. Let's keep moving. Anybody else get sick, you go too. If not, I mean, you can't even function.
Yeah, and we have fully vaccinated, which means 2 shots for most of them. I guess Johnson & Johnson's one. The one Adler had that's practically useless.
I think that's being called double vaccinated now.
Is it double vaccinated? Is that what you call it?
Because fully vaccinated, you got to have a booster.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. You got to, I hear people say fully vaccinated and boosted.
Right.
I hear that term.
Yeah, I do too.
But because second booster's coming, what's going to be the terminology then? Fully vaccinated, fully boosted, or double vaccinated, double boosted? Or how about this? My butt's sore from being given shots.
Yeah,
or arm, or wherever you get it.
Yeah, there's the one guy told me, he said, I like big boost, and I cannot lie.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't know. It's a never-ending cycle, but we're literally making it up as we go. It's just.
And by the way, the new drug, the antiviral drug. I was told by several doctors they are prescribing it now, so they have patients who are actually on it. But it's so
hard to
new,
get.
we don't know how they've.
Well, it's also hard to get.
Yeah.
I mean, and they should be able to get that whenever they need it and do their job. They can't even do their job because the government came in here and decided they would be in charge of dispensing the drugs and the vaccine, when the drugs should have been left to the free market. Look, we're not in the operation,
warp
speed anymore. Go let the private sector do their job on treatment.
Maybe you should be in the
y'all
testing.
stay out of it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brett in Alabama. Brett, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Brett.
I wanted to ask y'all's opinion on something. When y'all took this Omicron variant test, how do y'all know that it wasn't just a test for the cold and flu? And did they just label it an Omicron test? Or, have you heard anything, or how did they name this test?
No, it's just a COVID-19 test, and it's the I don't know how you say it, Binox test. It was the one the FDA approved first.
Yeah, now there is the difference in a flu test and a cold test and a COVID test.
Yeah, they do test.
But they don't have any idea what variant you have. They base it off the samples where they are differentiating. Is that the word?
Yeah, like if a lab gets 100 samples in, they will do the molecular test to decide and say, look, 86% of these are Omicron or whatever you call it now. So that's probably what everybody's got.
Right. I mean, and I think if you go, this person tested positive, they've really had very little trouble, And then the people who are doing the samples go, that sounds a lot like about 83% of what we're doing right now, which is Omicron.
And if you're having more severe symptoms, it's probably still some Delta.
Correct. Let's go to Terry in Pensacola. Terry, go ahead. But there is no test to tell you which one that you get at a normal place. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning. I just want to thank the person that said that Bubba looked like a turkey with a wheel of meat coming from behind him, because that's all I can see right now.
Yeah, I know.
Bubba is a turkey.
When people plant those seeds and you can't, and you're like, hey, I wish I'd have never known that. I wish I'd have never. Hey, let me tell you, if I do my little call, Bubba, come walking over here. Let's go to Donnie and Calera. Donnie, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, Green Acres and Monkey Grass, guys.
Thank you, buddy. So what's on your mind, buddy?
One thing I'd like to say, you were talking about what they're calling the boosters and everything. I know for our company and how we're tracking it, they are calling it a stale vaccination if you're not getting all the boosters on time.
Stale.
A what?
Like bread going stale?
Well, yes, a stale vaccination, like moldy bread. You're just sitting there useless if you don't get all of the boosters one after the other every 6 months.
Yeah. We're gonna have them like vitamins here before we know it.
Of course, those people still getting Omicron and passing it, but I mean, so
seemed like somebody in the secret meetings they have, Rick, would stand up. And go, y'all realize people are still getting sick,
right?
Should we ease up on this just a little bit?
Acting like it's stopping it.
Yeah.
Kim in Georgia. Kim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, I just want to let y'all know that in between on your breaks, the commercials are awesome. Everything y'all are doing is much better than watching pictures. Saying I like the pictures, but I love it. Watching y'all on YouTube.
Well, thank you. Well, we'll throw some different pitches in there. You know, sometimes you have some still shots. Sometimes you have some video. Sometimes Bubba will, hold court in there and talk a little bit about the Constitution. So, I mean, you don't ever know. Thanks for being with us. Wrapping her up. For a lot of you, we're wrapping up our day together, which is sad. And if that's the case, Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. But if you are just catching the content in a different order, you may have more coming up.
And thanks, Richard, for the great meal today.
Yeah, well done, Richard. That was fantastic. Catch you on the next Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on the blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get